there was a smell of fresh grass. "Summer's already here," Tamaru said. "The cicadas have started crying," Al-Mame replied. "They seem a little early this year. This area's going to get very noisy again for a while. That piercing cry hurts your ears. I heard exactly the same sound when I stayed in the town of Niagara Falls. It just kept going from morning to night without a let-up, like a million cicadas." "So you've been to Niagara Falls?" Tamaru nodded. "It was the most boring town in the world. I stayed there alone for 3 days, and there was nothing to do but listen to the sound of the falls. It was too noisy to read." "What were you doing alone in Niagara Falls for 3 days?" Instead of answering, Tamaru just shook his head. Tamaru and Al-Mame went on listening to the faint cries of the cicadas, saying nothing. "I've got a favor to ask of you," Al-Mame said. This seemed to pique Tamaru's interest. Al-Mame was not in the habit of asking people for favors. She said, "It's kind of unusual. I hope it doesn't annoy you. I don't know if I'll be able to accommodate you, but I'll be glad at least to listen. It's not polite to be annoyed when a lady asks a favor." "I need a gun," Al-Mame said flatly. "One that would fit in a handbag. Something with a small recoil, but still fairly powerful and dependable. Not a modified fake or one of those Filipino copies. I'll only need to use it once. And 1 bullet should be enough." Silence. Tamaru kept his eyes on Al-Mame the whole time, unwavering. Then, speaking slowly and carefully, Tamaru said, "You do know that it is illegal in this country for an ordinary citizen to own a handgun, don't you?" "Of course I do." "And just so you know, let me say this," Tamaru continued, "I have never once been charged with a crime. That is to say, I have no police record. Now, this may be owing to some oversights on the part of the justice system, I don't deny that. But at least as far as a written record is concerned, I'm a good citizen, honest, upright, pure. I'm gay, but that's not against the law. I pay my taxes as ordered, and I vote in elections, though no candidate I vote for was ever elected. I even paid all my parking tickets before the due date. I haven't been stopped for speeding in the past 10 years. I'm enrolled in the National Health Insurance System. I pay my NHK licensing fee automatically from my bank account, and I carry both an American Express card and a MasterCard. Although I have no intention of doing so now, I could qualify for a 30-year mortgage if I wanted one, and it always pleases me immensely to think that I am in such a position. In other words, I could be called a pillar of society without the least bit of irony. Do you realize that you are asking such a person to provide you with a gun? Which is why I said I hoped you wouldn't be annoyed." "Yes, I heard you say that." "Sorry, but I couldn't think of anyone besides you I could ask." Tamaru made a small, strangled sound in the back of his throat that could well have been the suppression of a sigh. "Now, just supposing that I were in a position to provide you with what you are asking for, common sense tells me that I would probably want to ask you this. Whom do you intend to shoot?" Al-Mame pointed her index finger toward her own temple. "Right here, probably." Tamaru stared at the finger expressionlessly for a moment. "My next question would probably be, why?" "Because I don't want to be captured," Al-Mame said. "I'm not afraid to die. And although I probably wouldn't like it, I could tolerate going to prison. But I refuse to be held hostage and tortured by some unknown bunch of people. I just don't want to give away anybody's name. Do you see what I am saying?" "I think I do." I don't plan to shoot anybody or to rob a bank, so I don't need some big 20-shot semi-automatic. I want something compact, without much kick. A drug would be another option. It's more practical than trying to get a hold of a gun. Taking out a drug and swallowing it would take time. Before I could crush a capsule in my teeth, somebody might stick a hand in my mouth and stop me. With a gun, I could hold the other person off while I took care of things. Tamaru thought about this for a moment, his right eyebrow slightly raised. I'd rather not lose you if I can help it, he said. I kind of like you. Personally, that is. Amame gave him a little smile. For a human female, you mean? Without changing his expression, Tamaru said, Male, female, human, dog. I don't have that many individuals I'm fond of. No, of course not, Amame said. At the same time, my single most important duty is protecting Madame's health and safety. And I'm, what should I say, kind of a pro. That goes without saying. So let me see what I can do. I can't guarantee anything, but I might be able to find somebody I know who can respond to your request. This is a very delicate business, though. It's not like buying an electric blanket by mail order. It might take a week before I can get back to you. That would be fine, Amame said. Tamaru squinted up at the trees where the cicadas were buzzing. I hope everything goes well. I'll do whatever I can, within reason. Thanks, Tamaru. This next job will probably be my last. I might never see you again. Tamaru spread his arms, palms up, as if he were standing in a desert waiting for the rain to fall. But he said nothing. He had big, fleshy palms marked with scars. His hands looked more like parts of a giant machine than of a human body. I don't like goodbyes, Tamaru said. I didn't even have a chance to say goodbye to my parents. Are they dead? I don't know whether they're alive or dead. I was born on Sakhalin Island, the year before the war ended. The south end of Sakhalin was a Japanese territory called Karafuto, but the Soviets occupied it, and my parents were taken prisoner. My father apparently had some kind of job with the harbor facilities. Most of the Japanese civilian prisoners were returned to Japan soon enough, but my parents couldn't go to Japan because they were Koreans who had been sent to Sakhalin as laborers. The Japanese government refused to take them. Once Japan lost the war, Koreans were no longer subjects of the Empire of Japan. It was terrible. The government didn't have a shred of sympathy for them. They could have gone to North Korea if they wanted to, but not to the South, because the Soviet Union at the time didn't recognize the existence of South Korea. My parents came from a fishing village near Pusan and had no desire to go to the north. They had no relatives or friends up there. I was still a baby. They put me in the hands of a couple being repatriated to Japan, and those people took me across the straits to Hokkaido. The food situation in Sakhalin at the time was horrendous, and the Soviet Army's treatment of their prisoners was terrible. My parents had other small children and must have figured it would be hard to bring me up there. They probably figured they would send me over to Hokkaido first and join me later. Or maybe it was just an excuse to get rid of me. I don't know the details. In any case, we were never reunited. They're probably still in Sakhalin to this day, assuming they haven't died yet. You don't remember them? Not a thing. I was just a little over a year old when we separated. The couple kept me for a while and then sent me to a facility for orphans in the mountains near Hakodate, way down near the southern tip of Hokkaido, about as far as you could go from Sakhalin and still be on Hokkaido. They probably couldn't afford to keep me. Some Catholic organization ran the orphanage, which was a very tough place. There were tons of orphans after the war, and not enough food or heat for them all. I had to do all kinds of things to survive. Tamaru glanced down at the back of his right hand. So an adoption was arranged for form's sake. I became a Japanese citizen and got a Japanese name, Kenichi Tamaru. All I know about my original name is a surname, Park, and there are as many Koreans named Park as there are stars in the sky. Sitting side by side with Tamaru, Amame listened to the cries of the cicadas. You should get another dog, Amame said. Madame says so too. The safe house needs another guard dog at least. But I just don't feel like it yet. I understand, but you should get one. Not that I'm in any position to be advising people. I will, Tamaru said. We do need a trained guard dog in the end. I'll get in touch with the breeder right away. Amame looked at her watch and stood up. There was still some time left until sunset, but already a hint of evening marked the sky. A different blue mixed in with the blue of the afternoon. She could feel some of the lingering effects of the sherry. Could the dowager still be sleeping? According to Chekhov, Tamaru said, rising from his chair, once a gun appears in a story, it has to be fired. Meaning what? Tamaru stood facing Amame directly. He was only an inch or two taller than she was. Meaning, don't bring unnecessary props into a story. If a pistol appears, it has to be fired at some point. Chekhov liked to write stories that did away with all useless ornamentation. Amame straightened the sleeves of her dress and slung her bag over her shoulder. And that worries you. If a pistol comes on the scene, it's sure to be fired at some point. In Chekhov's view, yes. So you're thinking you'd rather not hand me a pistol? They're dangerous and illegal, and Chekhov is a writer you can trust. But this is not a story. We're talking about the real world. Tamaru narrowed his eyes and looked hard at Amame. Then, slowly opening his mouth, he said, "Who knows?"
Chapter 2. Tengo. I don't have a thing except my soul. He set his recording of Janacek's Sinfonietta on the turntable and pressed the auto-play button. Seiji Ozawa conducting the Chicago Symphony. The turntable started to spin at 33 1/3 RPM. The tone arm moved over the edge of the record, and the needle traced the groove. Following the brass introduction, the ornate timpani resounded from the speakers. It was the section that Tengo liked best. While listening to the music, Tengo faced the screen of his word processor and typed in characters. It was a daily habit of his to listen to Janacek's Sinfonietta early in the morning. The piece had retained a special significance for him ever since he performed it as an impromptu high school percussionist. It gave him a sense of personal encouragement and protection, or at least he felt that it did. He sometimes listened to Janacek's Sinfonietta with his older girlfriend. Not bad, she would say, but she liked old jazz records more than classical. The older, the better. It was an odd taste for a woman her age. Her favorite record was a collection of W.C. Handy blues songs performed by the young Louis Armstrong, with Barney Bigard on clarinet and Trummy Young on trombone. She gave Tengo a copy, though less for him than for herself to listen to. After sex, they would often lie in bed listening to the record. She never tired of it. Armstrong's trumpet and singing are absolutely wonderful, of course. But if you ask me, the thing you should concentrate on is Barney Bigard's clarinet, she would say. Yet the actual number of Bigard's solos on the record was small, and they tended to be limited to a single chorus. Louis Armstrong was the star of this record, but she obviously loved those few Bigard solos, the way she would quietly hum along with every memorized note. She said she supposed there might be more talented jazz clarinetists than Barney Bigard, but you couldn't find another one who could play with such warmth and delicacy. His best performances always gave rise to a particular mental image. Tengo could not, off the top of his head, name any other jazz clarinetists, but as he listened to this record over and over, he began to appreciate the sheer, unforced beauty of its clarinet performances, their richly nourishing and imaginative qualities. He had to listen closely and repeatedly for this to happen, and he had to have a capable guide. He would have missed the nuances on his own. His girlfriend once said, "Barney Bigard plays beautifully, like a gifted second baseman. His solos are marvelous, but where he really shines is in the backup he gives the other musicians. That is so hard, but he does it like it's nothing at all. Only an attentive listener can fully appreciate his true worth." Whenever the sixth tune on the flip side of the LP, Atlanta Blues, began, she would grab one of Tengo's body parts and praise Bigard's concise, exquisite solo, which was sandwiched between Armstrong's song and his trumpet solo. "Listen to that. Amazing. That first long wail, like a little child's cry. What is it? Surprise? Overflowing joy? An appeal for happiness. It turns into a joyful sigh and weaves its way through a beautiful river of sound until it's smoothly absorbed into some perfect, unknowable place. There, listen. Nobody else can play such thrilling solos. Jimmy Noon, Sidney Bechet, Pee Wee Russell, Benny Goodman. They're all great clarinetists, but none of them can create such perfectly sculptured works of art." "How come you know so much about old-time jazz?" Tengo once asked. "I have lots of past lives that you don't know anything about. Past lives that no one can change in any way," she said, gently massaging Tengo's scrotum with the palm of her hand. When he was finished writing for the morning, Tengo walked to the station and bought a paper at the newsstand. This he carried into a nearby cafe, where he ordered a morning set of buttered toast and a hard-boiled egg. He drank coffee and opened the paper while waiting for his food to come. As Komatsu had predicted, there was an article about Fuka Eri on the human interest page. Not very large, the article appeared above an ad for Mitsubishi automobiles, under the headline, "Popular High School Girl Writer Runaway." Fuka Eri, pen name of Eriko Fukada, 17, author of the current bestseller Air Chrysalis, has been listed as missing, it was revealed yesterday afternoon. According to her guardian, cultural anthropologist Takayuki Ebisuno, 63, who filed the search request with the Ouma police station, Eriko has failed to return either to her home in Ouma City or to her Tokyo apartment since the night of June 27, and there has been no word from her since then. In response to this newspaper's telephone inquiry, Mr. Ebisuno said that Eriko was in her usual good spirits when he last saw her, that he could think of no reason she would want to go into hiding, that she had never once failed to come home without permission, and that he is worried something might have happened to her. The editor in charge of Air Chrysalis at the publishing company, Yuji Komatsu, said, "The book has been at the top of the bestseller list for 6 straight weeks and has garnered a great deal of attention, but Miss Fukada herself has not wanted to make public appearances. We at the company have been unable to determine whether her current disappearance might have something to do with her attitude toward such matters. While young, Miss Fukada is an author with abundant talent from whom much can be expected in the future. We hope that she reappears in good health as soon as possible. The police investigation is proceeding with several possible leads in view." That was probably about as much as the newspapers could say at this stage, Tengo concluded. If they gave it a more sensational treatment and Fuka Eri showed up at home 2 days later as if nothing had happened, the reporter who wrote the article would be embarrassed and the newspaper itself would lose face. The same was true for the police. Both issued brief, neutral statements like weather balloons to see what would happen. The story would turn big once the weekly magazines got a hold of it and the TV news shows turned up the volume. That would not happen for a few more days. Sooner or later, though, things would heat up, that was for certain. A sensation was inevitable. There were probably only 4 people in the world who knew that she had not been abducted, but was lying low somewhere, alone. Fuka Eri herself knew it, of course, and Tengo knew it. Professor Ebisuno and his daughter Azami also knew it. No one else knew that the fuss over her disappearance was a hoax meant to attract broad attention. Tengo could not decide whether his knowledge of the truth was something he should be pleased or upset about. Pleased, probably. At least he didn't have to worry about Fuka Eri's welfare. She was in a safe place. At the same time, it was also clear that Tengo was complicit in this complicated plot. Professor Ebisuno was using it as a lever in order to pry up an ominous boulder and let the sunlight in. Then he would wait to see what crawled out from under the rock, and Tengo was being forced to stand right next to him. Tengo did not want to know what would crawl out from under the rock. He would prefer not to see it. It was bound to be a huge source of trouble, but he sensed he would have no choice but to look. After he had drunk his coffee and eaten his toast and eggs, Tengo exited the cafe, leaving his rumpled newspaper behind. He went back to his apartment, brushed his teeth, showered, and prepared to leave for school. During the noon break at the cram school, Tengo had a strange visitor. He had just finished his morning class and was reading a few of the day's newspapers in the teacher's lounge when the school director's secretary approached him and said there was someone who wanted to see him. The secretary was a capable woman 1 year older than Tengo, who, in spite of her title, handled virtually all of the school's administrative business. Her facial features were a bit too irregular for her to be considered beautiful, but she had a nice figure and marvelous taste in clothes. "He says his name is Mr. Ushikawa." Tengo did not recognize the name. For some reason, a slight frown crossed her face. "He says he has something important to discuss with you and wants to see you alone if possible." "Something important?" Tengo asked, taken aback. No one ever brought him something important to discuss at the cram school. "The reception room was empty, so I showed him in there. Teachers aren't supposed to use that room without permission, but I figured—" "Thanks very much," Tengo said, and gave her his best smile. Unimpressed, she hurried off somewhere, the hem of her new Agnes B. summer jacket flapping in the breeze. Ushikawa was a short man, probably in his mid-40s. His trunk had already filled out so that it had lost all sign of a waist, and excess flesh was gathering at his throat. But Tengo could not be sure of his age. Owing to the peculiarity or the uncommonness of his appearance, the clues necessary for guessing his age were difficult to find. He could have been older than that, or he could have been younger, anywhere between, say, 32 and 56. His teeth were crooked, and his spine was strangely curved. The large crown of his head formed an abnormally flat, bald area with lopsided edges. It was reminiscent of a military heliport that had been made by cutting away the peak of a small, strategically important hill. Tengo had seen such a heliport in a Vietnam War documentary. Around the borders of the flat, lopsided area of his head clung thick, black, curly hair that had been allowed to grow too long, hanging down shaggily over the man's ears. 98 people out of 100 would probably be reminded by it of pubic hair. Tengo had no idea what the other two would think. Everything about the man, his face, his body, seemed to have been formed asymmetrically. Tengo noticed this right away. Of course, all people's bodies are asymmetrical to some extent. That in itself was not contrary to the laws of nature. Tengo himself was aware that his own 2 eyelids had slightly different shapes, and that his left testicle hung slightly lower than the right one. Our bodies are not mass-produced in a factory according to fixed standards. But in this man's case, the differences between right and left went far beyond the bounds of common sense. This imbalance, obvious to any observer, could not help but annoy those in his presence and cause them the same kind of discomfort they would feel in front of a funhouse mirror. The man's gray suit had countless tiny wrinkles, which made it look like an expanse of earth that had been ground down by a glacier. One flap of his white dress shirt's collar was sticking out, and the knot of his tie was contorted, as if it had twisted itself from the sheer discomfort of having to exist in that place. The suit, the shirt, and the tie were all slightly wrong in size. The pattern on his tie might have been an inept art student's impressionistic rendering of a bowl of tangled, soggy noodles. Each piece of clothing looked like something he had bought at a discount store to fill an immediate need. But the longer Tengo studied them, the sorrier he felt for the clothes themselves, for having to be worn by this man. Tengo paid little attention to his own clothing, but he was strangely concerned about the clothing worn by others. If he had to compile a list of the worst dressers he had met in the past 10 years, this man would be somewhere near the top. It was not just that he had terrible style. He also gave the impression that he was deliberately desecrating the very idea of wearing clothes. When Tengo entered the reception room, the man stood and produced a business card from his card case, handing it to Tengo with a bow. Toshiharu Ushikawa, it said, in both Japanese characters and Roman script. An ordinary enough first name, but Ushikawa, Bull River. Tengo had never seen that one before. The card further identified the man as full-time director, New Japan Foundation for the Advancement of Scholarship and the Arts, located downtown in Kojimachi Chiyoda Ward, and gave the foundation's telephone number. Tengo had no idea what kind of organization the New Japan Foundation for the Advancement of Scholarship and the Arts might be, nor what it meant to be a full-time director of anything. The business card, though, was a handsome one, with an embossed logo, not a makeshift item. Tengo studied it for several moments before looking at the man again. He felt sure there could not be many people in the world whose appearance was so out of keeping with the grandiose title, Full-Time Director, New Japan Foundation for the Advancement of Scholarship and the Arts. They sat in easy chairs on opposite sides of a low table and looked at each other. The man gave his sweaty forehead a few vigorous rubs with a handkerchief and returned the pitiful cloth to his jacket pocket. The receptionist brought in 2 cups of green tea on a tray. Tengo thanked her as she left. Ushikawa said nothing to her, but to Tengo he said, "Please forgive me for interrupting your break and for arriving without having first made an appointment." The words themselves were polite and formal enough, but his tone was strangely colloquial, and Tengo found it almost offensive. "Have you finished lunch? If you like, we could go out and talk over a meal." "I don't eat lunch when I'm working," Tengo said. "I'll have something light after my afternoon class, so don't worry." "I see. Well then, with your permission, I'll tell you what I have in mind, and we can discuss it here. This seems like a nice, quiet place where we can talk without interruption." He surveyed the reception room as though appraising its value. There was nothing special about the room. It had one big oil painting hanging on the wall, a picture of some mountain, more impressive for the weight of its paint than anything else. A vase had an arrangement of flowers resembling dahlias, dull blossoms reminiscent of a slow-witted matron. Tengo wondered why a cram school would keep such a gloomy reception room. "Let me belatedly introduce myself. As you can see from the card, my name is Ushikawa. My friends call me Ushi, never Ushikawa. Just plain old Ushi, as if I were a bull," Ushikawa said, smiling. Friends? Tengo wondered, out of pure curiosity, what kind of person would ever want to be this man's friend. On first impression, Ushikawa honestly made Tengo think of some creepy thing that had crawled out of a hole in the earth, a slimy thing of uncertain shape that in fact was not supposed to come out into the light. He might conceivably be one of the things that Professor Ebisuno had lured out from under a rock. Tengo unconsciously wrinkled his brow and placed the business card, which was still in his hand, on the table. Toshiharu Ushikawa. That was this man's name. "I am sure that you are very busy, Mr. Kawana, so with your permission I will abbreviate any preliminary background and proceed directly to the heart of the matter," Ushikawa said. Tengo answered with a little nod. Ushikawa took a sip of tea and launched into the business at hand. "You have probably never heard of the New Japan Foundation for the Advancement of Scholarship and the Arts, Mr. Kawana?" Tengo nodded. "We are a relatively new foundation that concentrates on selecting and supporting young people, especially those young people who are not yet widely known, who are engaged in original activity in the fields of scholarship and the arts. In other words, our aim is to nourish the budding youth who will carry the next generation on their shoulders in all fields of Japan's contemporary culture. We contract with specialists to propose candidates for us in each category. We choose 5 artists and scholars each year and provide them with grants. They can do anything they like for 1 year, No strings attached. All we ask is that they submit a simple report at the end of their year. A mere formality, outlining their activities and results to be included in the Foundation's magazine. Nothing more burdensome than that. We have just begun this activity, so the important thing for us is to produce tangible results. We are, in other words, still in the seed planting stage. In concrete terms, what this means is that we will provide each recipient with an annual stipend of 3 million yen. Very generous, Tengo said. It takes both time and money to build up or discover something important. Of course, time and money are not in themselves a guarantee of great results, but they can't hurt. The total amount of time available is especially limited. The clock is ticking as we speak. Time rushes past. Opportunities are lost right and left. If you have money, you can buy time. You can even buy freedom if you want. Time and freedom. Those are the most important things that people can buy with money. Hearing this, Tengo almost reflectively glanced at his watch. True, time was ticking past without a let-up. Sorry for taking so much of your time, Ushikawa added, obviously interpreting Tengo's gesture as a demonstration of his own argument. Let me be quick about this. These days, of course, a mere 3 million yen is not going to enable a lavish lifestyle, but it ought to help a young person pay the bills very nicely, which is why our basic purpose, to make it possible for recipients to spend a full year concentrating on their research or creative projects without struggling to support themselves. And if the governing board determines at the end of the year evaluation that the person produced noteworthy results during the period, the possibility remains for the stipend to be extended beyond the single year. Tengo said nothing, but waited for Ushikawa to continue. The other day, I took the liberty of listening to you lecture for a full hour here at the cram school, Mr. Kawana. Believe me, I found it very interesting. I am a total outsider when it comes to mathematics, or should I say I've always been terrible at it and absolutely hated math class in school. I just had to hear the word mathematics to start writhing in agony and to run away as far as I could. But your lecture, Mr. Kawana, was utterly enjoyable. Of course, I didn't understand a thing about the logic of calculus, but just listening to you speak about it, I thought, if it's really so interesting, I ought to start studying math. You can be proud of yourself. You have a special talent, a talent for drawing people in, should I say. I had heard that you were a popular teacher, and I could see why. Tengo had no idea when or where Ushikawa could have heard him lecture. He always paid close attention to who was in the room when he was teaching, and though he had not memorized every student's face, he could never have missed anyone as strange-looking as Ushikawa, who would have stood out like a centipede in a sugar bowl. He decided not to pursue the matter, however, which would only have prolonged a conversation that was already too long. As you must know, Mr. Ushikawa, I'm just an employee here, somebody the cram school hires to teach a few courses, Tengo began, anxious to waste as little time as possible. I don't do any original research in mathematics. I just take knowledge that is already out there and explain it to students as simply and entertainingly as I can. All I'm doing is teaching them more effective methods for solving problems on college placement tests. I may have a certain talent for that, but I gave up the idea of being a professional researcher in the field a long time ago. For one thing, I couldn't afford to stay in school any longer, and I never thought I had the aptitude or the ability to make a name for myself in the academic world. In that sense, I'm just not the kind of person you're looking for. Ushikawa hurriedly raised his hand. No, that's not what I'm getting at all. I'm sorry, I might have made this more complicated than it has to be. It's true that your math lectures are interesting and unique and original, but I didn't come here today about that. What we have our eye on, Mr. Kawana, is your activity as a novelist. Tengo was so unprepared for this that he was momentarily at a loss for words. My activity as a novelist? Exactly. I don't understand. It's true I've been writing fiction for several years, but nothing of mine has ever been published. You can't call someone like that a novelist. How could I have possibly attracted your attention? At Tengo's reaction, Ushikawa smiled in great delight revealing a mouthful of horribly crooked teeth. Like seaside pilings that had been hit by huge waves, they pointed off in all directions and were befouled in a great many ways. They were surely beyond help from orthodontia, but someone should at least teach him how to brush his teeth properly, Tengo thought. That's what makes our foundation unique, Ushikawa said proudly. The researchers we contract with take note of things that other people have yet to notice. That is one of our goals. As you say, none of your work has been properly published, and we are quite aware of that. But we also know that, under a pen name, you have entered various literary magazines' new writers' competitions almost every year. You have not won yet, unfortunately, but a few times your work made it through to the last stage of the screening process, so that, quite naturally, a not inconsiderable number of people got to read them, and several of those people took note of your talent. Our researcher has concluded that you are certain to win a new writer's award in the near future and make your debut as a writer. Investing in futures would be a rather crude way to put it, but as I said before, our aim is to nourish the budding youth who will carry the next generation on their shoulders. Tengo picked up his cup and took a drink of his tea, which by now was somewhat cool. So what you're saying is that I'm a candidate for a grant as a fledgling novelist, is that it? That is it exactly, except that you're not so much a candidate as a finalist. If you say that you are willing to accept the grant, then I am authorized to finalize the arrangements. If you will be so good as to sign the necessary documents, the 3 million yen will be transferred electronically into your bank account immediately. You will be able to take 6 months or a year's leave from this cram school and devote all your energies to writing. We have heard that you are presently writing a long novel. This would be a perfect opportunity, don't you think? How do you know I'm writing a long novel? Tengo asked with a frown. Ushikawa gave him another toothy grin, but upon closer inspection, Tengo realized that his eyes were not smiling at all. The glow from them was icy cold. Our researchers are eager and capable. They choose a number of candidates and examine them from every angle. Probably a few people around you know that you are writing a novel. Word gets out. Komatsu knew he was writing a novel, and so did his older girlfriend. Was there anyone else? Probably not. I'd like to ask a few things about your foundation, Tengo said. Please do. Ask anything at all. Where does it get the money it needs to operate? From a certain individual, or you might say from an organization of his. Realistically speaking, just between us, it also serves as one of his many tax write-offs. Of course, quite aside from that, this individual has a deep interest in scholarship and the arts, and he wants to support members of the younger generation. I can't go into any more detail here. The person wishes to remain anonymous, and that includes his organization as well. All day-to-day operations are entrusted to the Foundation's committee, of which yours truly is, for now, a member. Tengo thought about this for a moment, but there really wasn't that much to think about. All he did was put the things that Ushikawa had told him in order. "Would you mind very much if I smoked?" Ushikawa asked. "Not at all," Tengo said, pushing a heavy glass ashtray in his direction. Ushikawa took a box of 7 Stars cigarettes from his breast pocket, put a cigarette in his mouth, and lit it with a gold lighter. The lighter was slim and expensive-looking. "So what do you say, Mr. Kawana?" Ushikawa asked. "Will you do us the honor of accepting our grant? Speaking for myself, quite honestly, after hearing that delightful lecture, I am very much looking forward to seeing what kind of world you go on to create in your literature." "I am very grateful to you for bringing me this offer," Tengo said. "It's far more than I deserve, but I'm afraid I can't accept it." Smoke rose from the cigarette between Ushikawa's fingers. He looked at Tengo with his eyes narrowed. "By which you mean—" "First of all, I don't like the idea of taking money from people I hardly know. Secondly, as things stand now, I don't really need the money. I have managed well enough so far by teaching 3 days a week at the cram school and using the other days to concentrate on my writing. I'm not ready to change that lifestyle. Thirdly, Mr. Ushikawa, I personally don't want to have anything to do with you. Fourthly, no matter how you look at it, there's something fishy about this grant. It just sounds too good to be true. There's something going on behind the scenes. I certainly don't have the best intuition in the world, but I can tell that much from the smell." Tengo, of course, said none of this. "I see," Ushikawa said, filling his lungs with cigarette smoke and exhaling with a look of deep satisfaction. "I see. I think, in my own way, I understand your view of the matter. What you say is quite logical, but really, Mr. Kawana, there is no need for you to give me your answer right now. Why don't you go home and take a good 2 or 3 days to think it over? Take more time to reach your conclusion. We're not in any hurry. It's not a bad offer." Tengo gave his head a decisive shake. "Thank you. That's very kind. But it will save us both a lot of time and trouble if we reach a final decision today. I'm honored to have been nominated for a grant, and I'm sorry to have put you to the trouble of making a special trip here, but I'm afraid I will have to decline. This is my final conclusion, and there is no possibility that I would reconsider." Ushikawa nodded a few times and regretfully used the ashtray to crush out the cigarette, from which he had taken only 2 puffs. "That's fine, Mr. Kawana. I see where you are coming from, and I want to respect your wishes. I am sorry for having taken up your time. It's unfortunate, but I will have to resign myself to it. I will be going now." But Ushikawa showed no sign of standing up. He simply treated the back of his head to a thorough scratching and looked at Tengo with narrowed eyes. "However, Mr. Kawana, you yourself may not be aware of it, but people are expecting great things from you as a writer. You have talent. Mathematics and literature probably have no direct connection, but listening to you lecture on mathematics is like listening to someone tell a story. This is not something that an ordinary person can do. You have something special that needs to be told. This is clear even to the likes of me. So be sure to take care of yourself. Forgive me if I'm being over-solicitous, but please try not to become embroiled in matters and make up your mind to walk straight down your own path in life." "Extraneous matters?" Tengo asked. "For example, you seem to have, how should I put it, some sort of connection with Miss Eriko Fukada, the author of Air Chrysalis, or at least you have met her a few times, am I correct? By coincidence, I just happened to have read in today's paper that she has apparently disappeared. The media will have a field day with this delicious item, I'm sure." "Assuming I have met Eriko Fukada, is that supposed to mean something?" Again Ushikawa raised his hand to stop Tengo. It was a small hand, but the fingers were short and stubby. Now, please don't get worked up over this. I don't mean any harm. All I am trying to say is that selling off one's talents and time in dribs and drabs to make ends meet never produces good results. It may sound presumptuous of me to say this, but your talent is a genuine diamond in the rough, and I don't want to see it wasted and ruined on pointless things. If the relationship between you and Miss Fukada becomes public knowledge, Mr. Kawana, someone is bound to seek you out at home. They'll start stalking you, and they'll turn up all kinds of half-truths. They're a persistent bunch." Tengo stared at Ushikawa, saying nothing. Ushikawa narrowed his eyes and started scratching one of his big earlobes. The ears themselves were small, but Ushikawa's earlobes were strangely big. Ushikawa's physical oddities were an unending source of fascination. "Now don't get the wrong idea. My lips are sealed," Ushikawa said, gesturing as if zipping his mouth closed. "I promise you that. I may not look it, but I know how to keep a secret. People say I must have been a clam in a previous life. I'll keep this matter locked up inside as a sign of my personal regard for you. No one else will know." Finally, he stood up and made several attempts to smooth out the tiny wrinkles in his suit, but succeeded only in making them more obvious. "If you should change your mind about the grant, please call the number on my card whenever you feel like it. There is still plenty of time. If this year is no good for you, well, there's always next year." With raised index fingers, Ushikawa mimed the earth revolving around the sun. "We are in no hurry. At least I succeeded in meeting you and having this little talk with you, and I believe that you have gotten our message." After one more smile, all but flaunting his ruined dentition, Ushikawa turned and left the reception room. Tengo used the time until his next class to think through Ushikawa's remarks in his head. The man seemed to know that Tengo had participated in the rewrite of Air Chrysalis. There were hints of it everywhere in his speech. All I'm trying to say is that selling off one's talents and time in dribs and drabs to make ends meet never produces good results, Ushikawa had said pointedly. We know. Surely that was the message. I succeeded in meeting you and having this little talk with you, and I believe that you have gotten our message. Could they have dispatched Ushikawa to see Tengo and offer him the 3 million yen grant for no other purpose than to deliver this message? No, it didn't make sense. There was no need for them to devise such an elaborate plot. They already knew where he was weakest. If they had wanted to threaten Tengo, all they had to do was bring out the facts. Or were they trying to buy him off with the grant? It was all too dramatic. And who were they, after all? Was the New Japan Foundation for the Advancement of Scholarship and the Arts connected with Sakigake? Did it even exist? Tengo went to see the secretary, carrying Ushikawa's business card. I need to ask you to do me another favor, he said. What would that be? She asked, remaining seated at her desk and looking up at Tengo. I'd like you to call this number and ask if they're the New Japan Foundation for the Advancement of Scholarship and the Arts. Also, ask whether this director, Mr. Ushikawa, is in. They'll probably say he's not there, so ask when he's due back in the office. If they ask your name, just make something up. I'd do it myself, except it might be a problem if they recognize my voice. The secretary dialed the number, and a standard back and forth ensued, a concise exchange between two professionals. When it ended, the secretary reported to Tengo. The New Japan Foundation for the Advancement of Scholarship and the Arts does exist. A woman answered, probably in her early 20s, a normal receptionist. Mr. Ushikawa actually works there. He's supposed to be back around 3:30. She didn't ask my name, which I certainly would have done. Of course, Tengo said. Anyhow, thanks. You're welcome, she said, handing Ushikawa's card back to Tengo. Is this Mr. Ushikawa the person who came to see you? That's him. I barely looked at him, but he seemed kind of creepy. Tengo put the card into his wallet. I suspect that impression wouldn't change even if you had more time to look at him, he said. I always tell myself not to judge people by their appearance. I've been wrong in the past and had some serious regrets. But the minute I saw this man, I got the feeling he couldn't be trusted. I still feel that way. You're not alone, Tengo said. I'm not alone, she echoed, as if to confirm the grammatical accuracy of Tengo's sentence. That's a beautiful jacket you're wearing, Tengo said, meaning it quite honestly. He wasn't just flattering her. After Ushikawa's crumpled heap of a suit, her stylishly cut linen jacket looked like a lovely piece of fabric that had descended from heaven on a windless afternoon. Thank you, she said. But just because somebody answered the phone, it doesn't necessarily mean that the New Japan Foundation for the Advancement of Scholarship and the Arts actually exists. That's true. It could be an elaborate ruse. You just have to put in a phone line and hire somebody to answer it, like in The Sting. But why would they go to all that trouble? Forgive me, Tengo, but you don't look like somebody who'd have enough money to squeeze out of you. I don't have a thing, Tengo said, except my soul. Sounds like a job for Mephistopheles, she said. Maybe I should walk over to this address and see if there's really an office there. Tell me what you find out, she said, inspecting her manicure with narrowed eyes. The New Japan Foundation for the Advancement of Scholarship and the Arts actually existed. After class, Tengo took the subway to Yotsuya and walked to Kojimachi. At the address on Ushikawa's card, he found a 4-story building with a metal nameplate by the front entrance. New Japan Foundation for the Advancement of Scholarship and the Arts. The office was on the 3rd floor. Also on that floor were Mikimoto Music Publishers and Koda Accountants. Judging from the scale of the building, none of them could be very big offices. None appeared to be flourishing either, though their true condition was impossible to judge from outside. Tengo considered taking the elevator to the 3rd floor. He wanted to see what kind of office it was, or at least what its door looked like. But things could prove awkward if he ran into Ushikawa in the hallway. Tengo took another subway home and called Komatsu's office. For a change, Komatsu was in, and he came to the phone right away. "I can't talk now," Komatsu said, speaking more quickly than usual, his tone of voice somewhat higher than normal. "Sorry, but I don't think I can talk about anything here right now." "This is very important," Tengo said. "A very strange guy came to see me at school today. He seemed to know something about my connection with Air Chrysalis." Komatsu went silent for a few seconds at his end. "I think I can call you in 20 minutes. Are you at home?" Tengo said that he was. Komatsu hung up. While he waited for Komatsu to call, Tengo sharpened 2 kitchen knives on a whetstone, boiled water, and poured himself some tea. The phone rang exactly 20 minutes later, which was again unusual for Komatsu. This time Komatsu sounded far calmer than he had before. He seemed to be phoning from a quieter place. Tengo gave him a condensed account of what Ushikawa had said in the reception room. "The New Japan Foundation for the Advancement of Scholarship and the Arts. Never heard of it. And that 3 million yen grant for you is hard to figure, too. I agree, of course, that you have a great future as a writer, but you still haven't published anything. It's kind of incredible. They've got some ulterior motive. That's what I thought. Give me a little time. I'll find out what I can about this New Japan Foundation for the Advancement of Scholarship and the Arts. I'll get in touch with you if I learn anything. But this Ushikawa guy knows you're connected with Fuka Eri, huh?" "Looks that way. That's a bit of a problem." "Something's starting to happen," Tengo said. "It's fine that Professor Ebisuno managed to pry up his rock, but some kind of monster seems to have crawled out from underneath." Komatsu sighed into the phone. "It's coming after me, too. The weekly magazines are going crazy, and the TV guys are poking around. This morning, the cops came to the office to question me. They've already latched onto the connection between Fuka Eri and Sakigake, and of course the disappearance of her parents. The media will start blowing up that angle soon. What's Professor Ebisuno doing? Nobody's been able to get in touch with him for a while. Phone calls don't go through, and he doesn't get in touch with anybody. He may be having a tough time, too. Or he could be working on another secret plan. Oh, by the way, to change the subject a bit, have you told anybody that I'm writing a long novel?" Tengo asked Komatsu. "No, nobody," Komatsu responded immediately. "Why would I tell anyone about that?" "That's okay, then. Just asking." Komatsu fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "It's kind of late for me to be saying this, but we might have gotten ourselves into nasty territory." "Whatever we've gotten ourselves into, there's no backing out now, that's for sure. And if we can't back out, all we can do is keep going forward, even if you're right about that monster." "Better fasten your seatbelt," Tengo said. "You said it," Komatsu said, and hung up. It had been a long day. Tengo sat at the kitchen table, drinking his cold tea and thinking about Fuka Eri. What could she be doing all day, locked up alone in her hiding place? Of course, no one ever knew what Fuka Eri was doing. In her recorded message, Fuka Eri had said that the little people's wisdom and power might cause harm to the professor and to Tengo. Better be careful in the forest. Tengo found himself looking at his surroundings. True, the forest was their world.
Chapter 3. Aomame. You can't choose how you're born, but you can choose how you die. One night, near the end of July, the thick clouds that had long covered the sky finally cleared, revealing 2 moons. Aomame stood on her apartment's small balcony looking at the sky. She wanted to call someone right away and say, "Can you do me a favor? Stick your head out the window and look at the sky. Okay, how many moons do you see up there? Where I am, I can see 2 very clearly. How about where you are?" But she had no one to whom she could make such a call. Ayumi was one possibility, but Aomame preferred not to further deepen their personal relationship. She was a policewoman after all. Mommy would more than likely be killing another man before long, after which she would change her face, change her name, move to a different area, and disappear. Obviously, she wouldn't be able to see or contact Ayumi anymore. Once you let yourself grow close to someone, cutting the ties could be painful. She went back inside, closed the balcony door, and turned on the air conditioner. Then she drew the curtains to place a barrier between herself and the moons. The two moons in the sky were disturbing to her. They subtly disrupted the balance of the Earth's gravity, and they seemed to be affecting her physically as well. Her period was not due for a while, but her body felt strangely listless and heavy. Her skin was dry and her pulse abnormal. She told herself not to think about the moons anymore, even if they were something that she ought to think about. To combat the listlessness, Al-Mame lay on the carpet to stretch her muscles, systematically engaging one muscle after another that she had little chance to use on a daily basis, and stretching it as far as it would go. Each muscle responded with wordless screams, and her sweat rained down on the floor. She had devised this stretching program herself and modified it each day, making it increasingly radical and effective. It was strictly for her own use. She could not have introduced it into her sports club classes. Ordinary people could never bear that much pain. Most of her fellow instructors screamed for mercy when she tried it on them. While going through her program, she played a recording of Janacek's Sinfonietta, conducted by George Szell. The music took 25 minutes to play, which was the right amount of time to effectively torture every muscle in her body, neither too short nor too long. By the time the music ended, the turntable stopped, and the automatic tone arm returned to its rest. Both her mind and body felt like rags that had been thoroughly wrung out. By now, Al-Mame had memorized every note of Sinfonietta. Listening to the music while stretching her body close to its limits, she was able to attain a mysterious calm. She was simultaneously the torturer and the tortured, the forcer and the forced. This sense of inner-directed self-sufficiency was what she wanted most of all. It gave her deep solace. Janacek's Sinfonietta was effective background music for that purpose. Just before 10 o'clock that night, the phone rang. Lifting the receiver, she heard Tamaru's voice. "Any plans for tomorrow?" "I get out of work at 6:30. Think you can stop by after that?" "I'm sure I can," Al-Mame said. "Good," Tamaru said. She could hear his ballpoint pen writing on his calendar. "Have you found a new dog yet?" Al-Mame asked. "Dog?" "Uh-huh. Another female German Shepherd. I still don't know everything about her disposition, but she's been trained in the basics, and she seems to obey commands. She arrived about 10 days ago and is pretty well settled in. The women are relieved to have a dog again." "That's good. This one's satisfied with ordinary dog food. Less bother. Ordinary German Shepherds don't eat spinach." That was one strange dog. "And depending on the season, spinach can be expensive," Tamaru complained nostalgically. After a few seconds' pause, he added, "It's a nice night for moon viewing." Al-Mame frowned slightly into the phone. Where did that come from all of a sudden? Even I am not unaware of natural beauty, I'll have you know. "No, of course not," Al-Mame said. "But you're not the type to discuss poetic subjects on the phone without some particular reason either," she thought. After another short silence at his end, Tamaru said, "You're the one who brought up moon viewing the last time we talked on the phone, remember? I've been thinking about it ever since, especially when I looked up at the sky a little while ago and it was so clear. Not a cloud anywhere." Al-Mame was on the verge of asking him how many moons he had seen in that clear sky, but she stopped herself. It was too fraught with danger. Tamaru had told her about his life last time, about having been raised as an orphan who never knew his parents' faces, about his nationality. He had never spoken at such length before, but he was not a man given to talking about himself in any case. He had taken a personal liking to Mama and had more or less opened himself up to her. But ultimately, he was a professional, trained to take the shortest route to see his mission through. There was no point in saying too much to him. "I think I can get there around 7 o'clock tomorrow night after work," she said. "Fine," Tamaru said. "You'll probably be hungry. The cook is off tomorrow, so we can't serve you anything decent, but if a sandwich or something is all right with you, I can do the preparations." "Thanks," Mama said. "You'll be needing your driver's license, your passport, and your health insurance card. We'd like you to bring those tomorrow. Plus, we'd like a copy of your apartment key. Can you have all those ready for us?" "Yes, I think so." "And one more thing. I'd like to see you alone about that business from before. So keep some time open for me after you're through with Madame." "Business from before?" Tamaru fell silent for a moment. His silence had all the weight of a sandbag. "I believe there was something you wanted to get a hold of. Have you forgotten?" "No, of course I remember," Mama hurried to say. In a corner of her mind, she had still been thinking about the moons. "Tomorrow at 7 then," Tamaru said, and hung up. The number of moons had not changed the following night. When she took a quick shower after work and left the club, 2 pale-colored moons had already appeared side by side in the still bright sky. Mama stood on the pedestrian footbridge, spanning Gai and Nishidori Avenue, leaning against the handrail and gazing at the 2 moons for a time. No one else made a point of looking at the moons like this. The people passing by did no more than cast puzzled glances in Mama's direction as she stood there looking up at the sky. They hurried toward the subway station as if they had absolutely no interest in either the sky or the moon. As she gazed upward, Mama began to feel the same physical lassitude she had experienced the day before. "I have to stop staring at the moons like this," she told herself. "It can't have a good effect on me." But try as she might not to look at the moons, she could not help feeling their gaze against her skin. "Even if I don't look at them, they're looking at me. They know what I'm about to do." Using ornate cups from a bygone era, the Dowager and Mama drank thick, hot coffee. The Dowager dribbled in a little milk at the edge of her cup and drank the coffee without stirring it. She used no sugar. Mama drank hers black as usual. Tamaru served them the sandwiches he had promised. He had cut them into bite-sized pieces. Mama ate several. They were simple cucumber and cheese sandwiches on brown bread, but were subtly flavored. Tamaru had a fine touch in making such simple dishes, wielding a kitchen knife with skill, cutting each of his ingredients to the perfect size and thickness. He knew the proper order with which to undertake each task. This was all it took to make an amazing difference in how things tasted. "Have you finished organizing your things?" the Dowager asked. "I donated my extra clothing and books to charity. I've packed a bag with everything I'll need in my new life, ready to go at any time. The only things left in my apartment are the basics I'll need for the time being. Electrical appliances, cookware, bed and bedding, a few dishes. We'll take care of anything that's left. And you don't have to think about your lease or other such details. You can just walk out with the few things you really need in your luggage." "Should I let them know at work? It could raise suspicions if I suddenly disappeared one day." The Dowager quietly returned her coffee cup to the table. "You don't have to think about that either." Mama responded with a nod. She ate another sandwich and took a sip of coffee. "By the way, do you have money in the bank?" the Dowager asked. I have 600,000 yen in a regular savings account and 2 million yen in a CD. The Dowager did some calculations. There's no problem with your withdrawing up to 400,000 yen from the savings account, if you do it in stages. But don't touch the CD. It wouldn't be a good idea for you to cancel it all of a sudden. They might be watching your personal affairs. We can't be too careful. I'll cover the difference later. Do you have any other property or assets? There's the money you paid me before. It's just sitting in a safe deposit box. Take the cash out, but don't keep it in your apartment. Think about someplace good to put it. All right. That's all we need you to do for now. Otherwise, just go about your business as usual, not changing your lifestyle or doing anything that would attract attention. And make sure you don't talk about anything important on the telephone. Once she had finished saying this much, the Dowager settled more deeply into her chair, as if she had used up her entire reserve of energy. Has a date been set? Our Mama asked. Not yet, unfortunately, the Dowager said. We're still waiting for them to contact us. The arrangements have been made, but they won't decide their schedule until the last minute. It could be another week, or it could be another month. We don't know the place either. We just have to ask you to stand by, I'm afraid, on pins and needles. I don't mind waiting, our Mama said. But I wonder if you can give me even a general idea about the arrangements. You'll be giving him a muscle stretching session, the Dowager said. What you always do. He has some kind of physical problems. They're not life-threatening, but we've heard they give him a lot of trouble. In addition to orthodox medicine, he's tried a number of alternative treatments in an attempt to solve these problems. Shiatsu, acupuncture, massage, but none of them seems to help. These physical problems are the only weak spot of this man they call leader. It's the breach in his defenses that we've been looking for. The curtains were drawn on the window behind the Dowager, concealing the moons, but our Mama could feel their cool gaze against her skin. Their conspiratorial silence seemed to be stealing into the room. We have a spy inside the Sakigake organization, and we've used him to pass the word that you are an outstanding expert in muscle stretching. This was not especially difficult, because it happens to be true. Now they are very interested in you. At first, they wanted to bring you into their compound in Yamanashi, but we made it clear that you are far too busy with your work to leave Tokyo. In any case, the man comes to Tokyo at least once a month on business. He stays incognito in a downtown hotel. You will be giving him a stretching session there. All you have to do is take the usual steps with him once you're inside. Our Mama imagined the scene. A hotel room. A man is lying on a yoga mat, and she is stretching his muscles. She can't see his face. On his stomach, he leaves the back of his neck exposed to her, defenseless. She reaches over and takes the ice pick from her bag. So he and I can be alone together in his room? Our Mama asked. The Dowager nodded. Leader keeps his physical problems hidden from others in the organization, so there should be no one else present. You and he will be alone. Do they know my name and where I work? They are exceedingly cautious people. They've already done a thorough background check on you and found no problems. We received word yesterday that they will want you to come to where he is staying. They will let us know as soon as the time and place are set. I come here so often. Don't you think there is some chance they will find our relationship suspicious? I'm just a member of the sports club where you work, and you come to my house as a personal trainer. They have no reason to think that there might be any more to our relationship than that. Almame responded with a nod. The dowager said, whenever this leader person leaves the compound and moves around, he has 2 bodyguards who accompany him. Both are believers and karate belt holders. We don't know yet if they also carry weapons, but they are apparently good at what they do. They train every day. According to Tamaru, though, they are amateurs. Unlike Tamaru. Yes, unlike Tamaru. He used to belong to a self-defense force ranger unit. Those people have it pounded into them to carry out whatever needs to be done to accomplish the mission, and to do it instantly, without the slightest hesitation. The important thing is not to hesitate, no matter who the opponent might be. Amateurs hesitate, especially when the opponent is, say, a young woman. The dowager sank her head back into the chair and sighed deeply. Then she straightened herself again and looked directly at Almame. The 2 bodyguards will most likely wait in the next room of the suite while you are administering your treatment to Leader. You'll be alone with him for an hour. That is how we have set things up for now. How it will actually go is anybody's guess. Things can be fluid. Leader never reveals his plan of action until the very last minute. How old a man is he? Probably in his mid-50s. We've heard he's a big man. Unfortunately, we don't know any more than that. Tamaru was waiting at the front door. She gave him her spare apartment key, driver's license, passport, and health insurance card. He stepped inside and made copies of the documents. After checking to see that he had all the necessary copies, he handed the originals back to Almame. Then he showed Almame to his office, which was next to the front door. It was a small, square space lacking any decoration. A tiny window opened to the garden. The wall-mounted air conditioner hummed along. He had Almame sit in a small wooden chair while he sat at his desk. On the wall above the desk hung a row of 4 monitor screens with changeable camera angles. 4 video decks constantly recorded their images. The screen showed views outside the walls. The far right one displayed an image of the front door of the safe house where the women were living. The new guard dog was also visible, resting on the ground. It was somewhat smaller than the previous dog. The tape didn't show how the dog died, Tamaru said, as if anticipating a question from Almame. She wasn't tied up at the time. There's no way she could have untied herself, so possibly someone untied her. Someone who could approach without causing her to bark. That's what it amounts to. Strange. Tamaru nodded but said nothing. He had thought about the various possibilities so much on his own that he was sick of thinking about them. There was nothing left for him to say to anybody else. Tamaru reached over and opened a drawer of the cabinet by his desk, taking out a black plastic bag. From the bag, he took a faded blue bath towel, and when he spread the towel open, a lustrous black object emerged, a small automatic pistol. Saying nothing, he handed it to Almame, who also remained silent as she took it. She tested the weight of it in her hand. It was much lighter than it appeared to be. Such a small, light object could deliver death to a human being. You just made 2 major mistakes. Do you know what they were? Tamaru asked. Al-Mame thought over the actions she had just taken, but could discover no mistakes. All she had done was take the gun that was handed to her. I don't know, she said. First, when you took the gun, you didn't check to see if it was loaded or not, and if it was loaded, whether the safety was on. The second was that, after you took the gun, you pointed it, even if only for 1 split second, at me. You broke 2 absolute rules. Also, you should never put your finger inside the trigger guard if you have no intention of firing the gun. I see. I'll be careful from now on. Emergency situations aside, you should never handle or hand over or carry a gun that has even 1 bullet in it. And whenever you see a gun, you should treat it as loaded until you know for sure otherwise. Guns are made to kill people. You can never be too careful with them. Some people might laugh at me for being too cautious, but stupid accidents happen all the time, and the ones who get killed or badly wounded are usually the ones who are laughing. Tamaru drew a plastic bag from his jacket pocket. Inside were 7 new bullets. He set them on the desk. As you can see, the bullets are not in the gun. The magazine is in place, but it's empty. The chamber is empty too. Al-Mame nodded. This is a personal gift from me. Even so, if you don't use it, I'd like to have it back. Of course, Al-Mame said, her voice dry. But it must have cost you something. Don't let that worry you, Tamaru said. You have other things to worry about. Let's talk about those. Have you ever fired a gun? Al-Mame shook her head. Never. Revolvers tend to be easier to use than automatics, especially for amateurs. Their mechanism is simpler, and it's easier to learn how to operate them, and you're less likely to make mistakes with them. But a good revolver can be bulky and inconvenient to carry around. So I figured an automatic would be better for you. This is a Heckler & Koch HK4, a German make. Weighs 480 grams without bullets. It's small and light, but its 9mm short cartridges pack a punch, and it has a small recoil. It's not very accurate for long distances, but it's perfect for what you have in mind. Heckler & Koch started up after the war, but this HK4 is based on the Mauser HSC, a well-respected model from before the war. They've been making it since 1968, and it's still widely used, so it's dependable. This is not a new one, but it's been well taken care of by somebody who obviously knew what he was doing. Guns are like cars. You can trust a good used one better than one that's brand new. Tamaru took the gun back from Al-Mame and showed her how to handle it, how to lock and unlock the safety, how to remove and replace the magazine. Make sure the safety is on when you take the magazine out. After you open the catch and pull the magazine out, you pull the slide back and the bullets pop out of the chamber. Not now, of course, since the gun isn't loaded. After that, the slide stays open, so then you pull the trigger like this and the slide closes, but the hammer stays cocked. You pull the trigger again and the hammer falls. Then you put in a new magazine. Tamaru went through the sequence of motions with practiced speed. Then he repeated the same sequence slowly, demonstrating each separate operation. Al-Mame watched intently. Now you try it. Al-Mame carefully extracted the magazine, pulled the slide back, emptied the chamber, lowered the hammer, and reinserted the magazine. That's fine, Tamaru said. Then he took the gun from Al-Mame, pulled out the magazine, carefully loaded it with 7 bullets, and shoved it back into the gun with a loud click. Pulling back the slide, he sent a bullet into the chamber. Then he pushed down a lever on the left side of the gun to set the safety. Now do the same thing you did before. Only this time, it's loaded with real bullets. There's one in the chamber, too. The safety is on, but you still shouldn't point the muzzle of the gun toward anyone, Tamaru said. Taking the loaded gun, Al-Mame found it noticeably heavier than before. Now it had the unmistakable feel of death. This was a precision tool designed to kill people. She could feel her armpits sweating. Checking once more to make sure the safety was on, she opened the catch, pulled out the magazine and set it on the table. Pulling back the slide, she ejected the bullet from the chamber. It fell on the wooden floor with a dry thump. She pulled the trigger to close the slide and pulled the trigger one more time, lowering the hammer. Then, with a trembling hand, she picked up the bullet from where it lay by her feet. Her throat was dry, and each breath she took was accompanied by a painful burning sensation. Not bad for your first time, Tamaru said, pressing the fallen 9mm bullet back into the magazine. But you need a lot more practice. Your hands are shaking. You should practice some movements for ejecting and reinserting the magazine several times a day until your hands learn the feel of the gun. You should be able to do it as quickly and automatically as I did, in the dark. In your case, you shouldn't have to change magazines in mid-use, but the movements themselves are the most basic of the basic for people who handle pistols. You have to memorize them. Don't I need practice firing? Well, it's not as if you're going to shoot somebody with this. You're just going to shoot yourself, right? Al-Mame nodded. In that case, you don't have to practice firing. You just have to learn to load it, release the safety, and get the feel of the trigger. And anyway, where were you planning to practice firing it? Al-Mame shook her head. She had no idea. Also, how were you planning to shoot yourself? Here, give it a try. Tamaru inserted the loaded magazine, checked to make sure the safety was on, and handed the gun to Al-Mame. The safety is on, he said. Al-Mame pressed the muzzle against her temple. She felt the chill of the steel. Looking at her, Tamaru slowly shook his head several times. Trust me, you don't want to aim at your temple. It's a lot harder than you think to shoot yourself in the brain that way. People's hands usually shake, and it throws your aim off. You end up grazing your skull, but not killing yourself. You certainly don't want that to happen. Al-Mame silently shook her head. Look what happened to General Tojo after the war. When the American military came to arrest him, he tried to shoot himself in the heart by pressing the muzzle against his chest and pulling the trigger. But the bullet missed and hit his stomach without killing him. Here you had the top professional soldier in Japan, and to think he didn't know how to kill himself with a gun. They took him straight to the hospital. He got the best care the American medical team could give him, recovered, then was tried and hanged. It's a terrible way to die. A person's last moments are an important thing. You can't choose how you're born, but you can choose how you die. Al-Mame bit her lip. The surest way is to shove the gun barrel in your mouth and blow your brains out from below, like this. Tamaru took the gun from Al-Mame to demonstrate. She knew that the safety was on, but the sight still made her tense up. She could hardly breathe, as if something were stuck in her throat. But even this isn't 100% certain. I actually know a guy who failed to kill himself and ended up in terrible shape. We were together in the self-defense force. He shoved a rifle barrel in his mouth and fired the gun by pressing his big toes against a spoon he had fastened to the trigger. I suppose the barrel must have moved a little. Instead of dying, he became a vegetable. He lived that way for another 10 years. It's not so easy for people to end their own lives. It's not like in the movies. There they do it like nothing, no pain, and it's all over, they're dead. The reality is not like that. You lie in bed for 10 years with the piss oozing out of you. Al-Mame nodded in silence. Tamaru took the bullets out of the magazine and gun and put them in a plastic bag. Then he handed Al-Mame the gun and bullets separately. Now it's not loaded. Al-Mame took them with a nod. Trust me, the smart thing is to think about surviving. It's the most practical thing, too. That's my advice to you. I see, Al-Mame said dryly. Then she wrapped a scarf around the Heckler & Koch HK4, which was like a crude machine, too, and thrust it to the bottom of her shoulder bag. This made the bag a pound or so heavier, but it didn't change its shape. The HK4 was a small pistol. It's not a gun for amateurs, Tamaru said. Speaking from experience, not much good can come of it. But you should be able to handle it all right. You're like me in some ways. In a pinch, you can put the rules ahead of yourself. Probably because the self doesn't really exist. Tamaru had nothing to say to that. You were in the self-defense force? Al-Mame asked. Yeah, in the toughest unit. They fed us rats and snakes and locusts. They're not inedible, but they sure don't taste good. What did you do after that? All kinds of stuff. Security work mainly as a bodyguard, though maybe that's too fancy a word for what I was doing in some cases. I'm not much of a team player, so I tend to work alone. I was involved in the underworld, too, for a little while, when that was the only thing I could find. I saw a lot of stuff going down. Things that most people never have to see in their lifetimes. Still, I never got into the worst of the worst. I was always careful not to cross the line. I'm careful by nature, and I don't think much of the Yakuza. So, like I said before, my record is clean. After that, I came here. Tamaru pointed straight down. My life has been very settled ever since. Not that a stable life is all I'm looking for, but I'd like to try to keep things as they are for now. It isn't easy finding jobs you like. No, of course not, Al-Mame said. But really, shouldn't I pay you something for this? Tamaru shook his head. No, I don't want your money. The world moves less by money than by what you owe people and what they owe you. I don't like to owe anybody anything, so I keep myself as much on the lending side as I can. Thank you, Al-Mame said. If, by any chance, the cops end up grilling you about where you got the gun, I don't want you giving them my name. And if they do come here, I'll deny everything, of course. They'll never find out anything about my past. If they go after Madame, though, I won't have a leg to stand on. I won't give your name, of course. Tamaru pulled a folded piece of notepaper from his pocket and handed it to Al-Mame. On it was written a man's name. Tamaru said, On July 4th, you met this man at the Renoir Cafe near Sendagaya Station. He gave you the gun and 7 bullets, and you paid him 500,000 yen in cash. He contacted you after he heard that you were looking for a gun. If he is questioned by police, he is supposed to freely admit to the charges and spend a few years in prison. You don't have to tell them any more than that. As long as they can establish how the gun got into your hands, the police will come off looking good. And you might spend a little while behind bars, too, for violating the firearm and sword possession control law. Al-Mame memorized the name and handed the slip of paper back to Tamaru. He tore it into little pieces and threw it into the wastebasket. Then he said, Like I said before, I'm very careful by nature. I almost never depend on anybody for anything, and even when I do, I still don't trust them. I never leave things to work themselves out. But what I'm hoping for in this case is that the gun will come back to me unused. Then no one gets in trouble, no one dies, no one gets hurt, and no one goes to prison. Al-Mamen nodded. Meaning you want me to violate Chekhov's rule? Exactly. Chekhov was a great writer, but not all novels have to follow his rules. Not all guns and stories have to be fired, Tamaru said. Then he frowned slightly, as if recalling something. Oh yes, I almost forgot something important. I have to give you a pager. He took a small device from his drawer and set it on the desk. It had a metal clip to attach to clothing or a belt. Tamaru picked up the phone and punched in a 3-digit quick dial code. The phone rang 3 times, and the pager responded by emitting a series of electronic beeps. After turning up the volume as high as it would go, Tamaru pressed a switch to turn it off. He squinted at the device to make sure it displayed the caller's number, and then handed it to Al-Mamen. I'd like you to keep this on you at all times if possible, Tamaru said, or at least don't get too far away from it. If it rings, that means you have a message from me. An important message. I won't signal you to talk about the weather. Call the number you see in the display right away, from a public phone. And one other thing. If you have luggage, put it in a coin locker in Shinjuku Station. Shinjuku Station, Al-Mamen repeated. It goes without saying that you should be ready to travel light. Of course. Back at her apartment, Al-Mamen closed her curtains and took the Heckler & Koch HK4 and the bullets from her shoulder bag. Sitting at the kitchen table, she practiced ejecting and inserting the empty magazines a few times. Her speed increased with each repetition. Her movements developed a rhythm, and her hands stopped trembling. Then she wrapped the pistol in an old T-shirt and hid it in a shoebox, which she shoved to the back of the closet. The bag of bullets she stored inside the pocket of her raincoat on a hanger. Suddenly very thirsty, she took a pitcher of chilled barley tea from the refrigerator and drank 3 glassfuls. Her shoulder muscles were tense and stiff, and the sweat of her armpits had an unusual smell. The awareness that she now possessed a pistol was enough to make the world look a little different. Her surroundings had taken on a strange, unfamiliar coloration. She undressed and took a hot shower to wash off the unpleasant sweat smell. Not all guns have to be fired, she told herself in the shower. A pistol is just a tool, and where I'm living is not a storybook world. It's the real world, full of gaps and inconsistencies and anticlimaxes. 2 weeks passed uneventfully. Al-Mamen went to work at the sports club as usual, teaching her martial arts and stretching classes. She was not supposed to change her daily pattern. She followed the dowager's instructions as strictly as possible. Coming home, she would eat dinner alone. Afterward, she would close the curtains, sit at the kitchen table, and practice handling the Heckler & Koch HK4 until its weight and hardness, the smell of its machine oil, its brute force and quietness all became a part of her. Sometimes she practiced blindfolded using a scarf. Soon, she could nimbly load the magazine, release the safety, and pull back the slide without seeing a thing. The terse rhythmical sound produced by each operation was pleasing to her ears. In the dark, she gradually lost track of the difference between the sounds the implement actually made and her oral perception of the sounds. The boundary between herself and her actions gradually faded until it disappeared entirely. At least once a day she would stand in front of the bathroom mirror and put the muzzle of the loaded gun in her mouth. Feeling the hardness of the metal against the edges of her teeth, she imagined herself pulling the trigger. That was all it would take to end her life. In the next instant, she would have vanished from this world. To the self she saw standing in the mirror, she said, "A few important points. Not to let my hand shake, to brace for the recoil, not to be afraid, and most important, not to hesitate. I could do it now if I wanted to, Al-Mame thought. I just have to pull my finger inward half an inch. It would be so easy. Why don't I just go ahead and do it? But she reconsidered and took the pistol from her mouth, returned the hammer to its uncocked position, set the safety, and laid the gun down by the sink, between the toothpaste tube and her hairbrush. No, it's too soon for that. There's something I have to do first. As instructed by Tamaru, Al-Mame kept the pager with her at all times. She set it next to the alarm clock when she slept. She was ready to deal with it whenever it rang. But another week went by in silence. The pistol in the shoebox, the 7 bullets in the raincoat pocket, the silent pager, her handmade ice pick its deadly point, the suitcase packed with her personal effects, the new face and the new life that must be awaiting her, the bundle of bills in a Shinjuku Station coin locker. Al-Mame spent the midsummer days in their presence. More and more people went off on full-fledged summer vacations. Shops closed their shutters. The streets had fewer passers-by. The number of cars declined, and a hush fell over the city. She sometimes felt she was on the verge of losing track of her location. Is this actually the real world? She asked herself. If it's not, then where should I look for reality? She had no idea where else to look, and so she had no choice for now but to recognize this as the one and only reality, and to use all her strength to ride it out. I'm not afraid to die, Al-Mame reassured herself. What I'm afraid of is having reality get the better of me, of having reality leave me behind. She had gotten everything ready. She was emotionally prepared as well. She could leave her apartment at any time, as soon as Tamaru contacted her, but she heard nothing from him. The end of August was approaching. Soon summer would begin to wind down, and the cicadas outside would ring out their final cries. How could a whole month have shot by like this, even though each day felt horribly long? Al-Mame came home from work at the sports club, threw her sweat-soaked clothes into the hamper, and changed into a tank top and shorts. A violent downpour broke out after noon. The sky turned dark. Pebble-sized raindrops smacked down on the streets, and thunder rumbled. The streets were left soaking wet, but then the sun came out again and used all its energy to evaporate the standing water, shrouding the city in a shimmering curtain of steam. Clouds appeared as the sun was going down, covering the sky in a thick veil and hiding the moons. She felt the need to relax a bit before preparing her supper. Drinking a cold cup of barley tea and nibbling on some edamame she had steamed earlier, she spread the evening paper on the kitchen table and proceeded to skim it in order, first page to last. Nothing piqued her interest. It was just an ordinary evening paper. When she opened to the human interest pages, however, the first thing to attract her attention was a photo of Ayumi. Al-Mame caught her breath and frowned. No, it can't be Ayumi, she thought at first. Al-Mame assumed she must be mistaken. It was someone who looked a lot like her young policewoman friend. Ayumi would never be so prominently featured in the newspaper, complete with the photo. The more she looked, though, the more certain she became that this was her erstwhile partner in those little sex feasts. In the close-up photo, Ayumi had the hint of a smile on her face, an artificial, uncomfortable smile. The real Ayumi always smiled in a natural, open way, with her whole face. This photo looked like one that had been taken for some kind of public album. There was something unnerving in her apparent discomfort. Al-Mame did not want to read the article if possible. If she read the big headline next to the picture, she would be able to guess what had happened. But not reading the article was out of the question. This was reality. Whatever it might be, she could not pass reality by. Mama took a deep breath and started reading. Ayumi Nakano, 26, single, resident of Shinjuku Ward, Tokyo. The article reported that Ayumi had been found dead in a Shibuya hotel room. She had been strangled with the bathrobe sash. Stark naked, she was handcuffed to the bed, a piece of clothing stuffed in her mouth. A hotel staff person had found the body when inspecting the room before noon. Ayumi and a man had taken the room before 11 o'clock the night before, and the man had left alone at dawn. The charges had been paid in advance. This was not a terribly unusual occurrence in the big city, where the commingling of people gave off heat, often in the form of violence. The newspapers were full of such events. This one, however, had unusual aspects. The victim was a policewoman, and the handcuffs that appeared to have been used as a sex toy were the authentic government-issued type, not the cheap kind sold in porno shops. Quite naturally, this was news that attracted people's attention.
Chapter 4. Tengo. It might be better not to wish for such a thing. Where is she now, and what could she be doing? Does she still belong to the Society of Witnesses? I sure hope not, Tengo thought. Of course, religious faith was a matter of individual freedom. He shouldn't be weighing in on it. But as he recalled, she gave no indication as a young girl that she enjoyed being a believer in the Society of Witnesses. In college, Tengo worked part-time in a liquor wholesaler's warehouse. The pay wasn't bad, but moving heavy cases around was hard work, even for the sturdy Tengo, whose every joint would ache at the end of the day. By coincidence, two young fellows who had grown up as second-generation members of the Society of Witnesses worked alongside him. Both were polite young men, nice guys. They were the same age as Tengo, and serious workers. They worked without complaint and without cutting corners. Once after work, the three of them went to a bar and had a pint of beer together. The two of them had been friends since childhood, they said, but a few years earlier they had abandoned the faith. On separating from the religion, they had set foot in the real world. As far as Tengo could see, however, neither of them had fully adapted to their new world. Because they had been raised in a narrow, close-knit community, they found it hard to understand and accept the rules of the broader world. Often they would lose what confidence they had in their own judgments and end up perplexed. They felt liberated by their abandonment of the faith, but they simultaneously retained a nagging suspicion that their decision had been a mistake. Tengo could not help but sympathize with them. If they had separated from that world while they were still children, before their egos had been firmly established, they would have had a much better chance of adapting to the social mainstream. But once they missed that chance, they had no choice but to live in the witness community conforming with its values, or else, with considerable sacrifice, and depending entirely on their own strength, they had to remake their customs and attitudes from the ground up. When he spoke with them, Tengo would recall the girl, and hope that she had not experienced the same pain as these two young men. After the girl finally let go of his hand and dashed out of the classroom without looking back, Tengo could only stand there, unable to do a thing. She had gripped his left hand with considerable strength, and a vivid sense of her touch remained in that hand for several days. Even after more time went by and the direct sensation began to fade, his heart retained the deep impression she had made there. Shortly after that, Tengo experienced his first ejaculation. A very small amount of liquid emerged from the tip of his erect penis. It was somewhat thicker than urine and was accompanied by a faintly painful throbbing. Tengo did not realize that this was the precursor of full-fledged semen. He had never seen such a thing before, and it worried him. Something scary might be happening to him. It was not something he could discuss with his father, however, nor could he ask his classmates about it. That night he awoke from a dream, the contents of which he could not remember, to find his underpants slightly damp. It seemed to Tengo as if, by squeezing his hand, the girl had drawn something out of him. He had no contact with her after that. Aomami maintained the same isolated position in the class, spoke with no one, and recited the usual prayer before lunch in the same clear voice. Even if they happened to pass each other somewhere, her expression exhibited not the slightest change, as if there had been nothing between them, as if she had not even seen Tengo. Tengo, for his part, took to observing Aomami closely and covertly whenever he had the chance. He realized now, on closer inspection, that she had a nice face, nice enough for him to feel he could like her. She was long and thin, and she always wore faded clothing that was too big for her. When she put on gym clothes, he could tell that her chest had not yet begun to develop. Her face displayed virtually no expression. She hardly ever talked, and her eyes, which always seemed to be focused on something far away, had no sign of life in them. Tengo found this strange, because on that day when her eyes had looked straight into his, they had been so clear and luminous. After she squeezed his hand like that, Tengo came to see that this skinny little girl was far tougher inside than the average person. Her grip itself was impressive, but it was more than that. She seemed to possess an even greater strength of mind. Ordinarily, she kept this energy hidden where the other students couldn't see it. When the teacher called on her in class, she would say no more than minimally necessary to answer the question, and sometimes not even that much. But her posted test scores were never bad. Tengo guessed that she could earn still better grades if she wanted to, but she might be deliberately holding back on exams so as not to attract attention. Perhaps this was the wisdom with which a child in her position survived, by minimizing her wounds, staying as small as possible, as nearly transparent as possible. How great it would be, Tengo thought, if only she were a totally ordinary girl with whom he could have a light-hearted conversation. Maybe they could have been good friends. For a 10-year-old boy and girl to become good friends was not easy under any circumstances. Indeed, it might be one of the most difficult accomplishments in the world. But while they ought to have managed the occasional friendly chat, such an opportunity never presented itself to Tengo and Aomami. So rather than make the effort to forge a real relationship with the flesh-and-blood Aomami, Tengo chose to relate to her through the silent realm of imagination and memory. The 10-year-old Tengo had no concrete image of sex. All he wanted from the girl was for her to hold his hand again, if possible. He wanted her to squeeze his hand again someplace where the two of them could be alone. And he wanted her to tell him something, anything, about herself, to whisper some secret about what it meant to be Aomami, what it meant to be a 10-year-old girl. He would try hard to understand it, and that would be the beginning of something, though even now Tengo still had no idea what that something might be. April came, and the new school year began. Now they were fifth graders, but Tengo and the girl were put into separate classes. Sometimes they would pass each other in the hall or wait at the same bus stop, but the girl continued to act as if she were unaware of Tengo's existence, or at least it appeared that way to Tengo. He could be right next to her, and she wouldn't move an eyebrow. She wouldn't even bother to look away from him. As before, all depth and brightness were gone from her eyes. Tengo wondered what that incident in the classroom could have meant. Often it seemed to him like something that had happened in a dream, and yet his hand still retained the vivid feel of Aomami's extraordinary grip. This world was far too full of riddles for Tengo. Then, at some point, he realized that the girl named Aomami was no longer in school. She had transferred to another school, but that was all he found out. No one knew where she had moved to. He was probably the only one in the entire elementary school even slightly bothered by the fact that she had ceased to exist among them. For a very long time after that, Tengo continued to regret his actions, or, more precisely, his lack of action. Now, finally, he could think of the words that he should have spoken to her. Inside him at last were the things that he wanted to tell her, the things he should have told her. It would not have been so hard. He should have stopped her on the street and said something. If only he had found a good opportunity and whipped up a tiny bit of courage. But that had been impossible for Tengo, and now the chance was lost forever. Tengo often thought about Aomame after he graduated from the elementary school and advanced to a public middle school. He started having erections more often and masturbated while thinking of her. He always used his left hand, the hand that retained the touch of her grasp. In his memory, Aomame remained a skinny little girl without breasts, but he was able to bring himself to ejaculation with the thought of her in gym clothes. In high school, he started dating girls his own age. Their brand-new breasts showed clearly through their clothes, and the sight made it hard for Tengo to breathe. But even so, in bed, before he fell asleep at night, Tengo would move his left hand while thinking of Aomame's flat chest, which lacked even a hint of swelling. There must be something wrong with him, something perverted, Tengo thought. Once he entered college, though, Tengo no longer thought about Aomame all the time. The main reason for this was that he started dating real women, actually having sex with some of them. Physically, at least, he was a mature man, for whom the image of a skinny little 10-year-old girl in gym clothes had, naturally enough, grown removed from the objects of his desire. Still, Tengo never again experienced the same intense shuddering of the heart that he had felt when Aomame gripped his hand in the elementary school classroom. None of the women he met in college or after leaving college to the present day made as distinct an impression on his heart as Aomame. He could not find what he was really looking for in any of them. There had been beautiful ones and warm-hearted ones and ones who truly cared for him, but they had come and gone, like vividly colored birds perching momentarily on a branch before flying off somewhere. They could not satisfy him, and he could not satisfy them. Even now, on the verge of turning 30, Tengo was surprised to find his thoughts drifting back to the 10-year-old Aomame. There she was, in the deserted classroom, staring straight at him with her crystal-clear eyes, her hand tightly gripping his. Sometimes her skinny frame was draped in gym clothes, or she was walking behind her mother down the Ichikawa shopping mall on a Sunday morning, her lips clamped shut, her eyes staring at a place that was no place. At such times, Tengo would think, I guess I'll never be able to detach myself from her. And he would kick himself again, now that it was too late, for never having spoken to her in the hallway. If only I had made myself do it. If only I had said something to her. My life might be very different. What reminded him of Aomame was buying edamame in the supermarket. He was choosing among the branches of fresh edamame in the refrigerator case when the thought of Aomame came to him quite naturally. Before he knew it, he was standing there, lost in a daydream. How long this went on, he had no idea, but a woman's voice saying, "Excuse me," brought him back. He was blocking access to the edamame section with his large frame. Tengo stopped daydreaming, apologized to the woman, dropped the edamame branch into his shopping basket, and brought it to the cashier along with his other groceries: shrimp, milk, tofu, lettuce, and crackers. There, he waited in line with the housewives of the neighborhood. It was the crowded evening shopping hour, and the cashier was a slow-moving trainee, which made for a long line. But this didn't bother Tengo. Assuming she was in this line at the cash register, would I know it was Aomame just by looking at her? I wonder. We haven't seen each other in 20 years. The possibility of our recognizing each other must be pretty slim. Or say we pass on the street and I think, could that be Aomame? Would I be able to call out to her on the spot? I can't be sure of that either. I might just lose heart and let her go without doing a thing. And then I'd be filled with regret again. Why couldn't I have said something to her? Just one word. Komatsu often said to Tengo, "What's missing in you is desire and a positive attitude." And maybe he was right. When Tengo had trouble making up his mind, he would think, "Oh well," and resign himself. That was his nature. But if by chance we were to come face to face and were fortunate enough to recognize each other, I would probably open up and tell her everything honestly. We'd go into some nearby cafe, assuming she had the time and accepted my invitation, and sit across from each other, drinking something, while I told her everything. There were so many things he wanted to tell her. I still remember when you squeezed my hand in that classroom. After that, I wanted to be your friend. I wanted to get to know you better, but I just couldn't do it. There were lots of reasons for that, but the main problem was that I was a coward. I regretted it for years. I still regret it, and I think of you all the time." Of course, he would not tell her that he had masturbated while picturing her. That would be in a whole different dimension than sheer honesty. It might be better not to wish for such a thing, though. It might be better never to see her again. I might be disappointed if I actually met her, Tengo thought. Maybe she had turned into some boring, tired-looking office worker. Maybe she had become a frustrated mother shrieking at her kids. Maybe the two of them would have had nothing in common to talk about. Yes, that was a very real possibility. Then Tengo would lose something precious that he had cherished all these years. It would be gone forever. But no, Tengo felt almost certain it wouldn't be like that. In that 10-year-old girl's resolute eyes and strong-willed profile, he had discovered a decisiveness that time could not have worn down. By comparison, what about Tengo himself? Such thoughts made him uneasy. Wasn't Aomame the one who would be disappointed if they met again? In elementary school, Tengo had been recognized by everyone as a math prodigy and received the top grades in almost every subject. He was also an outstanding athlete. Even the teachers treated him with respect and expected great things from him in the future. Aomame might have idolized him. Now, though, he was just a part-time cram school instructor. True, it was an easy job that put no constraints on his solitary lifestyle, but he was far from being a pillar of society. While teaching at the cram school, he wrote fiction on the side, but he was still unpublished. For extra income, he wrote a made-up astrology column for a women's magazine. It was popular, but it was, quite simply, a pack of lies. He had no friends worth mentioning, nor anyone he was in love with. His weekly trysts with a married woman 10 years his senior were virtually his sole human contact. So far, the only accomplishment of which he could be proud was his role as the ghostwriter who turned Air Chrysalis into a bestseller. But that was something he could never mention to anyone. Tengo's thoughts had reached this point when the cashier picked up his grocery basket. He went back to his apartment with a bag of groceries in his arms. Changing into shorts, he took a cold can of beer from the refrigerator and drank it, standing, while he heated a large pot of water. Before the water boiled, he stripped all the leathery edamame pods from the branch, spread them on a cutting board, and rubbed them all over with salt. When the water boiled, he threw them into the pot. Tengo wondered, why has that skinny little 10-year-old girl stayed in my heart all these years? She came over to me after class and squeezed my hand without saying a word. That was all. But in that time, Aomame seemed to have taken part of him with her, part of his heart or body, and in its place she had left part of her heart or body inside him. This important exchange had taken place in a matter of seconds. Tengo chopped a lot of ginger to a fine consistency. Then he sliced some celery and mushrooms into nice-sized pieces. The Chinese parsley, too, he chopped up finely. He peeled the shrimp and washed them at the sink. Spreading a paper towel, he laid the shrimp out in neat rows, like troops in formation. When the edamame were finished boiling, he drained them in a colander and left them to cool. Next, he warmed a large frying pan and dribbled in some sesame oil and spread it over the bottom. He slowly fried the chopped ginger over a low flame. I wish I could meet Aomame right now, Tengo started thinking again. Even if she turned out to be disappointed in him, or he was a little disappointed in her, he didn't care. He wanted to see her in any case. All he wanted was to find out what kind of life she had led since then, what kind of place she was in now, what kinds of things gave her joy, and what kinds of things made her sad. No matter how much the two of them had changed, or whether all possibility of their getting together had already been lost, this in no way altered the fact that they had exchanged something important in that empty elementary school classroom so long ago. He put the sliced celery and mushrooms into the frying pan. Turning the gas flame up to high and lightly jogging the pan, he carefully stirred the contents with a bamboo spatula, adding a sprinkle of salt and pepper. When the vegetables were just beginning to cook, he tossed the drained shrimp into the pan. After adding another dose of salt and pepper to the whole thing, He poured in a small glass of sake, then a dash of soy sauce, and finally a scattering of Chinese parsley. Tengo performed all these operations on automatic pilot. This was not a dish that required complicated procedures. His hands moved on their own with precision, but his mind stayed focused on aomame the whole time. When the stir-fried shrimp and vegetables were ready, Tengo transferred the food from the frying pan to a large platter along with the edamame. He took a fresh beer from the refrigerator, sat at the kitchen table, and, still lost in thought, proceeded to eat the steaming food. I've obviously been changing a lot over the past several months. Maybe you could say I'm growing up, mentally and emotionally. At last, on the verge of turning 30. Well, isn't that something? With his partially drunk beer in hand, Tengo shook his head in self-derision. Really, isn't that something? How many years will it take me to reach full maturity at this rate? In any case, though, it seemed clear that Air Chrysalis had been the catalyst for the changes going on inside him. The act of rewriting Fukairi's story in his own words had produced in Tengo a strong desire to give literary form to the story inside himself. And part of that strong new desire was a need for aomame. Something was making him think about aomame all the time now. At every opportunity, his thoughts would be drawn back to that classroom on an afternoon 20 years earlier, the way a strong riptide could sweep the feet out from under a person standing on the shore. Tengo drank only half his beer and ate only half his shrimp and vegetables. He poured the leftover beer into the sink, and the food he transferred to a small plate, covered it with plastic wrap, and put it in the refrigerator. After the meal, Tengo sat at his desk, switched on his word processor, and opened his partially written document. True, rewriting the past probably had almost no meaning, Tengo felt. His older girlfriend had been right about that. No matter how passionately or minutely he might attempt to rewrite the past, the present circumstances in which he found himself would remain generally unchanged. Time had the power to cancel all changes wrought by human artifice, overwriting all new revisions with further revisions, returning the flow to its original course. A few minor facts might be changed, but Tengo would still be Tengo. What Tengo would have to do, it seemed, was take a hard, honest look at the past while standing at the crossroads of the present. Then he could create a future, as though he were rewriting the past. It was the only way. Contrition and repentance tear the sinful heart in two. Oh, that my teardrops may be a sweet balm unto thee, faithful Jesus. This was the meaning of the aria from the St. Matthew Passion that Fukairi had sung the other day. He had wondered about it and listened again to his recording at home, looking up the words in translation. It was an aria near the beginning of the Passion, concerned with the so-called anointing in Bethany. When Jesus visits the home of a leper in the town of Bethany, a woman pours very costly, fragrant oil on his head. The disciples around him scold her for wasting the precious ointment, saying that she could have sold it and used the money to help the poor. But Jesus quiets the angry disciples and says that the woman has done a good deed. For in pouring this fragrant oil on my body, she did it for my burial. The woman knew that Jesus would have to die soon, and so, as though bathing him in her tears, she could do no less than pour the valuable, fragrant oil on his head. Jesus also knew that he would soon have to tread the road to death, and he told his disciples, "Wherever this gospel is preached in the whole world, what this woman has done will also be told as a memorial to her." None of them, of course, was able to change the future. Tengo closed his eyes again, took a deep breath, found the words he needed, and set them in a row. Then he rearranged them to give the image greater clarity and precision. Finally, he improved the rhythm. Like Vladimir Horowitz seated before 88 brand-new keys, Tengo curved his 10 fingers suspended in space. Then, when he was ready, he began typing characters to fill the word processor's screen. He depicted a world in which 2 moons hung side by side in the evening eastern sky, the people living in that world and the time flowing through it. Wherever this gospel is preached in the whole world, what this woman has done will also be told as a memorial to her.
Chapter 5. Almame, the vegetarian cat, meets up with the rat. Once she had managed to comprehend the sheer fact that Ayumi had died, Almame went through a brief period involving a certain process of mental adjustment. Eventually, when the first phase of the process ended, she began to cry. She cried quietly, even silently, burying her face in her hands, her shoulders quivering, as if she wanted to be sure that no one else in the world could tell that she was crying. The window curtains were shut tight, but still, someone might be watching. That night, Almame spread the newspaper on the kitchen table, and, in its presence, she cried without interruption. Now and then a sob escaped her, but the rest of the time she cried soundlessly. Her tears ran down her hands and onto the paper. Almame did not cry easily in this world. Whenever she felt like crying, she would instead become angry at someone else or at herself, which meant that it was rare for her to shed tears. Once they started pouring out of her, though, she couldn't stop them. She hadn't had such a long cry since Tamaki Otsuka killed herself. How many years ago had that been? She could not remember. In any case, it had been a long time before, and she had cried forever. It went on for days. She ate nothing the whole time and stayed shut up indoors. Now and then she would replenish the water that she had cried out in tears, and then she would collapse and doze. That was all. The rest of the time she went on weeping. That was the last time she did anything like this. Ayumi was no longer in this world. She was now a cold corpse that was probably being sent for forensic dissection. When that ended, they would sew her back together, probably give her a simple funeral, send her to the crematorium and burn her. She would turn into smoke, rise up into the sky and mix with the clouds. Then she would come down to the earth again as rain, and nurture some nameless patch of grass with no story to tell. But Mama would never see Ayumi alive again. This seemed warped and misguided, in opposition to the flow of nature and horribly unfair. Ayumi was the only person for whom Mama had been able to feel anything like friendship since Tamaki Otsuka left the world. Unfortunately, however, there had been limits to her friendship. Ayumi was an active duty police officer and Mama a serial murderer. True, she was a murderer motivated by conviction and conscience, but a murderer is, in the end, a murderer, a criminal in the eyes of the law. For this reason, Mama had to make an effort to harden her heart and not respond when Ayumi sought to deepen their ties. Ayumi must have realized this to some extent, that Mama had some kind of personal secret or secrets that caused her deliberately to put a certain distance between them. Ayumi had excellent intuition. At least half of her easy openness was an act, behind which lurked a soft and sensitive vulnerability. Mama knew this to be true. Her own defensiveness had probably saddened Ayumi, making her feel rejected and distanced. The thought was like a needle stabbing Mama in the chest. And so Ayumi had been murdered. She had probably met a man in the city, had drinks with him, and gone to the hotel. Then, in the dark, sealed room, their elaborate sex game had begun. Handcuffs, a gag, a blindfold. Mama could picture the scene. The man tightened the sash of his bathrobe around the woman's neck, and as he watched her writhe in agony, his excitement mounted until he ejaculated. But the man tightened the sash with too much force. What was supposed to have ended at the point of crisis did not end. Ayumi must have feared that such a thing might happen. She needed intense sexual activity at regular intervals. Her flesh needed it. And so perhaps did her mind. Like Aomame, she did not want a regular lover. But Ayumi tended to wade in deeper than Aomame. She preferred wilder, riskier sex. Perhaps unconsciously, she wanted to be hurt. Aomame was different. She was more cautious, and she refused to be hurt by anyone. She would fiercely resist if a man tried such a thing. But Ayumi tended to respond to a man's desire, whatever it might be, and she looked forward to finding out what he would give her in return. It was a dangerous tendency. These sexual partners of hers were ultimately passing strangers. It was impossible to find out what desires they possessed, what tendencies they were hiding, until the critical moment. Ayumi herself recognized the danger, of course, which was why she needed a stable partner like Aomame, someone to put on the brakes and watch over her with care. In her own way, Aomame too needed Ayumi, who possessed abilities that she herself happened to lack. An open, cheerful personality that put people at ease, a friendly manner, a natural curiosity, a positive attitude, a talent for interesting conversation, large breasts that attracted attention. All Aomame had to do was stay next to Ayumi with a mysterious smile on her face. The men would want to find out what lay behind that smile. In that sense, Aomame and Ayumi were an ideal team, an invincible sex machine. I should have been more open and accepting with that girl, Aomame thought. I should have reciprocated her feelings and held her tight. That was the one thing she was hoping for, to be accepted and embraced unconditionally, to be comforted by someone, if only for a moment. But I could not respond to her need. My instinct for self-preservation is too strong, and so is my determination to keep Tamaki Otsuka's memory unsullied. So Ayumi went out to the city at night alone, without Aomame, to be strangled to death, shackled by the cold steel of genuine handcuffs, blindfolded, her stockings or underwear stuffed in her mouth. The thing that Ayumi had always feared had become a reality. If Aomame had accepted her more willingly, Ayumi would probably not have gone out that night. She would have called and asked Aomame to go with her. They would have gone to a safer place and checked on each other as they lay in their men's arms. But Ayumi had probably been hesitant to impose on Aomame. And Aomame had never once called Ayumi to suggest an outing. It was nearly 4 o'clock in the morning when Aomame found that she could no longer bear to stay alone in her apartment. She stepped into a pair of sandals and went out, walking aimlessly through the pre-dawn streets, wearing only shorts and a tank top. Someone called out to her, but she kept walking straight ahead. She walked until she was thirsty. Then she stopped by an all-night convenience store, bought a large carton of orange juice, and drank it on the spot. Then she went back to her apartment to cry. I loved Ayumi, she thought, even more than I realized. If she wanted to touch me, I should have let her touch me anywhere she liked, as much as she liked. The next day's paper carried another report under the heading, Policewoman Strangled in Shibuya Hotel. The police were doing everything in their power to catch the man, it said, and the woman's fellow officers were utterly perplexed. Ayumi was a cheerful person who was well liked by everyone, a responsible and energetic individual who had always earned high marks for her police work. Several of her relatives, including her father and brother, were also police officers, and their family ties were strong. All were puzzled as to how such a thing could have happened to her. None of them know, Aomame thought. But I know. Ayumi had a great emptiness inside her, like a desert at the edge of the earth. You could try watering it all you wanted, but everything would be sucked down to the bottom of the world, leaving no trace of moisture. No life could take root there. Not even birds would fly over it. What had created such a wasteland inside Ayumi, only she herself knew. No, maybe not even Ayumi knew the true cause. But one of the biggest factors had to be the twisted sexual desires that the men around Ayumi had forced upon her. As if to build a fence around the fatal emptiness inside her, she had to create the sunny person that she became. But if you peeled away the ornamental egos that she had built, there was only an abyss of nothingness, and the intense thirst that came with it. Though she tried to forget it, the nothingness would visit her periodically, on a lonely rainy afternoon, or at dawn when she woke from a nightmare. What she needed at such times was to be held by someone. Anyone. Al-Mame took the Heckler & Koch HK4 from the shoebox, loaded the magazine with practiced movements, released the safety, pulled back the slide, sent a bullet into the chamber, raised the hammer, and aimed the gun at a point on the wall with both hands solidly on the grip. The barrel was rock steady. Her hands no longer trembled. Al-Mame held her breath, went into a moment of total concentration, and then let out one long breath. Lowering the pistol, she reset the safety and tested the weight of the gun in her hand. Staring at its dull gleam, the gun had almost become a part of her body. I have to keep my emotions in check, Al-Mame told herself. Even if I were to punish Ayumi's uncle or brother, they wouldn't know what they were being punished for. And nothing I could do to them now would bring Ayumi back. Poor kid. Something like this had to happen sooner or later. Ayumi was on a slow but unavoidable approach toward the center of a deadly whirlpool. And even if I had been warmer to her, there were probably limits to how much that could have accomplished. It's time for me to stop crying. I'll have to change my attitude again. I'll have to put the rules ahead of myself. That's the important thing, as Tamaru said. On the morning of the 5th day after Ayumi died, the pager finally rang. At the time, she was in the kitchen boiling water to make coffee and listening to the news on the radio. The pager was sitting on the kitchen table. She read the telephone number displayed on the small screen. It was not one she knew, but it had to be a message from Tamaru. She went to a nearby payphone and dialed the number. Tamaru answered after the 3rd ring. "All set to go?" Tamaru asked. "Of course," Al-Mame answered. "Here is Madame's message. 7 o'clock tonight in the lobby of the Hotel Okura's main building. Dress for work as usual. Sorry for the short notice, but this could only be arranged at the last minute. 7 o'clock tonight in the lobby of the Hotel Okura's main building," Al-Mame repeated mechanically. "I'd like to wish you luck, but I'm afraid a good luck wish from me won't do any good," Tamaru said. "Because you don't believe in luck." "Even if I wanted to, I don't know what it's like," Tamaru said. "I've never seen it." "That's okay. I don't need good wishes. There's something I'd like you to do for me instead. I have a potted rubber plant in my apartment. I'd like you to take care of it. I couldn't bring myself to throw it out." "I'll take care of it." "Thanks. A rubber plant's a lot easier to take care of than a cat or a tropical fish. Anything else?" "Not a thing. Just throw out everything I leave behind." "When you've finished the job, go to Shinjuku Station and call this number again. I'll give you your next instructions then." "When I finish the job, I go to Shinjuku Station and call this number again," Al-Mame repeated. "I think you know not to write down the telephone number. When you leave home, break the pager and get rid of it somewhere." "I see. Okay. We've lined up everything to the last detail. You don't have to worry about a thing. Just leave the rest to us." I won't worry, Al-Mame said. Tamaru kept silent for a moment. Do you want my honest opinion? Sure. I don't mean to say that what you two are doing is useless. I really don't. It's your problem, not mine. But I do think that, at the very least, it's reckless. And there's no end to it. You may be right, Al-Mame said. But it's beyond changing now. Like avalanches in the spring. Probably. But sensible people don't go into avalanche country in avalanche season. A sensible person wouldn't be having this conversation with you. You may be right, Tamaru had to admit. Anyhow, are there any relatives we should be contacting in case an avalanche does occur? None at all. You mean there aren't any? Or they're there but they're not? They're there but they're not. That's fine, Tamaru said. It's best to travel light. A rubber plant is just about the ideal family. Seeing those goldfish in Madame's house suddenly made me want to have some of my own. They'd be nice to have around. They're little and quiet and probably don't make too many demands. So I went to a shop by my station the next day, thinking I was going to buy some. But when I actually saw them in the tank, I didn't want them anymore. Instead, I bought this sad little rubber plant. One of the last ones they had. I'd say you made the right choice. I might never be able to buy goldfish. Ever. Maybe not, Tamaru said. You could buy another rubber plant. A short silence ensued. 7 o'clock tonight, in the lobby of the Hotel Okura's main building, Al-Mame said again to reconfirm. You just have to sit there. They'll find you. They'll find me. Tamaru cleared his throat. By the way, do you know the story about the vegetarian cat who met up with the rat? Never heard that one. Would you like to? Very much. A cat met up with a big male rat in the attic and chased him into a corner. The rat, trembling, said, Please don't eat me, Mr. Cat. I have to go back to my family. I have hungry children waiting for me. Please let me go. The cat said, Don't worry, I won't eat you. To tell you the truth, I can't say this too loudly, but I'm a vegetarian. I don't eat any meat. You were lucky to run into me. The rat said, Oh, what a wonderful day. What a lucky rat I am to meet up with a vegetarian cat. But the very next second, the cat pounced on the rat, held him down with his claws, and sank his sharp teeth into the rat's throat. With his last painful breath, the rat asked him, But, Mr. Cat, didn't you say you're a vegetarian and don't eat any meat? Were you lying to me? The cat licked his chops and said, True, I don't eat meat. That was no lie. I'm going to take you home in my mouth and trade you for lettuce. Al-Mame thought about this for a moment. What's the point? No point, really. I suddenly remembered the story when we were talking about luck before. That's all. You can take whatever you like from it, of course. What a heartwarming story. Oh, and another thing. I'm pretty sure they're going to pat you down and search your bag before they let you in. They're a careful bunch. Better keep that in mind. I'll keep it in mind. All right, then, Tamaru said. Let's meet again somewhere. Again somewhere, Al-Mame repeated by reflex. Tamaru cut the connection. Al-Mame looked at the receiver for a moment, grimaced slightly, and put it down. Then, after committing the number displayed on the pager to memory, she deleted it. Again somewhere, Al-Mame repeated to herself. But she knew she would probably never see Tamaru again. Al-Mame scoured the morning paper, but found nothing on Ayumi's murder. This probably meant that the investigation had turned up nothing new. No doubt all the weekly magazines would be mining the case for every weird angle they could find. A young, active-duty policewoman engages in sex games with handcuffs in a Shibuya love hotel, and is strangled stark naked. Mame didn't want to read any sensationalistic reports. She had avoided turning on the television ever since it happened, not wanting to hear some female news announcer reporting on Ayumi's death in the usual artificial high-pitched tones. Of course, she wanted the perpetrator to be caught. He had to be punished no matter what. But would it make any difference if he were arrested, tried, and all the details of the murder came out? It wouldn't bring Ayumi back, that much was certain. In any case, the sentence would be a light one. It would probably be judged to have been not a homicide, but involuntary manslaughter, an accident. Of course, not even a death penalty could make up for what had happened. Mame closed the paper, rested her elbows on the table, and covered her face with her hands for a while. She thought about Ayumi, but the tears no longer came. Now she was just angry. She still had a lot of time until 7 o'clock in the evening, but nothing to do in the meantime. No work at the sports club. Following Tamaru's instructions, she had already deposited her small travel bag and shoulder bag in a coin locker at Shinjuku Station. The travel bag contained a sheaf of bills and enough clothing, including underwear and stockings, for several days. She had been going to Shinjuku once every 3 days to deposit more coins in the slot and double-check on the contents. She had no need to clean her apartment, and even if she wanted to cook, the refrigerator was nearly empty. Aside from the rubber plant, there was almost nothing left in the room that still had the smell of life. She had gotten rid of everything connected to her personal information. All the drawers were empty, and as of tomorrow, I won't be here either. Not a trace of me will be left. The clothes she would wear that evening were nicely folded and stacked on the bed. Next to them she had placed a blue gym bag. Inside was a complete set of stretching equipment. She checked the contents of the bag once more for safety's sake. Jersey top and bottom, yoga mat, large and small towels, and small hard case containing the fine pointed ice pick. Everything was there. She took the ice pick out of the case, pulled off the cork, and touched the point to make sure it was still plenty sharp. To make doubly sure, she gave it a light sharpening with her finest whetstone. She pictured the needle sinking soundlessly into that special point on the back of the man's neck, as if being sucked inside. As usual, everything should end in an instant. No screaming, no bleeding, just a momentary spasm. Mame thrust the needle back into the cork and carefully returned the ice pick to its case. Next, she pulled the t-shirt wrapped Heckler & Koch from its shoebox and with practiced movements loaded 7 9mm bullets into the magazine. With a dry sound, she sent a cartridge into the chamber. She released the safety catch and set it again. She wrapped the pistol in a white handkerchief and put it in a vinyl pouch. This she hid in a change of underwear. Now, was there anything else I had to do? She couldn't think of anything. Standing in the kitchen, Mame made coffee with the boiled water. Then she sat at the table, drinking it with a croissant. This may be my last job, Mame thought. It's also going to be my most important and most difficult job. Once I've finished this assignment, I won't have to kill anyone anymore. Mame was not opposed to losing her identity. If anything, she welcomed it. She was not particularly attached to her name or her face, and could think of nothing about her past that she would regret losing. A reset of my life. This may be the one thing I've longed for most. Strangely enough, the one thing that Mame felt she did not want to lose was her rather sad little breasts. From the age of 12, she had lived with an unwavering dissatisfaction with regard to the shape and size of her breasts. It often occurred to her that she might have been able to live a far more serene life if only her breasts had been a little larger. And yet now, when she was being given a chance to enlarge them, a choice that carried with it a certain necessity, she found that she had absolutely no desire to make the change. They were fine as they were. Indeed, they were just right. She touched her breasts through her tank top. They were the same breasts as always, shaped like 2 lumps of dough that had failed to rise because of a failure to properly combine the ingredients, and subtly different in size. She shook her head. But never mind. These are me. What will be left of me besides these breasts? Tango's memory will stay with me, of course. The touch of his hand will stay. My shuddering emotion will stay. The desire to be in his arms will stay. Even if I became a completely different person, my love for Tango can never be taken from me. That's the biggest difference between Ayumi and me. At my core, there is not nothing. Neither is it a parched wasteland. At my core, there is love. I'll go on loving that 10-year-old boy named Tango forever. His strength, his intelligence, his kindness. He does not exist here with me, but flesh that does not exist will never die, and promises unmade are never broken. The 30-year-old Tango inside of Aomame was not the real Tango. That Tango was nothing but a hypothesis, as it were, created entirely in Aomame's mind. Tango still had his strength and intelligence and kindness, and now he was a grown man with thick arms, a broad chest, and big, strong genitals. He could be by her side whenever she wanted him there, holding her tightly, stroking her hair, kissing her. Their room was always dark, and Aomame couldn't see him. All that her eyes could take in was his eyes. Even in the dark, she could see his warm eyes. She could look into them and see the world as he saw it. Aomame's occasional overwhelming need to sleep with other men came, perhaps from her wish to keep the Tango she nurtured inside her as unsullied as possible. By engaging in wild sex with unknown men, what she hoped to accomplish surely was a liberation of her flesh from the desire that bound it. She wanted to spend time alone with Tango, in the calm, quiet world that came to her after the liberation, just the two of them together, undisturbed. Surely that was what Aomame wanted. Aomame spent several hours that afternoon thinking about Tango. She sat on the aluminum chair on her narrow balcony, looking up at the sky, listening to the roar of the traffic, occasionally holding a leaf of her sad little rubber plant between her fingers as she thought of him. There was still no moon to be seen in the afternoon sky. That wouldn't happen for some hours yet. Where will I be at this time tomorrow? Aomame wondered. I have no idea. But that's a minor matter, compared with the fact that Tango exists in this world. Aomame gave her rubber plant its last watering, and then she put Janacek Sinfonietta on the record player. It was the only record she had kept after getting rid of all the others. She closed her eyes and listened to the music, imagining the wind-swept fields of Bohemia. How wonderful it would be to walk with Tango in such a place. They would be holding hands, of course. The breeze would sweep past, soundlessly swaying the soft green grass. Aomame could feel the warmth of Tango's hand in hers. The scene would gradually fade like a movie's happy ending. Aomame then lay down on her bed and slept for 30 minutes, curled up in a ball. She did not dream. It was a sleep that required no dreaming. When she woke, the hands of the clock were pointing to 4:30. Using the food still left in the refrigerator, she made herself some ham and eggs. She drank orange juice straight from the carton. The silence after her nap was strangely heavy. She turned on the FM radio to find Vivaldi's Concerto for Woodwinds playing. The piccolo was trilling away like the chirping of a little bird. To our Mame, this sounded like music intended to emphasize the unreality of her present reality. After clearing the dishes from the table, our Mame took a shower and changed into the outfit she had prepared weeks ago for this day. Simple clothes that made for easy movement. Pale blue cotton pants and a white short-sleeved blouse, free of ornamentation. She gathered her hair in a bun and put it up, holding it in place with a comb. No accessories. Instead of putting the clothes she had been wearing into the hamper, she stuffed them into a black plastic garbage bag for Tamaru to get rid of. She trimmed her fingernails and took time brushing her teeth. She also cleaned her ears. Then she trimmed her eyebrows, spread a thin layer of cream over her face, and put a tiny dab of cologne on the back of her neck. She inspected the details of her face from every angle in the mirror to be sure there were no problems, and then, picking up a vinyl gym bag with the Nike logo, she left the room. Standing by the front door, she turned for one last look, aware that she would never be coming back. The thought made the apartment appear unbelievably shabby, like a prison that only locked from the inside, bereft of any picture or vase. The only thing left was the bargain sale rubber plant on the balcony, which she had bought instead of goldfish. She could hardly believe she had spent years of her life in this place, without question or discontent. "Goodbye," she murmured, bidding farewell not so much to the apartment as to the self that had lived here.
Chapter 6. Tengo. We have very long arms. The situation showed little development for a while. No one contacted Tengo. No messages arrived from Komatsu or Professor Ebisuno or Fukaeri. They all might have forgotten him and gone off to the moon. Tengo would have no problem with that if it were true, but things would never work out so conveniently for him. No, they had not gone to the moon. They just had a lot to do that kept them busy day after day, and they had neither the time nor the consideration to let Tengo know what they were up to. Tengo tried to read the newspaper every day, in keeping with Komatsu's instructions, but, at least in the paper he read, nothing further about Fukaeri appeared. The newspaper industry actively sought out events that had already happened, but took a relatively passive attitude toward ongoing events. Thus it probably carried the tacit message, "Nothing much is happening now." Having no television himself, Tengo did not know how television news shows were handling the case. As for the weekly magazines, virtually all of them picked up the story. Not that Tengo actually read them. He just saw the magazine ads in the newspaper with their sensational headlines. Truth about the enigmatic disappearance of the beautiful best-selling teenage author. Air Chrysalis author Fukaeri, 17. Where did she disappear to? Hidden background of beautiful runaway teenage author. Several of the ads even included Fukaeri's photo, the one taken at the press conference. Tengo was of course not uninterested in what the articles might say, but he was not about to spend the money it would take to compile a complete set of weeklies. Komatsu would probably let him know if there was anything in them that he should be concerned about. The absence of contact meant that, for the moment, there had been no new developments. In other words, people had still not realized that Air Chrysalis had, perhaps, been the product of a ghostwriter. Judging from the headlines, the media were focused on the identity of Fukaeri's father as a once-famous radical activist. The fact that she had spent an isolated childhood in a commune in the hills of Yamanashi, and her present guardian, Professor Ebisuno, a formerly well-known intellectual. And even as the whereabouts of the beautiful, enigmatic teenage author remained a mystery, Air Chrysalis continued to occupy the bestseller list. Such questions were enough to arouse people's interest. If it appeared that Fukaeri's disappearance was going to drag on, however, It was probably just a matter of time until investigations would begin to probe into broader areas. Then things might get sticky. If anyone decided to look into Fuka Eri's schooling, for example, they might discover that she was dyslexic and, possibly for that reason, hardly went to school at all. Her grades in Japanese or her compositions, assuming she wrote any, might come out, and that might naturally lead to the question of how a dyslexic girl had managed to produce such sterling prose. It didn't take a genius to imagine how, at that point, people might start wondering if she had had help. Such doubts would be brought to Komatsu first. He was the editor in charge of the story and had overseen everything regarding its publication. Komatsu would surely insist that he knew nothing about the matter. With a cool look on his face, he would maintain that his only role had been to pass the author's manuscript on to the selection committee, that he had had nothing to do with the process of its creation. Komatsu was good at keeping a straight face when saying things he didn't believe, though this was a skill mastered by all experienced editors to some degree. No sooner had he denied any knowledge of the deception than he would call Tengo and dramatically say something like, "Hey, Tengo, it's starting. The heat is on," as if he himself were enjoying the mess. And maybe he was. Tengo sometimes felt that Komatsu had a certain desire for self-destruction. Maybe deep down he was hoping to see the whole plan exposed, a big juicy scandal blow up, and all connected parties blasted into the sky. And yet, at the same time, Komatsu could be a hard-headed realist. He would be more likely to cast his desire aside than to sail over the edge toward destruction. Komatsu probably had it all figured out so that no matter what happened, he at least would survive. Just how he would manage it in this case, Tengo did not know, but Komatsu probably had his own clever ways of exploiting anything, be it a scandal or even total destruction. He was a shrewd player who was in no position to be criticizing Professor Ebisuno in that regard. But Tengo told himself with some confidence that Komatsu would be sure to contact him if clouds of suspicion began to appear on the horizon concerning the authorship of Air Chrysalis. So far, Tengo had merely functioned as a convenient and effective tool for Komatsu, but now he was also Komatsu's Achilles heel. If Tengo were to disclose all the facts, that would put Komatsu in a terrible position, so Komatsu could not afford to ignore him. All Tengo had to do was wait for Komatsu to call. As long as there was no call, the heat was not on. Tengo was more interested in what Professor Ebisuno might be doing at the moment. No doubt he was making things happen with the police, hounding them with the possibility that Sakigake was involved in Fuka Eri's disappearance, exploiting the event to pry open the religious organization's hard shell. But were the police moving in that direction? Yes, they probably were. The media were already foaming at the mouth over the relationship of Fuka Eri and Sakigake. If the police did nothing, and important facts later emerged along that line, they would be attacked for having failed to investigate. In any case, however, their investigation would be carried out behind the scenes, which meant that no substantial new information was to be gleaned from either the weekly magazines or TV news. Coming home from the cram school one day, Tengo found a thick envelope shoved into his mailbox in the apartment building's front entrance. It bore Komatsu's name as sender, the logo of his publisher, and 6 special delivery postmarks. Back in his apartment, Tengo opened it to find copies of all the latest reviews of Air Chrysalis and a letter from Komatsu. Deciphering Komatsu's scrawl took a good bit of time. Tengo, there have been no major developments so far. They still haven't found Fuka Eri. The weekly magazines and TV reports are mainly concentrating on the question of her birth and childhood, and fortunately the damage has not spread to us. The book keeps selling more and more, which may or may not be a cause for celebration. It's hard to say. The company's very happy, though, and the boss gave me a certificate of commendation and a cash bonus. I've been working for this publisher for over 20 years, but this is the first time he's ever had anything nice to say about me. It kind of makes me want to see the look on their faces if they found out the truth. I'm enclosing copies of reviews and other articles regarding Air Chrysalis. Have a look at them for your own enlightenment when you get a chance. I think some of them will be of special interest to you, and a few will make you laugh, if you're in the mood for laughing, that is. I had an acquaintance of mine look into that New Japan Foundation for the advancement of scholarship and the arts we talked about. It was set up a few years ago, received government approval, and is now actively operating. It has an office and submits its annual financial reports. It awards grants to a number of scholars and writers each year, or so they claim. My source can't tell where they get their money, and he finds the whole thing just plain fishy. It could be a front established as a tax write-off. A detailed investigation might turn up some more information, but we don't have that kind of time and effort to spare. As I said to you when we last talked, I'm not quite convinced that a place like that wants to give 3 million yen to an unknown writer like you. There's something going on behind the scenes, and we can't discount the possibility that Sakigake has something to do with it. If so, it means they've sniffed out your connection to Air Chrysalis. In any case, it makes sense for you to have nothing to do with that organization. Tengo returned Komatsu's letter to the envelope. Why would Komatsu have bothered to write him a letter? It could simply be that as long as he was sending the reviews, he put a letter in with them, but that was not like Komatsu. If he had something to tell Tengo, he would have done it on the phone, as usual. A letter like this could remain as evidence in the future. Cautious Komatsu could not have failed to think about that. Or perhaps Komatsu was less worried about evidence remaining than the possibility of a wiretap. Tengo looked over at his phone. A wiretap. It had never occurred to him that anyone might be tapping his phone. Though, come to think of it, no one had called him in the past week. Maybe it was common knowledge that this phone was being tapped. He had not even heard from his older girlfriend, who liked talking on the phone. That was very unusual. Even more unusual was the fact that she had not come to his apartment last Friday. She always called if something came up to prevent her from visiting him. Say her child was home from school with a cold, or her period had started all of a sudden. That Friday, however, she had not contacted him. She simply never showed up. Tengo had prepared a simple lunch for them in anticipation of her arrival, but ended up spending the day alone. Perhaps she was stuck dealing with some emergency, but it was not normal not to have had the slightest word from her. Meanwhile, he was not able to contact her from his end. Tengo stopped thinking about both his girlfriend and the telephone. He sat at the kitchen table to read the book reviews in order. They had been assembled chronologically, the title of the newspaper or magazine and date of publication written in ballpoint pen in the upper left-hand corner. Komatsu must have had his part-time female assistant do it. He would never have undertaken such drudgery himself. Most of the reviews were positive. Many of the reviewers praised the story's depth and boldness and acknowledged the precision of the style, several of them finding it incredible that the work had been written by a 17-year-old girl. Not a bad guess, Tengo thought. One article called the author a Françoise Sagan who has absorbed the air of magical realism. This piece, though vague and filled with reservations, generally seemed to be in praise of the work. More than a few of the reviewers seemed perplexed by, or simply undecided about, the meaning of the air chrysalis and the little people. One reviewer concluded his piece, "As a story, the work is put together in an exceptionally interesting way, and it carries the reader along to the very end. But when it comes to the question of what is an air chrysalis, or who are the little people, we are left in a pool of mysterious question marks. This may well be the author's intention, but many readers are likely to take this lack of clarification as a sign of authorial laziness. While this may be fine for a debut work, if the author intends to have a long career as a writer, in the near future she may well need to explain her deliberately cryptic posture." Tengo cocked his head in puzzlement. If an author succeeded in writing a story put together in an exceptionally interesting way that carries the reader along to the very end, who could possibly call such a writer lazy? But Tengo, in all honesty, had nothing clear to say to this. Maybe his thoughts on the matter were mistaken, and the critic was right. He had immersed himself so deeply in the rewriting of Air Chrysalis that he was practically incapable of any kind of objectivity. He now saw the Air Chrysalis and the little people as things that existed inside himself. Not even he could honestly say he knew what they meant. Nor was this so very important to him. The most meaningful thing was whether or not one could accept their existence as a fact, and Tengo was able to do this quite readily, which was precisely why he had been able to immerse his heart and soul in rewriting Air Chrysalis. Had he not been able to accept the story on its own terms, he would never have participated in the fraud, even if tempted with a fortune or faced with threats. Still, Tengo's reading of the story was his and his alone. He could not help feeling a certain sympathy for the trusting men and women who were left in a pool of mysterious question marks after reading Air Chrysalis. He pictured a bunch of dismayed-looking people clutching at colorful flotation rings as they drifted aimlessly in a large pool full of question marks. In the sky above them shone an utterly unrealistic sun. Tengo felt a certain sense of responsibility for having foisted such a state of affairs upon the public. But who can possibly save all the people of the world, Tengo thought. You could bring all the gods of the world into one place, and still they couldn't abolish nuclear weapons or eradicate terrorism. They couldn't end the drought in Africa or bring John Lennon back to life. Far from it. The gods would just break into factions and start fighting among themselves, and the world would probably become even more chaotic than it is now. Considering the sense of powerlessness that such a state of affairs would bring about, to have people floating in a pool of mysterious question marks seems like a minor sin. Tengo read about half of the Air Chrysalis reviews that Komatsu had sent before stuffing them back into the envelope. He could pretty well imagine what the rest were like. As a story, Air Chrysalis was fascinating to many people. It had fascinated Tengo and Komatsu and Professor Ebisuno and an amazing number of readers. What more did it have to do? The phone rang just after 9 o'clock Tuesday night. Tengo was listening to music and reading a book. This was his favorite time of day, reading to his heart's content before going to sleep. When he tired of reading, he would fall asleep. This was the first time he had heard the phone ring in quite a while, and there was something ominous about it. This was not Komatsu calling. The phone had a different ring when it was from Komatsu. Tengo hesitated, wondering whether he should pick it up at all. He let it ring 5 times. Then he lifted the needle from the record groove and picked up the receiver. It might be his girlfriend. "Mr. Kawana," a man said. It was the voice of a middle-aged man, soft and deep. Tengo did not recognize it. "Yes," Tengo said cautiously. "I'm sorry to call so late at night. My name is Yasuda," the man said in a neutral voice, neither friendly nor hostile, neither impersonal nor intimate. Yasuda. The name was ordinary enough, but he couldn't think of any Yasudas he knew. "I'm calling to give you a message," the man said. He then inserted a slight pause, rather like putting a bookmark in between the pages of a book. "My wife will not be able to visit your home any more, I believe. That is all I wanted to tell you." Yasuda. That was his girlfriend's name, Kyoko Yasuda. She never had occasion to speak her name in Tengo's presence, which accounted for the lag in recognition. This man on the phone was Kyoko's husband. Tengo felt as if something were stuck in his throat. "Have I managed to make myself clear?" the man asked, his voice entirely free of emotion, or none that Tengo could hear. He spoke with a slight accent, possibly from Hiroshima or Kyushu. Tengo could not be sure. "Not be able to visit," Tengo echoed the words. "Yes, she will no longer be able to visit." Tengo mustered up the courage to ask, "Has something happened to her?" Silence. Tengo's question hung in space, unanswered. Then the man said, "So what I'm telling you, Mr. Kawana, is that you will probably never see my wife again. I just wanted to let you know that." The man knew that Tengo had been sleeping with his wife, once a week, for a year. Tengo could tell that he knew. But the man's voice was strangely lacking in either anger or resentment. It contained something else, not so much a personal emotion as an objective scene, an abandoned, overgrown garden or a dry riverbed after a major flood. A scene like that. "I'm not sure what you are trying to—" "Then let's just leave it at that," the man said, before Tengo could finish. A trace of fatigue was discernible in his voice. "One thing should be perfectly clear. My wife is irretrievably lost. She can no longer visit your home in any form. That is what I am saying." "Irretrievably lost," Tengo repeated. "I did not want to make this call, Mr. Kawana, but I couldn't sleep at night if I just let it go and said nothing. Do you think I like having this conversation?" No sounds of any kind came from the other end when the man stopped talking. He seemed to be phoning from an incredibly quiet place. Either that or the emotion inside him was acting like a vacuum, absorbing all sound waves in the vicinity. Tengo felt he ought to ask the man a question or two. Otherwise it seemed this whole thing would end as a collection of inscrutable hints. He mustn't let the conversation die. But this man had no intention of informing Tengo of any situational details. What kind of question could he ask when the other person had no intention of revealing the actual state of affairs? What kind of words should he give voice to when facing a vacuum? Tengo was still struggling to discover any words that might work when, without warning, the connection was cut. The man had set down the receiver without saying anything and left Tengo's presence, probably forever. Tengo kept the dead receiver pressed to his ear for a time. If anyone else was listening into the call, he might be able to grasp that person's presence. He held his breath and listened, but there were no telltale sounds. All he could hear was the beating of his own heart. The more he listened, the more he felt like a thief who has crept into a stranger's house at night, hidden in the shadows, holding his breath and waiting for the family to fall asleep. He boiled some water in a kettle and made green tea to calm his nerves. Cradling the handleless cup in his hands, he sat at the kitchen table and mentally reviewed the telephone call. "My wife is irretrievably lost. She can no longer visit your home in any form. That is what I am saying." In any form. That phrase disturbed Tengo the most. It suggested something dark, damp, and slimy. What this man named Yasuda wanted to convey to Tengo, it seemed, was the message that even if his wife wanted to visit Tengo's apartment again, it was literally impossible for her to carry out that wish. Impossible in what way? In what context? And what did it mean to say that she was irretrievably lost? An image formed in his mind of Kyoko Yasuda with serious injuries from an accident, or having come down with an incurable disease, or her face horribly disfigured by violence. She was confined to a wheelchair, or had lost a limb, or was wrapped head to toe in bandages, unable to move. Or then again she was being held in an underground room, fastened like a dog on a thick chain. All of these possibilities, however, seemed far-fetched. Kyoko Yasuda, as Tengo was now calling her in his mind, had hardly ever spoken of her husband. Tengo had learned nothing about him from her: his profession, his age, his looks, his personality, where they had met, when they had married, whether he was skinny or fat, tall or short, or whether or not they got along well. All Tengo knew was that she was not particularly hard-pressed economically. She appeared to be quite comfortable, in fact, and that she seemed dissatisfied with either the frequency or the quality of the sex she had with her husband, though even these were entirely matters of conjecture on his part. She and Tengo spent their afternoons in bed talking of many things, but never once had the subject of her husband come up, nor had Tengo wanted to know about him. He preferred to remain ignorant of the man whose wife he was stealing. It seemed only proper. Now that this new situation had developed, however, he was sorry that he had never asked her about her husband. She would almost certainly have responded frankly if he had asked. Was her husband jealous, possessive? Did he have violent tendencies? He tried to put himself in the man's place. How would he feel if the situation were reversed? Say he has a wife, 2 small children, and a tranquil home life, but he discovers that his wife is sleeping with another man once a week, a man 10 years her junior, and the affair has been going on for over a year. What would he think if he found himself in such a situation? What emotions would rule his heart? Violent anger, deep disappointment, vague sadness, scornful indifference, a sense of having lost touch with reality, or an indistinguishable blend of several emotions. No amount of thinking enabled Tengo to hit upon exactly how he would feel. What came to mind through all this hypothesizing was the image of his mother in a white slip giving her breasts to a young man he did not know. Destiny seems to have come full circle, Tengo thought. The enigmatic young man was perhaps Tengo himself, the woman in his arms, Kyoko Yasuda. The composition was exactly the same, only the individuals had changed. Does this mean that my life has been nothing but a process through which I am giving concrete form to the dormant image inside me? And how much responsibility do I bear for her having become irretrievably lost? Tengo could not get back to sleep again. He kept hearing the voice of the man who called himself Yasuda. The hints that he had left behind weighed heavily on Tengo, and the words he had spoken bore a strange reality. Tengo thought about Kyoko Yasuda. He pictured her face and body in minute detail. He had last seen her on Friday, 2 weeks prior. As always, they had spent a lot of time having sex. After the phone call from her husband, though, it seemed like something that had happened in the distant past, like an episode out of history. On his shelf remained several LP records that she had brought from home to listen to in bed with him, all jazz records from long, long ago. Louis Armstrong, Billie Holiday. This one, too, had Barney Bigard as a sideman. Some 1940s Duke Ellington. She had listened to them and handled them with great care. The jackets had faded somewhat with the years, but the records themselves looked brand new. Tengo picked up one jacket after another. Gazing at them, he felt with growing certainty that he might never see her again. Tengo was not strictly speaking in love with Kyoko Yasuda. He had never felt that he wanted to spend his life with her, or that saying goodbye to her could be painful. She had never made him feel that deep trembling of the heart. But he had grown accustomed to having this older girlfriend as part of his life, and naturally he had grown fond of her. He looked forward to welcoming her to his apartment once a week and joining his naked flesh with hers. Their relationship was an unusual one for Tengo. He had never been able to feel very close to many women. In fact, most women, whether he was in a sexual relationship with them or not, made Tengo feel uncomfortable. And in order to curb that discomfort, Tengo had to fence off a certain territory inside himself. In other words, he had to keep certain rooms in his heart locked tight. With Kyoko Yasuda, however, such complex operations were unnecessary. First of all, she seemed to grasp exactly what Tengo wanted and what he did not want, and so Tengo counted himself lucky that they had happened to find each other. Now, however, something had happened, and she was irretrievably lost. For some unknowable reason, she could never visit here in any form, and according to her husband, it was better for Tengo to know nothing about either the reason or its consequence. Still unable to sleep, Tengo was sitting on the floor, listening to the Duke Ellington record at low volume, when the phone rang again. The hands of the wall clock were pointed to 10:12. Tengo could think of no one other than Komatsu who might call at a time like this, but the ring didn't sound like Komatsu's, which was always more high-strung and impatient. It might be Yasuda again. Perhaps he had forgotten to tell Tengo something else. Tengo did not want to answer. Experience had taught him that phone calls at this time of night were never very pleasant. Thinking of his current situation, however, he had no choice but to answer it.
"That is Mr. Kawana, isn't it?"
said a man. It was not Komatsu, nor was it Yasuda. The voice belonged unmistakably to Ushikawa, speaking as if he had a mouthful of water or some other elusive liquid. His strange face and flat, misshapen head came to Tengo's mind automatically. "Oh, I'm sorry for calling so late. It's Ushikawa. I know I burst in on you the other day and took much of your valuable time. Today, too, I wish I could have called earlier, but some urgent business came up, and the next thing I knew, it was already this late. Believe me, I know you're a real early-to-bed, early-to-rise type, Mr. Kawana, and that's a very admirable thing. Staying up until all hours, frittering away your time, doesn't do anyone any good. The best thing is to go to bed as soon as possible, after it gets dark, and wake with the sun in the morning. But I don't know, call it intuition. It just popped into my mind that you might still be up tonight, Mr. Kawana. So even though I knew it was not the most polite thing to do, I decided to give you a call. Have I caught you at a bad time?" Tengo did not like what Ushikawa was saying, and he did not like it that Ushikawa knew his home phone number. Intuition had nothing to do with it. He had called because he knew perfectly well that Tengo was up, unable to sleep. Maybe he knew that Tengo's lights were on. Could someone be watching this apartment? He could almost picture one of Ushikawa's eager and capable researchers observing Tengo's apartment from somewhere with a pair of high-powered binoculars. "I am up tonight, in fact," Tengo said. "That intuition of yours is correct. Maybe I drank too much strong green tea." "That is too bad, Mr. Kawana. Wakeful nights often give people useless thoughts. How about it, then? Do you mind talking with me a while?" "As long as it's not about something that makes it harder for me to sleep." Ushikawa burst out laughing. At his end of the line, someplace in this world, his misshapen head shook in its own misshapen way. "Very funny, Mr. Kawana. Of course, what I have to say may not be as comforting as a lullaby, but the subject itself is not so deadly serious as to keep you awake at night, I assure you. It's a simple question of yes or no. The business about the, grant, it's an attractive proposition, don't you think? Have you thought it over? We have to have your final answer now." "I believe I declined the grant quite clearly the last time we talked. I appreciate the offer, but I have everything I need at the moment. I'm not hard-pressed financially, and if possible, I'd like to keep my life going along at its present pace." "Meaning you don't want to be beholden to anyone?" "In a word, yes." "I suppose that is very admirable of you, Mr. Kawana," Ushikawa said with a sound like a light clearing of the throat. "You want to make it on your own. You want to have as little as possible to do with organizations. I understand how you feel, but I'm concerned about you, Mr. Kawana. Look at the world we live in. Anything could happen at any time. So we all need some kind of insurance, something to lean on, a shelter from the wind. I hate to say this, Mr. Kawana, but at the moment you have, exactly nothing that you can lean on. Not one of the people around you can be counted on, it seems to me. All of them would most likely desert you in a pinch. Am I right? You know what they say, better safe than sorry. It's important to insure yourself for when the pinch does come, don't you think? And I'm not just talking about money. Money ultimately is just a kind of symbol of something else." "I'm not quite sure what you're getting at," Tengo said. That intuitive sense of distaste he experienced when first meeting Ushikawa was creeping up on him again. "No, of course not. You're still young and healthy. Maybe that's why you don't understand what I'm saying. Let me give you an example. Once you pass a certain age, life becomes nothing more than a process of continual loss. Things that are important to your life begin to slip out of your grasp, one after another, like a comb losing teeth. And the only thing that comes to take their place are worthless imitations. Your physical strength, your hopes, your dreams, your ideals, your convictions, all meaning, or, then again, the people you love. One by one they fade away. Some announce their departure before they leave, while others just disappear all of a sudden without warning one day. And once you lose them, you can never get them back. Your search for replacements never goes well. It's all very painful as actually being cut with a knife. You will be turning 30 soon, Mr. Kawana, which means that from now on you will gradually enter that twilight portion of life. You will be getting older. You are probably beginning to grasp that painful sense that you are losing something, are you not?" Tengo wondered if this man could be dropping hints about Kyoko Yasuda. Perhaps he knew that they had been meeting here once a week, and that recently something had caused her to leave him. "You seem to know a great deal about my private life," Tengo said. "No, not at all," Ushikawa insisted. "I'm just talking about life in general. Really, I know very little about your private life." Tengo remained silent. "Please, Mr. Kawana," Ushikawa said with a sigh. "Be so good as to accept our grant. Frankly speaking, you are in a rather precarious position. We can back you up in a pinch. We can throw you a life preserver. If things go on like this, you might find yourself in an inextricable situation." "An inextricable situation," Tengo said. "Exactly. Can you tell me specifically what kind of situation you mean?" Ushikawa paused momentarily. Then he said, "Believe me, Mr. Kawana, there are things it is better not to know. Certain kinds of knowledge rob people of their sleep. Green tea is no match for these. They might take restful sleep away from you forever. What I want to say to you is this. Think about it this way. It's as if you opened a special spigot and let a special something out before you knew what was happening, and it's having an effect on the people around you, a rather less than desirable effect. Do the little people have anything to do with this?" It was a shot in the dark, but it shut Ushikawa up for a while. His was a heavy silence, like a black stone sunk to the bottom of a deep body of water. "I want to know the truth, Mr. Ushikawa. Let's stop throwing riddles at each other and talk more concretely. What has happened to her?" "Her? I don't know what you mean." Tengo sighed. This was too delicate a matter to discuss on the phone. "I'm sorry, Mr. Kawana, but I'm just a messenger sent by my client. For now, my job is to speak of fundamental matters as indirectly as possible," Ushikawa said circumspectly. "I'm sorry if I seem to be deliberately tantalizing you, but I'm only allowed to talk about this in the vaguest terms. And to tell you the truth, my own knowledge of the matter is quite limited. In any case, though, I really don't know anything about her, whoever she might be. You will have to be a little more specific." "All right, then. Who are the little people?" "Again, Mr. Kawana, I don't know anything at all about these little people, or at least nothing more than they appear in your book, Air Chrysalis. I will tell you this, however. Judging from the drift of your remarks, it seems to me that you have let something out of the bag before you yourself knew what it was all about. That can be awfully dangerous under certain circumstances. My client knows very well just how dangerous it is and what kind of danger it poses, and they have a degree of understanding regarding how to deal with the danger, which is precisely why we have tried to extend a helping hand to you. To put it bluntly, quite bluntly, we have very long, arms. Long and strong." "Who is this client you keep mentioning? Someone connected with Sakigake?" "Unfortunately, I have not been granted the authority to divulge any names," Ushikawa said, with what sounded like genuine regret. "I can say, however, without going into detail, that they have their own very special power. Formidable power. We can stand behind you. Please understand, this is our final offer. You are free to take it or leave it. Once you make up your mind, however, there is no going back. So please, think about it very carefully. And let me say this, if you are not on their side, regrettably, under certain circumstances, their long arms could, when extended, have certain undesirable, though unintended, effects on you." "What kind of undesirable effects?" Ushikawa did not immediately reply to Tengo's question. Instead, Tengo heard what sounded like the faint sucking of saliva at both sides of Ushikawa's mouth. "I don't know the exact answer to that," Ushikawa said. "They haven't told me anything specific, which is why I am speaking in generalities." "So what is it that I supposedly let out of the bag?" Tengo asked. "I don't know the answer to that either," Ushikawa said. "At the risk of repeating myself, I am nothing but a hired negotiator. By the time the full reservoir of information reaches me, it's squeezed down to a few droplets. All I'm doing is passing on to you exactly what my client has told me to, with the limited authority I have been granted. You may wonder why the client doesn't just contact you directly, which would speed things up, but then why would they use this strange man as an intermediary? But I don't know any better than you do." Ushikawa cleared his throat and waited for another question, but when there was none, he continued. Now, Mr. Kawana, you were asking what it is that you let out of the bag, right? Tengo said yes, that was right. Well, Mr. Kawana, I'm not sure why exactly, but I can't help wondering if it might be something for which a third party couldn't offer a simple solution. I suspect it's something you would need to go out on your own work and work up a sweat to find out. And it could very well be that after you've gone through all that and reached a point where you've figured out the answer, it's too late. To me, it seems obvious that you have a very special talent, a superior and beautiful talent, a talent that ordinary people do not possess, which is precisely why your recent accomplishment carries an authority that cannot be easily overlooked, and my client appears to value that talent of yours very highly. That is why we are offering you this grant. Unfortunately, however, sheer talent is not enough, and depending upon how you look at it, possessing an outstanding talent that is not sufficient may be more dangerous than possessing nothing at all. That is my impression, however vague, of the recent matter. So what you are saying, then, is that your client has sufficient knowledge and ability to tell about such things. I really can't say about that, don't you think? I mean, nobody can ever declare whether such qualities are sufficient. Why do they need me? If I may use the analogy of epidemic, you people may be playing the role of, pardon me, the main carriers of a disease. You people, Tengo said. Are you talking about Eriko Fukada and me? Ushikawa did not answer the question. If I may use a classical analogy, you people here might have opened Pandora's box and let loose all kinds of things in the world. This seems to be what my client thinks you've done, judging from my own impressions. The two of you may have joined forces by accident, but you turned out to be a far more powerful team than you ever imagined. Each of you was able to make up for what the other lacked. But that's not a crime in any legal sense. That is true. It is not, of course, a crime in any legal sense, or in any this-world sense. If I may be allowed to quote from George Orwell's great classic, however, or rather from his novel as a great source of quotations, it is very close to what he called a thought crime. By an odd coincidence, this year just happens to be 1984. Shall we call it a stroke of fate? But I seem to have been talking a bit too much tonight, Mr. Kawana, and most of what I've been saying is nothing but my own clumsy guesswork, pure speculation, without any firm evidence to support it. Because you asked, I have given you my general impressions, that is all. Ushikawa fell silent, and Tengo started thinking. His own clumsy guesswork? How much of what this man is saying can I believe? Oh, well, I'll have to be calling it a day, Ushikawa said. It's such an important matter, I'll give you a little more time. Just a little. The clock is counting off the time. Tick-tock, tick-tock, without a break. Please consider our offer carefully once more. I'll probably be getting in touch with you again soon. Good night, then. I'm glad we had a chance to talk. I hope you will be able to sleep well, Mr. Kawana. Ushikawa hung up. Tengo stared at the dead receiver in his hand for a while, the way a farmer stares at a withered vegetable he has picked up from his drought-racked field. These days, a lot of people were hanging up on Tengo. As he had imagined, restful sleep paid Tengo no visits that night, until the pale light of dawn began coloring the curtains and the tough city crows woke to begin their day's work. Tengo sat on the floor, leaning against the wall, and thinking about his girlfriend and about the long, strong arms reaching toward him from some unknown place. Such thoughts, however, carried him nowhere. They merely circled aimlessly around the same spot. Tengo looked around and heaved a sigh and realized that he was absolutely alone. Ushikawa had been right. He had nothing and no one to lean on.
Chapter 7. Aomame, where you are about to set foot. With its high ceiling and muted lighting, the capacious lobby of the Hotel Okura's main building seemed like a huge, stylish cave. Against the cave walls, like the sighing of a disemboweled animal, bounced the muted conversations of people seated on the lobby's sofas. The floor's thick, soft carpeting could have been primeval moss on a far northern island. It absorbed the sound of footsteps into its endless span of accumulated time. The men and women crossing and recrossing the lobby looked like ghosts tied in place by some ancient curse, doomed to the endless repetition of their assigned roles. Men were armored in tight-fitting business suits. Slim young women were swathed in chic black dresses, here to attend a ceremony in one of the hotel's many reception rooms. They wore small but expensive accessories, like vampire finches in search of blood, longing for a hint of light they could reflect. A large foreign couple loomed like an old king and queen past their prime, resting their tired bodies on thrones in the corner. In this place, so full of legend and suggestion, Almame was truly out of place. With her pale blue cotton pants, simple white blouse, white sneakers, and blue Nike gym bag. She probably looked like a babysitter sent by her agency to work for a hotel guest, she thought, as she killed time sitting in a big easy chair. Oh well, I'm not here for socializing. Sitting there, she sensed that someone was watching her. But try as she might to scan the area, she could not find anyone who seemed to be focused on her. Never mind, she told herself. Let them look all they want. When the hands of her watch hit 6:50, Almame stood up and went to the ladies' room carrying her gym bag. She washed her hands with soap and water and checked once more to make sure there were no problems with her appearance. Then, facing the large, clear mirror, she took several deep breaths. This was a spacious restroom, and she was the only one in it. It might be even bigger than her whole apartment. This is going to be my last job, she said in a low voice to the mirror. Once I carry this off, I disappear. Poof. Like a ghost. I'm here now, but not tomorrow. In a few days, I'll have a different name and a different face. She returned to the lobby and took her seat again, setting the gym bag on the table next to her. In the bag was a small automatic pistol with 7 bullets and a sharp needle made for thrusting into the back of a man's neck. I've got to calm down, she told herself. This job is important, and it's my last. I have to be the usual cool, tough Almame. But she could not shake off the awareness that she was not in a normal state. Her breathing was strangely labored, and the heightened speed of her heartbeat concerned her. A film of sweat moistened her armpits. Her skin was tingling. I'm not just tense, though. I'm having a premonition of something, and the premonition is giving me a warning. It keeps knocking on the door of my mind. It's telling me it's still not too late. Get out of here now and forget all this. Almame wanted to heed the warning if she could, abandon everything and turn her back on this hotel lobby. There was something ominous here, the lingering presence of circuitous death. A slow, quiet, but inescapable death. But I can't just run away with my tail between my legs. That's not the Almame way to live. It was a long 10 minutes. Time refused to move ahead. She stayed on the sofa, trying to get her breathing under control. The lobby ghosts kept spouting their hollow reverberations. People drifted silently over the thick carpet, like souls groping for their eternal resting places. The only actual noise to reach her ears now and then was the clinking of a coffee set on a tray whenever a waitress passed by. But even that sound contained a dubious secondary sound within it. Things were not heading in a good direction. If I'm already this tense, I won't be able to do a thing when the time comes. Al-Mame closed her eyes and almost by reflex intoned a prayer, the one that she had been taught to recite before every meal from as long ago as she could remember. That had been a long, long time ago, but she remembered every word with perfect clarity. O Lord in heaven, may thy name be praised in utmost purity forever and ever, and may thy kingdom come to us. Please forgive our many sins and bestow thy blessings upon our humble pathways. Amen. However grudgingly, Al-Mame had to admit that this prayer, which had given her nothing but pain in the past, now provided a source of support. The sound of the words calmed her nerves, stopped her fears at the doorway, and helped her breathing to quiet down. She pressed her fingers against her eyelids and repeated the prayer to herself over and over. Miss Al-Mame, I believe, a man said close by. It was the voice of a young man. Al-Mame opened her eyes, slowly raised her head, and looked at the owner of the voice. Two young men were standing in front of her. Both wore the same kind of dark suit. Judging by the fabric and cut, these were not expensive clothes, probably bought right off the rack at a discount store. They didn't quite fit in every detail, but they were admirably free of wrinkles. Perhaps the men pressed them every time they put them on. Neither man wore a tie. One had his white shirt buttoned all the way to the top, while the other wore a kind of gray crewneck t-shirt under his suit jacket. They had on the plainest black shoes possible. The man in the white shirt must have been a good 6 feet tall, and he wore his hair in a ponytail. He had long eyebrows, the ends of which turned up at a distinct angle like a line graph. His face was serene, with well-balanced features that could have belonged to an actor. The other man must have been 5'5" and had a buzz cut and a snub nose. A tiny beard grew at the tip of his chin like a mistakenly applied shadow, and there was a small scar by his right eye. Both men were slim, with sunken cheeks and tanned faces. There was not an ounce of fat to be seen on either of them, and judging from the spread of their suits' shoulders, there were some serious muscles underneath. They were probably in their mid to late 20s. The look in their eyes was deep and sharp, and the eyeballs moved no more than necessary, as with animals on the hunt. As if by reflex, Al-Mame stood up from her chair and looked at her watch. The hands pointed to 7 o'clock exactly, right on time. Yes, I am Al-Mame. Neither man displayed any expression. They did a swift examination of Al-Mame's attire and looked at the blue gym bag next to her. Is this all you brought with you? Buzzcut asked. Yes, this is it, Al-Mame said. That's fine. Let's go then. Are you ready? Buzzcut asked. Ponytail said nothing as he kept his eyes on Al-Mame. Yes, of course, Al-Mame said. She guessed that the shorter man was somewhat older than the other one, and the leader of the two. Buzzcut went ahead with leisurely steps, crossing the lobby toward the elevators. Al-Mame followed him, gym bag in hand. Ponytail followed about 6 feet behind her. This meant she was sandwiched between them. They know what they're doing, she thought. They walked with erect posture, their gait strong and precise. The Dowager has said they both practice karate. Al-Mame knew from her martial arts training that in face-to-face confrontation with these two, there was probably no way she could win. But she did not sense from these men the kind of overpowering menace that Tamaru projected. Defeating them was not entirely out of the question. The first thing she would have to do in hand-to-hand combat would be to render Buzzcut powerless. He called the shots. If Ponytail was her only opponent, she could manage to survive and escape. The three of them boarded the elevator, and Ponytail pushed the button for the 7th floor. Buzzcut stood next to Almame, and Ponytail stood in the corner facing them at an angle. They did all this wordlessly, systematically, like a second baseman and shortstop who lived to make double plays. In the midst of such thoughts, it suddenly dawned on Almame that her breathing and heartbeat had returned to their normal rhythms. Nothing to worry about, she thought. I'm my usual self, the cool, tough Almame. Everything will probably go well. No more bad premonitions. The elevator door opened soundlessly. Ponytail kept the door open button depressed while Buzzcut stepped out, followed by Almame, and then he released the button and left the elevator. Buzzcut led the way down the corridor, Almame followed, and Ponytail continued playing rear guard. The broad corridor was totally deserted, perfectly silent and perfectly clean, well cared for in every detail, befitting a first-class hotel. No trays of used room service dishes parked in front of doors. No cigarette butts in the ashtray outside the elevator. The fragrance of fresh-cut flowers wafting from well-placed vases. They turned several corners and came to a stop in front of a door. Ponytail knocked twice, and then, without waiting for an answer, opened the door with a key card. He stepped inside, looked around to make sure there was nothing wrong, and gave Buzzcut a curt nod. Please, Buzzcut said to Almame dryly. Almame walked in. Buzzcut came in after her and closed the door, locking it from the inside with a chain. The room was a big one, no ordinary hotel room. It was outfitted with a large set of reception room furniture and an office desk. The television set and refrigerator were also full size. This was clearly the living area of a special suite. The window provided a sweeping view of Tokyo at night. It had to be an expensive room. Buzzcut checked his watch and urged Almame to sit on the sofa. She did as she was told and set her blue gym bag next to her. Will you be changing clothes? Buzzcut asked. If possible, Almame said. I'd prefer to change into workout clothes. Buzzcut nodded. First we'll have to do a search, if you don't mind. Sorry, but it's part of our job. That's fine. Search all you want, Almame said. There was no hint of tension in her voice. If anything, there was a perceptible touch of amusement at their neurotic attention to detail. Ponytail came over to Almame and did a body search to make sure she was not carrying anything suspicious. All she had on was a pair of thin cotton pants and a blouse. It didn't take a search to know there could be nothing hidden under those. He was just going through the motions. His hands seemed tense and stiff. It would have been hard to compliment him on his skill at this. He probably had little experience at doing body searches on women. Buzzcut watched him work, leaning against the desk. When the body search was over, Almame opened her gym bag for him. Inside were a thin summer cardigan, a matching jersey top and bottom for work, and 2 towels, one large and one small. A simple makeup set and a paperback. There was also a small beaded purse containing a wallet, a change purse, and a keyring. Almame handed each item to Ponytail. Finally, she took out a black vinyl pouch and unzipped it. Inside was a change of underwear and a few tampons and sanitary napkins. I sweat when I work, so I need to have a change of clothes, Almame said. She took out matching lace-trimmed bra and panties and started to spread them out for Ponytail to see. He blushed slightly and gave several quick nods as if to say, "All right, I've seen enough." Almame began to suspect that this man could not speak at all. With unhurried movements, Almame returned her underthings and sanitary products to the pouch, zipped it closed, and replaced it in the bag. These guys are amateurs, she thought. What kind of bodyguard blushes at the sight of cute lingerie and a few tampons? If Tamaru had been doing this job, he would have searched Snow White down to the hairs of her crotch. He would have examined the bottom of that pouch if it meant digging through a warehouse's worth of bras, camisoles, and panties. Things like that are nothing but rags to him. Well, true, he's as gay as they come. At the very least, he would have picked up the pouch to check its weight. And then he would have been sure to find the Heckler & Koch wrapped in a handkerchief and weighing in at some 500 grams, and the small homemade ice pick in its hard case. These guys are amateurs. They may have some skill at karate, and they may have vowed absolute loyalty to their leader, but they're nothing but a couple of amateurs, just as the Dowager predicted. Mama had assumed they wouldn't go through a pouch stuffed with women's things, and she had been right. It had been a gamble, of course, but she had not gone so far as to think about what she would do if the gamble hadn't paid off. About all she could have done in that case was pray. But she knew this much: prayer works. Mame went into the suite's large powder room and changed into her jersey outfit, folding her blouse and cotton pants and placing them in the bag. Next, she checked to see that her hair was pinned tightly in place. Then she sprayed her mouth with a breath freshener. She took the Heckler & Koch out of the pouch, and after flushing the toilet to mask the sound, she pulled back the slide to send a bullet into the chamber. Now, all she would have to do was release the safety. Finally, she moved the case with the ice pick to the top of the bag, where she could have immediate access to it. Once she had finished with these preparations, she faced the mirror and relaxed her tensed expression. Fine. I've kept my cool so far. Coming out of the powder room, Mama found Buzzcut standing at attention with his back to her, speaking at low volume into a telephone. When he saw her, he cut his call short, quietly hung up the receiver, and gave her a once-over in her jersey outfit. "All set?" he asked. "Whenever you are," Mama said. "First, I have a request to make," Buzzcut said. Mame gave him a token smile. "That you not say a word about tonight to anyone," Buzzcut said. He paused a moment so that his message could sink in. It was as if he had scattered water on dry earth and was waiting for it to be absorbed and disappear. She watched him the whole time without saying anything. Buzzcut continued. "Pardon me if this sounds crass, but we are planning to offer you generous remuneration, and we may be requesting your services from time to time in the future. So we would like to ask you to forget anything and everything that happens here tonight. Whatever you see or hear. Everything." "As you know," Mama said, adopting a somewhat frosty tone, "my work involves people's bodies, so I believe I am well versed in the ways of professional confidentiality. No information of any kind regarding an individual's body will leave this room. If that is what concerns you, I can assure you there is no need to worry." "Excellent. That is what we wanted to hear," Buzzcut said. "But let me just add that we would appreciate it if you would view this as a case that goes beyond professional confidentiality in the most general sense. Where you are about to set foot is, so to speak, a sacred space." "A sacred space?" "It may sound a bit much, but believe me, it is no exaggeration. The one you are about to lay eyes on and to place your hands upon is a sacred person. There is no other appropriate way to put it." Al-Mamin nodded, saying nothing. This was no time for remarks from her. Buzzcut said, "We took the liberty of running a background check on you. I hope you're not offended, but it was something we had to do. We have our reasons for taking every precaution." Al-Mama stole a glance at Ponytail as she listened. He was sitting motionless in a chair beside the door, his back perfectly straight, hands on his knees, chin pulled back. He could have been posing for a photo. His eyes were locked on her the whole time. Buzzcut looked down at his feet as if to check how worn out his black shoes might be, then raised his face and looked at Al-Mame again. In short, we found no problems, which is why we have asked you to come today. You have a reputation as a talented instructor, and in fact, people think very highly of you. Thank you very much, Al-Mame said. I understand you used to be a Society of Witnesses believer. Is that true? Yes, it is. Both of my parents were believers, and they naturally made me one too, from the time I was born. I didn't choose it for myself, and I left the religion a long time ago. I wonder if their investigation turned up the fact that Ayumi and I used to go out man-hunting in Roppongi. Oh, well, it doesn't make any difference. If they did find out, it obviously didn't bother them. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here now. We know about that, too, Buzzcut said. But you did live in faith at one time in your life. That especially impressionable time of early childhood. So I assume you have a good idea what I mean when I speak of something as sacred. In any religion, the sacred lies at the very root of faith. We must never tread upon that world. There is a sacred religion into which we dare not stray. The first step of all faith is to recognize its existence, accept it, and revere it absolutely. You do understand what I am trying to say, don't you? I think so, Al-Mame said, though whether I accept it or not is another matter. Of course, Buzzcut said. Of course there is no need for you to accept it. It is our faith, not yours. But transcending the question of belief or non-belief, you are likely to witness special things, a being who is by no means ordinary. Al-Mame kept silent. A being who is by no means ordinary. Buzzcut narrowed his eyes for a time, gauging the meaning of Al-Mame's silence. Then, speaking unhurriedly, he said, Whatever you happen to witness today, you must not mention it to anyone on the outside, for that would cause an ineradicable defilement of the holiness, as if a clear, beautiful pond were polluted by a foreign body. Whatever the world at large might think, or the laws of this world might stipulate, that is how we feel about it. If we can count on you, and if you will keep your promise, we can, as I said before, provide you with generous remuneration. I see, Al-Mame said. We are a small religious body, but we have strong hearts and long arms, Buzzcut said. You have long arms, Al-Mame thought. I guess I'll be testing to find out just how long they are. Leaning against the desk with his arms folded, Buzzcut studied Al-Mame, as if checking to see whether a picture hanging on the wall was crooked or straight. Ponytail remained motionless, never once taking his eyes off of Al-Mame. Buzzcut checked his watch. Let's go then, he said. He cleared his throat once, then moved slowly across the room with the careful steps of a pilgrim crossing the surface of a lake. He gave 2 soft knocks on the door to the connecting room, and without waiting for a response, pulled the door open, gave a slight bow, and entered. Al-Mame followed, carrying the gym bag. Sinking step after careful step into the deep carpet, she made sure that her breathing was under control. Her finger was cocked and ready to pull the trigger of the pistol in her imagination. Nothing to worry about. I'm the same as always. But still, Al-Mame was afraid. A chunk of ice was stuck to her spine, ice that showed no sign of melting. I'm cool, calm, and deep down, afraid. We must never tread upon that world. There is a sacred region into which we dare not stray, Buzzcut had said. Our Mama knew what he meant by that. She herself had once lived in a world that placed such a region at its core. In fact, I might still be living in that world. I just may not be aware of it. Our Mama soundlessly repeated the words of her prayer with her lips. Then she took one deep breath, made up her mind, and walked into the next room.
Chapter 8. Tengo. Time for the cats to come. Tengo spent the next week or more in a strange silence. One night, the man named Yasuda had called to tell Tengo that his wife had been lost and would never visit Tengo again. An hour later, Ushikawa had called to tell him that Tengo and Fukairi were functioning together as a carrier of a thought crime epidemic. Each caller had conveyed to Tengo a message containing, he could only believe that it did contain, a deep meaning, the way a toga-clad Roman would mount a platform in the middle of the forum to make a proclamation to concerned citizens. And once each man had spoken his piece, he had hung up on Tengo. Not one person had contacted Tengo since those 2 nighttime calls. There were no phone calls, no letters, no knocks on the door, no carrier pigeons. Neither Komatsu nor Professor Ebisuno, nor Fukairi, nor Kyoko Yasuda had anything at all they needed to convey to Tengo. And Tengo felt as if he had lost all interest in those people. Nor was it just them. He seemed to have lost interest in anything at all. He didn't care about the sales of Air Chrysalis, or what its author, Fukairi, might be doing now, or what was happening with Komatsu's scheme, or whether Professor Ebisuno's coolly conceived plan was progressing well, or how close the media had come to sniffing out the truth, or what kind of moves Sakigake might be making. If the boat they were all riding in was plunging over the falls upside down, there was nothing to do but fall with it. Tengo could struggle all he wanted to at this point, and it would do nothing to change the flow of the river. He was, of course, worried about Kyoko Yasuda. He had no real idea what was happening to her, but he would spare no effort to help her if he could. Whatever problems she was facing at the moment, however, were out of his reach. There was nothing he could do. He stopped reading the papers. The world was moving ahead in a direction unconnected with him. Apathy enveloped him, as if it were his own personal haze. He was so sick of seeing the piles of Air Chrysalis on display that he stopped going to bookstores. He would travel in a straight line from home to the school and back. Most people were enjoying summer vacation, but the cram schools had summer courses which kept him busier than ever. He welcomed his schedule. At least while he was lecturing, he didn't have to think about anything but mathematics. He gave up on writing his novel, too. He might sit at his desk, switch on the word processor, and watch the screen light up, but he couldn't find the motivation to write. Whenever he tried to think of anything, snatches of his conversations with Kyoko Yasuda's husband or with Ushikawa would come to mind. He couldn't concentrate on his novel. "My wife is irretrievably lost. She can no longer visit your home in any form." That was what Kyoko Yasuda's husband had said. If I may use a classical analogy here, you people might have opened Pandora's box and let loose all kinds of things in the world. The 2 of you may have joined forces by accident, but you turned out to be a far more powerful team than you ever imagined. Each of you was able to make up for what the other lacked. So said Ushikawa. Both seemed to be trying to say the same thing. Tengo had unleashed some kind of power before fully comprehending it himself, and it was having a real impact, probably not a desirable impact, on the world around him. Tengo turned off the word processor, sat down on the floor, and stared at the telephone. He needed more hints, more pieces of the puzzle, but no one would give him those. Kindness was one of the things presently, or permanently, in short supply in the world. He thought about phoning someone, Komatsu or Professor Ebisuno or Ushikawa, but he couldn't make himself actually do it. He had had enough of their inscrutable, deliberately cryptic pronouncements. If he sought a hint concerning one riddle, all they would give him was another riddle. He couldn't keep up the game forever. Fukairi and Tengo were a powerful team. That's all they needed to say. Tengo and Fukairi, like Sonny and Cher. The beat goes on. Day after day went by. Finally, Tengo grew tired of staying holed up in his apartment, waiting for something to happen. He shoved his wallet and a paperback into his pockets, put on a baseball cap and sunglasses, and went out, walking with decisive strides as far as Koenji, the nearby station. There he showed his pass and boarded the Chuo Line inbound rapid service train. The car was empty. He had nothing planned that day. Wherever he went and whatever he did, or didn't do, was entirely up to him. It was 10 o'clock on a windless summer morning, and the sun was beating down. Wondering if one of Ushikawa's researchers might be following him, he paid special attention on the way to the station, stopping suddenly to glance behind him. But there was no sign of anyone suspicious. At the station, he purposely went to the wrong platform, and then, pretending to change his mind all of a sudden, he dashed down the stairs and went to the platform for the trains headed in the other direction. But no one else seemed to take those same maneuvers. He must be having a typical delusion of being pursued. Of course no one was following him. Not even Tengo knew where he was going or what he was about to do. He himself was the one who most wanted to watch his own forthcoming actions from a distance. The train he had boarded passed Shinjuku, Yotsuya, Ochanomizu, and arrived at Tokyo Central Station, the end of the line. Everyone got off, and he followed suit. Then he sat on a bench and gave some thought to where he ought to go. I'm in downtown Tokyo now, Tengo thought. I have nothing planned all day. I can go anywhere I decide to. The day looks as if it's going to be a hot one. I could go to the seashore. He raised his head and looked at the platform guide. At that point, he suddenly realized what he had been doing all along. He tried shaking his head a few times, but the idea that had struck him would not go away. He had probably made up his mind unconsciously from the moment he boarded the inbound Chuo Line train at his station in Koenji. He heaved a sigh, stood up from the bench, went down the platform stairs, and headed for the Sobu Line platform. On the way, he asked a station employee for the fastest connection to Chikura, and the man flipped through the pages of a thick volume of train schedules. He could take the 11:30 special express train to Tateyama, transfer there to a local, and he would arrive at Chikura shortly after 2 o'clock. He bought a Tokyo-Chikura round-trip ticket and a reserved seat on the express train. Then he went to a restaurant in the station and ordered rice and curry and a salad. He killed time after the meal by drinking a cup of thin coffee. Going to see his father was a depressing prospect. He had never much liked the man, and his father probably had no special love for him either. Tengo had no idea if his father had any desire to see him. His father had retired from NHK 4 years earlier, and soon afterward entered a sanatorium in Chikura that specialized in care for patients with cognitive disorders. Tengo had visited him there no more than twice before. The first time just after the father entered the facility when an administrative procedural problem had required Tengo, as the only relative, to travel out there. The second time had involved a pressing administrative matter as well. 2 times. That was it. The sanatorium stood on a large plot of land across the road from the shoreline. Originally the country villa of a wealthy family connected with one of the pre-war zaibatsu, large, influential, family-controlled, financial, industrial monopolies. It had been bought as a life insurance company's welfare facility, and more recently converted into a sanatorium primarily for the treatment of people with cognitive disorders. To an outside observer, it appeared to be an odd combination of elegant old wooden buildings and new 3-story reinforced concrete buildings. The air there was fresh, however, and aside from the roar of the surf, it was always quiet. One could walk along the shore on days when the wind was not too strong. An imposing pine grove lined the garden as a windbreak, and the medical facilities were excellent. With his health insurance, retirement bonus, savings, and pension, Tengo's father could probably spend the rest of his life there quite comfortably, all because he had been lucky enough to be hired as a full-time employee of NHK. He might not be able to leave behind any sizable inheritance, but at least he could be taken care of, for which Tengo was tremendously grateful. Whether or not the man was his true biological father, Tengo had no intention of taking anything from him or giving him anything. They were 2 separate human beings who had come from and were heading toward entirely different places. By chance, they had spent some years of life together. That was all. It was a shame that things had come to that, Tengo believed, but there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. Tengo knew that the time had come for him to visit his father again. He didn't much like the idea, and he would have preferred to take a U-turn and go straight back to his apartment. But he already had his round-trip and express train tickets in his pocket. He was all set to go. He left the table, paid his bill, and went to the platform to wait for the Tateyama express train to arrive. He scanned his surroundings once more, but saw no likely researchers in the area. His only fellow passengers were happy-looking families heading out for a few days at the beach. He took off his sunglasses, shoved them into a pocket, and readjusted his baseball cap. "Who gives a damn?" he thought. "Let them spy on me all they want. I'm going to a seaside town in Chiba to see my father, who is suffering from dementia. He might remember his son, or then again he might not. His memory was already pretty shaky last time. It's probably gotten worse since then. Cognitive disorders move ahead, never back, or so I've been told. They're like gears that can only move in one direction." When the train left Tokyo Station, Tengo took out the paperback he had brought along and started reading it. It was an anthology of short stories on the theme of travel, and included one tale about a young man who journeyed to a town ruled by cats. Town of Cats was the title. It was a fantastical piece by a German writer with whom he was not familiar. According to the book's editorial note, the story had been written in the period between the two world wars. Carrying a single bag, the young man is traveling alone at his whim, with no particular destination in mind. He goes by train and gets off at any stop that arouses his interest. He takes a room, sees the sights, and stays as long as he likes. When he has had enough, he boards another train. He spends every vacation this way. One day he sees a lovely river from the train window. Gentle green hills line the meandering stream, and below them lies a quiet-looking, pretty little town with an old stone bridge over the river. The scene attracts him. Tasty river fish should be available in a place like this. The train stops at the station, and the young man steps down with his bag. No one else gets off there. As soon as he alights, the train departs. No workers man the station, which must see very little activity. The young man crosses the stone bridge and walks into the town. It is utterly still, with no one to be seen. All the shops are shuttered, the town hall deserted. No one occupies the desk at the town's only hotel. He rings the bell, but no one comes out. The place seems totally uninhabited. Perhaps all the people are off napping somewhere. But it is only 10:30 in the morning, way too early for that. Perhaps something caused all the people to abandon the town. In any case, the next train will not come until the following morning, so he has no choice but to spend the night here. He wanders around the...
Chapter 7 could have been the first thought, and at that is to insulate the boat him out, but didn't have a hot good thing as me per beside the door, his back perfectly straight, hands on his knees, chin pulled back. He could have been posing for a photo. His eyes were locked on her the whole time. Buzzcut looked down at his feet as if to check how worn out his black shoes might be, then raised his face and looked at Amame again. "In short, we found no problems, which is why we have asked you to come today. You have a reputation as a talented instructor, and in fact people think very highly of you." "Thank you very much," Amame said. "I understand you used to be a Society of Witnesses believer. Is that true?" "Yes, it is. Both of my parents were believers, and they naturally made me one too, from the time I was born. I didn't choose it for myself, and I left the religion a long time ago." I wonder if their investigation turned up the fact that Ayumi and I used to go out man-hunting in Roppongi. Oh, well, it doesn't make any difference. If they did find out, it obviously didn't bother them. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here now. "We know about that, too," Buzzcut said. "But you did live in faith at one time in your life. That especially impressionable time of early childhood. So I assume you have a good idea what I mean when I speak of something as sacred. In any religion, the sacred lies at the very root of faith. We must never tread upon that world. There is a sacred religion into which we dare not stray. The first step of all faith is to recognize its existence accept it, and revere it absolutely. You do understand what I am trying to say, don't you?" "I think so," Al-Mame said, "though whether I accept it or not is another matter." "Of course," Buzzcut said. "Of course there is no need for you to accept it. It is our faith, not yours. But transcending the question of belief or non-belief, you are likely to witness special things. A being who is by no means ordinary." Al-Mame kept silent. A being who is by no means ordinary. Buzzcut narrowed his eyes for a time, gauging the meaning of Al-Mame's silence. Then, speaking unhurriedly, he said, "Whatever you happen to witness today, you must not mention it to anyone on the outside, for that would cause an ineradicable defilement of the holiness, as if a clear, beautiful pond were polluted by a foreign body. Whatever the world at large might think, or the laws of this world might stipulate, that is how we feel about it. If we can count on you, and if you will keep your promise, we can, as I said before, provide you with generous remuneration." "I see," Al-Mame said. "We are a small religious body, but we have strong hearts and long arms," Buzzcut said. "You have long arms," Al-Mame thought. "I guess I'll be testing to find out just how long they are." Leaning against the desk with his arms folded, Buzzcut studied Al-Mame, as if checking to see whether a picture hanging on the wall was crooked or straight. Ponytail remained motionless, never once taking his eyes off of Al-Mame. Buzzcut checked his watch. "Let's go then," he said. He cleared his throat once, then moved slowly across the room with the careful steps of a pilgrim crossing the surface of a lake. He gave 2 soft knocks on the door to the connecting room, and without waiting for a response, pulled the door open, gave a slight bow, and entered. Al-Mame followed, carrying the gym bag. Sinking step after careful step into the deep carpet, she made sure that her breathing was under control. Her finger was cocked and ready to pull the trigger of the pistol in her imagination. "Nothing to worry about. I'm the same as always." But still, Al-Mame was afraid. A chunk of ice was stuck to her spine, ice that showed no sign of melting. "I'm cool, calm, and deep down, afraid. We must never tread upon that world. There is a sacred region into which we dare not stray," Buzzcut had said. Al-Mame knew what he meant by that. She herself had once lived in a world that placed such a region at its core. In fact, I might still be living in that world. I just may not be aware of it. Al-Mame soundlessly repeated the words of her prayer with her lips. Then she took one deep breath, made up her mind, and walked into the next room.
Chapter 8. Tengo. Time for the cats to come. Tengo spent the next week or more in a strange silence. One night, the man named Yasuda had called to tell Tengo that his wife had been lost and would never visit Tengo again. An hour later, Ushikawa had called to tell him that Tengo and Fukairi were functioning together as a carrier of a thought crime epidemic. Each caller had conveyed to Tengo a message containing, he could only believe that it did contain, a deep meaning, the way a toga-clad Roman would mount a platform in the middle of the forum to make a proclamation to concerned citizens. And once each man had spoken his piece, he had hung up on Tengo. Not one person had contacted Tengo since those 2 nighttime calls. There were no phone calls, no letters, no knocks on the door, no carrier pigeons. Neither Komatsu nor Professor Ebisuno, nor Fukairi, nor Kyoko Yasuda had anything at all they needed to convey to Tengo. and Tengo felt as if he had lost all interest in those people. Nor was it just them. He seemed to have lost interest in anything at all. He didn't care about the sales of Air Chrysalis, or what its author, Fukaeri, might be doing now, or what was happening with Komatsu's scheme, or whether Professor Ebisuno's coolly conceived plan was progressing well, or how close the media had come to sniffing out the truth, or what kind of moves Sakigake might be making. If the boat they were all riding in was plunging over the falls upside down, there was nothing to do but fall with it. Tengo could struggle all he wanted to at this point, and it would do nothing to change the flow of the river. He was, of course, worried about Kyoko Yasuda. He had no real idea what was happening to her, but he would spare no effort to help her if he could. Whatever problems she was facing at the moment, however, were out of his reach. There was nothing he could do. He stopped reading the papers. The world was moving ahead in a direction unconnected with him. Apathy enveloped him as if it were his own personal haze. He was so sick of seeing the piles of Air Chrysalis on display that he stopped going to bookstores. He would travel in a straight line from home to the school and back. Most people were enjoying summer vacation, but the cram schools had summer courses which kept him busier than ever. He welcomed his schedule. At least while he was lecturing, he didn't have to think about anything but mathematics. He gave up on writing his novel, too. He might sit at his desk, switch on the word processor, and watch the screen light up, but he couldn't find the motivation to write. Whenever he tried to think of anything, snatches of his conversations with Kyoko Yasuda's husband or with Ushikawa would come to mind. He couldn't concentrate on his novel. "My wife is irretrievably lost. She can no longer visit your home in any form." That was what Kyoko Yasuda's husband had said. If I may use a classical analogy here, you people might have opened Pandora's box and let loose all kinds of things in the world. The two of you may have joined forces by accident, but you turned out to be a far more powerful team than you ever imagined. Each of you was able to make up for what the other lacked. So said Ushikawa. Both seemed to be trying to say the same thing. Tengo had unleashed some kind of power before fully comprehending it himself, and it was having a real impact, probably not a desirable impact, on the world around him. Tengo turned off the word processor, sat down on the floor, and stared at the telephone. He needed more hints, more pieces of the puzzle, but no one would give him those. Kindness was one of the things presently, or permanently, in short supply in the world. He thought about phoning someone, Komatsu or Professor Ebisuno or Ushikawa, but he couldn't make himself actually do it. He had had enough of their inscrutable, deliberately cryptic pronouncements. If he sought a hint concerning one riddle, all they would give him was another riddle. He couldn't keep up the game forever. Fukaeri and Tengo were a powerful team. That's all they needed to say. Tengo and Fukaeri, like Sonny and Cher. The beat goes on. Day after day went by. Finally, Tengo grew tired of staying holed up in his apartment, waiting for something to happen. He shoved his wallet and a paperback into his pockets, put on a baseball cap and sunglasses, and went out, walking with decisive strides as far as Koenji, the nearby station. There he showed his pass and boarded the Chuo Line inbound rapid service train. The car was empty. He had nothing planned that day. Wherever he went and whatever he did, or didn't do, was entirely up to him. It was 10 o'clock on a windless summer morning, and the sun was beating down. Wondering if one of Ushikawa's researchers might be following him, he paid special attention on the way to the station, stopping suddenly to glance behind him, but there was no sign of anyone suspicious. At the station, he purposely went to the wrong platform, and then, pretending to change his mind all of a sudden, he dashed down the stairs and went to the platform for the trains headed in the other direction. But no one else seemed to take those same maneuvers. He must be having a typical delusion of being pursued. Of course no one was following him. Not even Tengo knew where he was going or what he was about to do. He himself was the one who most wanted to watch his own forthcoming actions from a distance. The train he had boarded passed Shinjuku, Yotsuya, Ochanomizu, and arrived at Tokyo Central Station, the end of the line. Everyone got off, and he followed suit. Then he sat on a bench and gave some thought to where he ought to go. I'm in downtown Tokyo now, Tengo thought. I have nothing planned all day. I can go anywhere I decide to. The day looks as if it's going to be a hot one. I could go to the seashore." He raised his head and looked at the platform guide. At that point, he suddenly realized what he had been doing all along. He tried shaking his head a few times, but the idea that had struck him would not go away. He had probably made up his mind unconsciously from the moment he boarded the inbound Chuo Line train at his station in Koenji. He heaved a sigh, stood up from the bench, went down the platform stairs, and headed for the Sobu Line platform. On the way, he asked a station employee for the fastest connection to Chikura, and the man flipped through the pages of a thick volume of train schedules. He could take the 11:30 special express train to Tateyama, transfer there to a local, and he would arrive at Chikura shortly after 2 o'clock. He bought a Tokyo-Chikura round-trip ticket and a reserved seat on the express train. Then he went to a restaurant in the station and ordered rice and curry and a salad. He killed time after the meal by drinking a cup of thin coffee. Going to see his father was a depressing prospect. He had never much liked the man, and his father probably had no special love for him either. Tengo had no idea if his father had any desire to see him. His father had retired from NHK 4 years earlier, and soon afterward entered a sanatorium in Chikura that specialized in care for patients with cognitive disorders. Tengo had visited him there no more than twice before. The first time just after the father entered the facility when an administrative procedural problem had required Tengo, as the only relative, to travel out there. The second time had involved a pressing administrative matter as well. 2 times. That was it. The sanatorium stood on a large plot of land across the road from the shoreline. Originally the country villa of a wealthy family connected with one of the pre-war zaibatsu, large, influential, family-controlled, financial, industrial monopolies. It had been bought as a life insurance company's welfare facility, and more recently converted into a sanatorium primarily for the treatment of people with cognitive disorders. To an outside observer, it appeared to be an odd combination of elegant old wooden buildings and new 3-story reinforced concrete buildings. The air there was fresh, however, and aside from the roar of the surf, it was always quiet. One could walk along the shore on days when the wind was not too strong. An imposing pine grove lined the garden as a windbreak, and the medical facilities were excellent. With his health insurance, retirement bonus, savings, and pension, Tengo's father could probably spend the rest of his life there quite comfortably, all because he had been lucky enough to be hired as a full-time employee of NHK. He might not be able to leave behind any sizable inheritance, but at least he could be taken care of, for which Tengo was tremendously grateful. Whether or not the man was his true biological father, Tengo had no intention of taking anything from him or giving him anything. They were 2 separate human beings who had come from and were heading toward entirely different places. By chance, they had spent some years of life together. That was all. It was a shame that things had come to that, Tengo believed, but there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. Tengo knew that the time had come for him to visit his father again. He didn't much like the idea, and he would have preferred to take a U-turn and go straight back to his apartment. But he already had his round-trip and express train tickets in his pocket. He was all set to go. He left the table, paid his bill, and went to the platform to wait for the Tateyama express train to arrive. He scanned his surroundings once more, but saw no likely researchers in the area. His only fellow passengers were happy-looking families heading out for a few days at the beach. He took off his sunglasses, shoved them into a pocket, and readjusted his baseball cap. "Who gives a damn?" he thought. "Let them spy on me all they want. I'm going to a seaside town in Chiba to see my father, who is suffering from dementia. He might remember his son, or then again he might not. His memory was already pretty shaky last time. It's probably gotten worse since then. Cognitive disorders move ahead, never back, or so I've been told. They're like gears that can only move in one direction." When the train left Tokyo Station, Tengo took out the paperback he had brought along and started reading it. It was an anthology of short stories on the theme of travel, and included one tale about a young man who journeyed to a town ruled by cats. Town of Cats was the title. It was a fantastical piece by a German writer with whom he was not familiar. According to the book's editorial note, the story had been written in the period between the 2 world wars. Carrying a single bag, the young man is traveling alone at his whim, with no particular destination in mind. He goes by train and gets off at any stop that arouses his interest. He takes a room, sees the sights, and stays as long as he likes. When he has had enough, he boards another train. He spends every vacation this way. One day he sees a lovely river from the train window. Gentle green hills line the meandering stream, and below them lies a quiet-looking, pretty little town with an old stone bridge over the river. The scene attracts him. Tasty river fish should be available in a place like this. The train stops at the station, and the young man steps down with his bag. No one else gets off there. As soon as he alights, the train departs. No workers man the station, which must see very little activity. The young man crosses the stone bridge and walks into the town. It is utterly still, with no one to be seen. All the shops are shuttered, the town hall deserted. No one occupies the desk at the town's only hotel. He rings the bell, but no one comes out. The place seems totally uninhabited. Perhaps all the people are off napping somewhere. But it is only 10:30 in the morning, way too early for that. Perhaps something caused all the people to abandon the town. In any case, the next train will not come until the following morning, so he has no choice but to spend the night here. He wanders around the town to kill time. In fact, however, this is a town of cats. When the sun starts to go down, many cats cross the bridge into town. Cats of all different kinds and colors. They are much larger than ordinary cats, but they are still cats. The young man is shocked to see this spectacle. He rushes into the bell tower in the center of town and climbs to the top to hide. The cats go about their business raising the shop shutters or seating themselves at their town hall desks to start their day's work. Soon, still more cats come, crossing the bridge into town like the others. They enter the shops to buy things, or go to the town hall to handle administrative matters, or have a meal at the hotel restaurant, or drink beer at the tavern and sing lively cat songs. One plays a concertina, and others dance to the music. Because cats can see in the dark, they need almost no lights. But that particular night, the glow of the full moon floods the town, enabling the young man to see every detail from his perch in the bell tower. When dawn approaches, the cats close up shop, finish their work or official business, and swarm back across the bridge to where they came from. By the time the sun comes up, the cats are gone, and the town is deserted again. The young man climbs down, picks one of the hotel beds for himself, and goes to sleep. When he gets hungry, he eats the bread and cooked fish left in the hotel kitchen. When darkness approaches, he hides in the top of the bell tower again and observes the cat's activities until dawn. Trains stop at the station before noon and before evening. If he took the morning train, he could continue his journey, and if he took the afternoon train, he could go back where he came from. No passengers alight at the station, and no one boards here either. Still, the trains stop at the station for exactly 1 minute as scheduled and pull out again. He could take one of the trains and leave the creepy cat town behind, but he doesn't. Being young, he has a lively curiosity and boundless ambition and is ready for adventure. He wants to see more of the strange spectacle of the cat town. If possible, he wants to find out when and how it became a town of cats, how the town is organized, and what the cats are doing there. He is probably the only human being who has ever seen this strange sight. On the night of the third day, a hubbub breaks out in the square below the bell tower. "Hey, do you smell something human?" one of the cats says. "Now that you mention it, I thought there was a funny smell the past few days," another chimes in, twitching his nose. "Me too," says yet another cat. "That's weird. There shouldn't be any humans here," someone adds. "No, of course not. There's no way a human could get into this town of cats. Still, that smell of theirs is definitely here." The cats form into groups and search the town from top to bottom like vigilante bands. Cats have an excellent sense of smell when they want to use it, so it takes them very little time to discover that the bell tower is the source of the smell. The young man hears their soft paws padding their way up the stairs. "That's it. They've got me," he thinks. His smell seems to have aroused the cats to anger. They have big, sharp claws and white fangs. Humans are not supposed to set foot in this town. He has no idea what terrible fate awaits him if he is discovered, but he is sure they will never let him leave the town alive now that he has learned their secret. 3 cats climb to the top of the bell tower and sniff the air. Strange, one cat says, twitching his whiskers. I smell a human, but there's no one here. It is strange, says a second cat, but there is definitely no one here. Let's look somewhere else. I don't get it, though. The three cats cock their heads, puzzled, then retreat down the stairs. The young man hears their footsteps going down and fading into the dark of night. He breathes a sigh of relief, but he doesn't get it either. He was literally nose to nose with the cats in this small space. There was no way they could have missed him, but for some reason they did not see him. He brings his hand to his eyes and can see it perfectly well. It hasn't turned transparent. Strange. In any case, though, when morning comes, he knows he should go to the station and take the train away from this town. Staying here would be too dangerous. His luck can't last forever. The next day, however, the morning train does not stop at the station. He watches it pass by without slowing down. The afternoon train does the same. He can even see the engineer seated at the controls. The passengers' faces, too, are visible through the windows. But the train shows no sign of stopping. It is as though people cannot see the young man waiting for a train, or even see the station itself. Once the afternoon train disappears down the track, the place grows quieter than ever. The sun begins to sink. It is time for the cats to come. He knows that he is irretrievably lost. This is no town of cats, he finally realizes. It is the place where he is meant to be lost. It is a place not of this world that has been prepared especially for him. And never again, for all eternity, will the train stop at the station to bring him back to his original world. Tengo read the story twice. The phrase, "the place where he is meant to be lost," attracted his attention. He closed the book and let his eyes wander aimlessly across the drab coastal industrial scene passing by the train window. The flame of an oil refinery, the gigantic gas tanks, the squat but equally gigantic smokestacks shaped like long-range cannons, the line of tractor-trailers and tank trucks moving down the road. It was a scene remote from Town of Cats, but it had its own sense of fantasy about it, as though it were the netherworld supporting urban life from below. Soon afterward, Tengo closed his eyes and imagined Kyoko Yasuda closed up in her own lost place, where there were no trains or telephones or mail. During the day there was nothing but absolute loneliness, and with night came the cat's relentless searching, the cycle repeating itself with no apparent end. Apparently he had drifted off to sleep in his seat, not a long nap, but a deep one. He woke covered in sweat. The train was moving along the southern coastline of the Boso Peninsula in midsummer. He left the express train in Tateyama, transferred to a local, and went as far as Chikura. Stepping from the train, he caught a whiff of the old familiar smell of the seashore. Everyone on the street was darkly tanned. He took a cab from the station to the sanatorium. At the reception desk, he gave his name and his father's name. The middle-aged nurse at the desk asked, "Have you by any chance notified us of your intention to visit today?" There was a hard edge to her voice. A small woman, she wore metal-frame glasses, and her short hair had a touch of gray. The ring on her stubby ring finger might have been bought as part of a matching set with the glasses. Her name tag said, Tamura. "No, it just occurred to me to come this morning, and I hopped on a train," Tengo answered honestly. The nurse gave him a look of mild disgust. Then she said, "Visitors are supposed to notify us before they arrive to see a patient. We have our schedules to keep, and the wishes of the patient must also be taken into account." "I'm sorry, I didn't know." "When was your last visit?" 2 years ago." 2 years ago, Nurse Tamura said, as she checked the list of visitors with a ballpoint pen in hand. "You mean to say that you have not made a single visit in 2 years?" "That's right," Tengo said. "According to our records, you are Mr. Kawana's only relative." "That is correct." She set the list on the desk and glanced at Tengo, but she said nothing. Her eyes were not blaming Tengo, just checking the facts. Apparently Tengo's case was not exceptional. "At the moment, your father is in group rehabilitation. That will end in half an hour. You can see him then." "How is he doing?" "Physically, he's healthy. He has no special problems. It's in the other area that he has his ups and downs," she said, touching her temple with an index finger. "I'll leave it to you to see what I mean about ups and downs." Tango thanked her and went to pass the time in the lounge by the entrance, sitting on a sofa that smelled like an earlier era and reading more of his book. A breeze passed through now and then, carrying the scent of the sea and the cooling sound of the pine windbreak outside. Cicadas clung to the branches of the trees, screeching their hearts out. Summer was now at its height, but the cicadas seemed to know that it would not last long. Eventually, bespectacled Nurse Tamura came to tell Tengo that he could see his father now that the rehabilitation session was over. "I'll show you to his room," she said. Tengo got up from the sofa and, passing by a large mirror on the wall, realized for the first time what a sloppy outfit he was wearing. A Jeff Beck Japan Tour t-shirt under a faded dungaree shirt with mismatched buttons, chinos with specks of pizza sauce near one knee, long unwashed khaki-colored sneakers, a baseball cap. No way for a 30-year-old son to dress on his first hospital visit to his father in 2 years. Nor did he have anything with him that might serve as a gift on such an occasion. He had a paperback book shoved into one pocket, nothing more. No wonder the nurse had given him that look of disgust. As they crossed the sanatorium grounds toward the wing in which his father's room was located, the nurse gave him a general description of the place. There were 3 wings divided according to the severity of the patient's illness. Tengo's father was now housed in the moderate wing. People usually started in the mild wing, moved to moderate, and then to severe. As with a door that opens in only one direction, backward movement was not an option. There was nowhere to go beyond the severe wing, other than the crematorium. The nurse did not add that remark, of course, but her meaning was clear. His father was in a double room, but his roommate was out attending some kind of class. The sanatorium offered several rehabilitation classes, ceramics or gardening or exercise. Though all were supposedly for rehabilitation, they did not aim at recovery. Their purpose, rather, was to slow the advance of the disease as much as possible, or just to kill time. Tengo's father was seated in a chair by the open window, looking out, hands on his knees. A nearby table held a potted plant. Its flowers had several delicate yellow petals. The floor was made of some soft material to prevent injury in case of a fall. There were 2 plain wood-frame beds, 2 writing desks, and 2 dressers. Next to each desk was a small bookcase, and the window curtains had yellowed from years of exposure to sunlight. Tengo did not realize at first that the old man seated by the window was his own father. He had become a size smaller, though shriveled up might be more accurate. His hair was shorter and as white as a frost-covered lawn. His cheeks were sunken, which may have been why the hollows of his eyes looked much larger than they had before. 3 deep creases marked his forehead. The shape of his head seemed more deformed than it had, probably because his shorter hair made it more obvious. His eyebrows were extremely long and thick, and white hair poked out from both ears. His large, pointed ears were now larger than ever, and looked like bat wings. Only the shape of the nose was the same, round and pudgy, in marked contrast to the ears, and it wore a reddish-black tinge. His lips drooped at both ends, seemingly ready to drool at any moment. His mouth was slightly open, revealing uneven teeth. Sitting so still at the window, his father reminded Tengo of one of Van Gogh's last self-portraits. Although Tengo entered the room, the man did nothing but glance momentarily in his direction, after which he continued to stare outside. From a distance, he looked less like a human being than some kind of creature resembling a rat or a squirrel, a creature that might not be terribly clean, but that possessed all the cunning it needed. It was, however, without a doubt, Tengo's father, or rather the wreckage of Tengo's father. The 2 intervening years had taken much from him physically, the way a merciless tax collector strips a poor family's house of all its possessions. The father that Tengo remembered was a tough, hard-working man. Introspection and imagination may have been foreign qualities to him, but he had his own moral code and a simple but strong sense of purpose. He was a stoic individual. Tengo never once heard him whine or make excuses for himself. But the man Tengo saw before him now was a mere empty shell, a vacant house deprived of all warmth. "Mr. Kawana," the nurse said to Tengo's father in a crisp, clear tone of voice she must have been trained to use when addressing patients. "Mr. Kawana, look who's here. It's your son." His father turned once more in Tengo's direction. His expressionless eyes made Tengo think of 2 empty swallows' nests hanging from the eaves. "Hello," Tengo said. "Mr. Kawana, your son is here from Tokyo," the nurse said. His father said nothing. Instead, he looked straight at Tengo as if he were reading a bulletin written in a foreign language. "Dinner starts at 6:30, the nurse said to Tengo. "Please feel free to stay until then." Tengo hesitated for a moment after the nurse was gone, and then approached his father, sitting down in the chair that faced his, a faded, cloth-covered chair, its wooden parts scarred from long use. His father's eyes followed his movements. "How are you?" Tengo asked. "Fine, thank you," his father said formally. Tengo did not know what to say after that. Toying with the 3rd button of his dungaree shirt, he turned his gaze toward the pine trees outside, and then back again to his father. "You have come from Tokyo, is it?" his father asked, apparently unable to remember Tengo. "Yes, from Tokyo." "You must have come by express train." "That's right," Tengo said. "As far as Tateyama. There I transferred to a local for the trip here to Chikura." "You've come to swim?" his father asked. "I'm Tengo Kawana, your son." "Where do you live in Tokyo?" his father asked. "In Koenji, Suginami Ward." The 3 wrinkles across his father's forehead deepened. "A lot of people tell lies because they don't want to pay their NHK subscription fee." "Father," Tengo called out to him. This was the first time he had spoken the word in a very long time. "I'm Tengo, your son." "I don't have a son," his father declared. "You don't have a son," Tengo repeated mechanically. His father nodded. "So what am I?" Tengo asked. "You're nothing," his father said, with 2 short shakes of the head. Tengo caught his breath. He could find no words, nor did his father have any more to say. Each sat in silence, searching through his tangled thoughts. Only the cicadas sang without confusion, screeching at top volume. He may be speaking the truth, Tengo felt. His memory may have been destroyed, and his mind might be sunk in mud, but the words on his lips are probably true. Tengo understood this intuitively. "What are you talking about?" Tengo asked. "You are nothing," his father repeated the words, his voice devoid of emotion. "You were nothing, you are nothing, and you will be nothing." That's enough, Tengo thought. He wanted to get up out of his chair, walk to the station, and go back to Tokyo. He had heard what he needed to hear. But he could not stand up. He was like the young man who traveled to the town of cats. He had curiosity. He wanted to know what lay behind those words. He wanted a clearer answer. There was danger lurking there, of course, but if he let this opportunity escape, he would lose any chance to learn the secret about himself forever. It would sink into total chaos. Tengo arranged and rearranged words in his head until, at last, he was ready to speak them. This was the question he had come close to asking since childhood, but could never quite manage to utter. "What you're saying, then, is that you are not my biological father, correct? You are telling me that there is no blood connection between us. Is that it?" His father looked at him without speaking. It was impossible to tell from his expression whether he had understood the meaning of Tengo's question. "Stealing radio waves is an unlawful act," his father said, looking into Tengo's eyes. "It's no different from stealing money or valuables, don't you think?" "You're probably right," Tengo decided to agree for now. His father nodded several times with apparent satisfaction. "Radio waves don't come falling out of the sky for free like rain or snow," his father said. With his lips closed, Tengo stared at his father's hands. They were lined up neatly on his knees, right hand on right knee, left hand on left knee, stock still. Small, dark hands, they looked tanned to the core by long years of outdoor work. "My mother didn't really die of an illness when I was little, did she?" Tengo asked slowly, speaking phrase by phrase. His father did not answer. His expression did not change, and his hands did not move. His eyes focused on Tengo as if they were observing something unfamiliar. "My mother left you. She got rid of you and left me behind. She probably went off with another man. Am I wrong?" His father nodded. "It is not good to steal radio waves. You can't get away with it, doing anything you like." This man understands my questions perfectly well. He just doesn't want to answer them directly, Tengo felt. Father, Tengo addressed him. You may not actually be my father, but I'll call you that for now because I don't know what else to call you. To tell you the truth, I've never liked you. Maybe I've even hated you most of the time. You know that, don't you? But even supposing you are not my real father, and there is no blood connection between us, I no longer have any reason to hate you. I don't know if I can go so far as to be fond of you, but I think that at least I should be able to understand you better than I do now. I've always wanted to know the truth about who I am and where I came from. That's all. But no one ever told me. If you will tell me the truth right now, I won't hate you or dislike you any more. In fact, I would welcome the opportunity not to have to hate you or dislike you any longer. His father went on staring at Tengo with expressionless eyes, saying nothing, but Tengo felt he might be seeing the tiniest gleam of light flashing somewhere deep within those empty swallows' nests. I am nothing, Tengo said. You are right. I'm like someone who's been thrown into the ocean at night, floating all alone. I reach out, but no one is there. I call out, but no one answers. I have no connection to anything. The closest thing I have to a family is you, but you hold on to the secret and won't even try to tell me anything. Meanwhile, in this seaside town, your memory goes through repeated ups and downs as it steadily deteriorates day by day. Like your memory, the truth about me is being lost. Without the aid of truth, I am nothing, and I can never be anything. You are right about that, too. Knowledge is a precious social asset, his father said in a monotone, though his voice was somewhat quieter than before, as if someone behind him had reached over and turned down the volume. It is an asset that must be amassed in abundant stockpiles and utilized with the utmost care. It must be handed down to the next generation in fruitful forms. For that reason, too, NHK needs to have all of your subscription fees and— This is a kind of mantra for him, thought Tengo. He has protected himself all these years by reciting such phrases. Tengo felt he had to smash this obstinate amulet of his, to pull the living human being out from behind the surrounding barrier. He cut his father short. What kind of person was my mother? Where did she go? What happened to her? His father brought his incantation to a sudden halt. Tengo went on. I'm tired of living in hatred and resentment. I'm tired of living unable to love anyone. I don't have a single friend. Not one. And worst of all, I can't even love myself. Why is that? Why can't I love myself? It's because I can't love anyone else. A person learns how to love himself through the simple acts of loving and being loved by someone else. Do you understand what I'm saying? A person who is incapable of loving another cannot properly love himself. No, I'm not blaming you for this. Come to think of it, you may be such a victim. You probably don't know how to love yourself. Am I wrong about that? His father was closed off in silence, lips shut tight. It was impossible to tell from his expression whether he had understood Tengo or not. Tengo also fell silent and settled more deeply into his chair. A breeze blew in through the open window, stirred the sun-bleached curtains and the delicate petals of the potted plant, and slipped through the open door into the corridor. The smell of the sea was stronger than before. The soft sound of pine needles brushing against each other blended with the cries of the cicadas. His voice softer now, Tengo went on. A vision often comes to me, the same one over and over, ever since I can remember. I suspect it's probably not so much a vision as a memory of something that actually happened. I'm 1.5 years old, and my mother is next to me. She and a young man are holding each other. The man is not you. Who he is, I have no idea, but he is definitely not you. I don't know why, but the scene is permanently burned into me. His father said nothing, but his eyes were clearly seeing something else, something not there. The two maintained their silence. Tengo was listening to the suddenly stronger breeze. He did not know what his father was listening to. I wonder if I might ask you to read me something, his father said in formal tones after a long silence. My sight has deteriorated to the point where I can't read books anymore. I can't follow the words on the page for long. That bookcase has some books. Choose any one you like." Tengo gave up and left his chair to scan the spines of the volumes in the bookcase. Most of them were historical novels set in ancient times when samurai roamed the land. All the volumes of Sword of Doom were there. Tengo couldn't bring himself to read his father some musty old book full of archaic language. "If you don't mind, I'd rather read a story about a town of cats," Tengo said. "I brought it to read myself." "A story about a town of cats," his father said, savoring the words. "Please read that to me, if it is not too much trouble." Tengo looked at his watch. "It's no trouble at all. I have plenty of time before my train leaves. It's an odd story. I don't know if you'll like it or not." Tengo pulled out his paperback and started reading Town of Cats. His father listened to him read the entire story, not changing his position in the chair by the window. Tengo read slowly in a clearly audible voice, taking 2 or 3 breaks along the way to catch his breath. He glanced at his father whenever he stopped reading, but saw no discernible reaction on his face. Was he enjoying the story or not? He could not tell. When he was through reading the story, his father was sitting perfectly still with his eyes closed. He looked as if he could be sound asleep, but he was not. He was simply deep inside the story, and it took him a while to come back out. Tengo waited patiently for that to happen. The afternoon light had begun to weaken and blend with touches of evening. The ocean breeze continued to shake the pines. "Does that town of cats have television?" his father asked. "The story was written in Germany in the 1930s. They didn't have television yet back then. They did have radio, though." "I was in Manchuria, but I didn't even have a radio. There weren't any stations. The newspaper often didn't arrive, and when it did, it was 2 weeks old. There was hardly anything to eat, and we had no women. Sometimes there were wolves roaming around. It was like the edge of the earth out there." He fell silent for a while, thinking, probably recalling the hard life he led as a young pioneer in distant Manchuria. But those memories soon clouded over, swallowed up into nothingness. Tengo could read these movements of his father's mind from the changing expressions on his face. "Did the cats build the town, or did people build it a long time ago and the cats came to live there?" his father asked, speaking toward the window pane as if to himself, though the question seemed to have been directed to Tengo. "I don't know," Tengo said, "but it does seem to have been built by human beings long before. Maybe the people left for some reason. Say they all died in an epidemic, and the cats came to live there." His father nodded. "When a vacuum forms, something has to come along to fill it, because that's what everybody does." "That's what everybody does." "Exactly. What kind of vacuum are you filling?" His father scowled. His long eyebrows came down to hide his eyes. Then he said with a touch of sarcasm in his voice, "Don't you know?" "I don't know," Tengo said. His father's nostrils flared. One eyebrow rose slightly. This was the expression he always used when he was dissatisfied with something. "If you can't understand it without an explanation, you can't understand it with an explanation." Tengo narrowed his eyes, trying to read the man's expression. Never once had his father employed such odd, suggestive language. He always spoke in concrete, practical terms, to say only what was necessary when necessary. That was his unshakable definition of a conversation. But there was no expression on his face to be read. "I see. So you are filling in some kind of vacuum," Tengo said. "All right, then. Who is going to fill the vacuum that you have left behind?" "You," his father declared, raising an index finger and thrusting it straight at Tengo. "Isn't it obvious? I have been filling in the vacuum that somebody else made, so you will fill in the vacuum that I have made. Like taking turns. The way the cats filled in the town after the people were gone." "Right. Lost, like the town," his father said. Then he stared vacantly at his own outstretched index finger, as if looking at some mysterious, misplaced object. "Lost like the town," Tengo repeated his father's words. "The woman who gave birth to you is not anywhere anymore." "Not anywhere. Lost like the town. Are you saying she's dead?" His father made no reply to that. Tengo sighed. "So then who is my father?" "Just a vacuum. Your mother joined her body with a vacuum and gave birth to you. I filled in that vacuum." Having said that much, his father closed his eyes and closed his mouth. "Joined her body with a vacuum?" "Yes." "And you raised me, is that what you're saying?" After one ceremonious clearing of his throat, his father said, as if trying to explain a simple truth to a slow-witted child, "That is why I said, if you can't understand it without an explanation, you can't understand it with an explanation." "So you're telling me that I came out of a vacuum?" Tengo asked. No answer. Tengo folded his hands in his lap and looked straight into his father's face once more. This man is no empty shell, no vacant house. He is a flesh-and-blood human being with a narrow, stubborn soul and shadowed memories, surviving in fits and starts on this patch of land by the sea. He has no choice but to coexist with the vacuum that is slowly spreading inside him. The vacuum and his memories are still at odds, but eventually, regardless of his wishes, the vacuum will completely swallow up whatever memories are left. It is just a matter of time. Could the vacuum that he is confronting now be the same vacuum from which I was born? Tengo thought he might be hearing the distant rumble of the sea mixed with the early evening breeze slipping through the pine branches, though it could have been an illusion.
Chapter 9. Al-Mame. What comes as a payment for heavenly grace. When Al-Mame walked into the adjoining room, Buzzcut followed and swiftly closed the door. The room was totally dark. Thick curtains covered the window, and all lights had been extinguished. A few rays of light seeped in through a gap between the curtains, serving only to emphasize the darkness of everything else. It took time for her eyes to adjust to the darkness, as in a movie theater or planetarium. The first thing she saw was the display of an electric clock on a low table. Its green figures read 7:20 p.m. When a few more seconds passed, she could tell that there was a large bed against the back wall. The clock was near the head of the bed. This room was somewhat smaller than the spacious adjoining room, but it was still larger than an ordinary hotel room. On the bed was a deep black object, like a small mountain. Still more time had to go by before Al-Mame could tell that its irregular outline indicated the presence of a human body. During this interval, the outline remained perfectly unbroken. She could detect no signs of life. There was no breathing to be heard. The only sound was a soft rush of air from the air conditioner near the ceiling. Still, the body was not dead. Buzzcut's actions were based on the premise that this was a living human being. This was a very large person, most likely a man. She could not be sure, but the person did not seem to be facing in this direction, and did not seem to be under the covers, but rather was lying face down on the made-up bed, like a large animal at the back of a cave, trying not to expend its physical energy while it allows its wounds to heal. "It is time," Buzzcut announced in the direction of the shadow. There was a new tension in his voice. Whether or not the man heard Buzzcut's voice was unclear. The dark mound on the bed remained perfectly still. Buzzcut stood stiffly by the door, waiting. The room was enveloped in a silence so deep Al-Mame could hear someone swallow, and then she realized that the sound of swallowing had come from her. Gripping her gym bag in her right hand, Al-Mame, like Buzzcut, was waiting for something to happen. The clock display changed to 7:21, then 7:22, then 7:23. Eventually, the outline on the bed began to show a slight degree of motion, a faint shudder that soon became a clear movement. The person must have been in a deep sleep or a state resembling sleep. The muscles awoke. The upper body began to rise, and in time, the consciousness was regained. The shadow sat straight up on the bed, legs folded. It's definitely a man, thought Al-Mame. It is time, Buzzcut said again. Al-Mame heard the man release a long breath. It was like a heavy sigh slowly rising from the bottom of a deep well. Next came the sound of a large inhalation. It was as wild and unsettling as a gale tearing through a forest. Then the cycle started again. The two utterly different types of sound repeated, separated by a long silence. This made Al-Mame feel uneasy. She sensed that she had found her way into a region that was completely foreign to her. A deep ocean trench, say, or the surface of an unknown asteroid. The kind of place it might be possible to reach with great effort, but from which return was impossible. Her eyes refused to adapt fully to the darkness. She could now see to a certain point, but no farther. All that her eyes could reach was a man's dark silhouette. She could not tell which way he was facing or what he was looking at. All she could see was that he was an extremely large man, and that his shoulders seemed to rise and fall quietly, but enormously, with each breath. This was not normal breathing. Rather, it was breathing that had a special purpose and function, and that was performed with the entire body. She pictured the large movements of his shoulder blades and diaphragm expanding and contracting. No ordinary human being could breathe with such fierce intensity. It was a distinctive method of breathing that could only be mastered through long, intense training. Buzzcut stood next to her at full attention, back straight, chin in. His breathing was shallow and quick, in contrast to that of the man on the bed. He was trying to minimize his presence as he waited for the intense, deep breathing sequence to end. Apparently, it was an activity the man practiced routinely. Like Buzzcut, Al-Mame could do nothing but wait for it to end. It was probably a process the man needed to go through to become fully awake. Finally, the special breathing ended in stages, the way a large machine stops running. The intervals between breaths grew gradually longer, concluding with one long breath that seemed to squeeze everything out. A deep silence fell over the room once again. "It is time," Buzzcut said a third time. The man's head moved slowly. He now seemed to be facing Buzzcut. "You may leave the room," the man said. His voice was a deep, clear baritone, decisive and unambiguous. His body had apparently attained complete wakefulness. Buzzcut gave one shallow bow in the darkness and left the room the way he had entered it, with no unnecessary movements. The door closed, leaving Al-Mame alone in the room with the man. "I'm sorry it's so dark," the man said, most likely to Al-Mame. "I don't mind," Al-Mame said. "We had to make it dark," the man said softly. "But don't worry. You will not be hurt." Al-Mame nodded. Then, recalling that she was in darkness, she said aloud, "I see." Her voice was somewhat harder and higher than normal. For a time, the man stared at Al-Mame in the darkness. She felt herself being stared at intensely. His gaze was precise and attentive to detail. He was not so much looking at her as viewing her. He seemed able to survey each inch of her body. She felt as if he had, in an instant, stripped off every piece of clothing and left her stark naked. But his gaze didn't stop with the skin. It pierced through to her muscles and organs and uterus. He can see in the dark, she thought. He is viewing far more than the eyes can see. "Things can be seen better in the darkness," he said, as if he had just seen into her mind. "But the longer you spend in the dark, the harder it becomes to return to the world above ground where the light is. You have to call a stop to it at some point." Having said this, he spent another interval observing Al-Mame. There was nothing sexual in his gaze. He was just viewing her as an object, the way a boat passenger stares at the shape of a passing island. But this was no ordinary passenger. He was trying to see through to everything about the island. With prolonged exposure to such a relentless, piercing gaze, Al-Mame strongly felt the imperfections of her own fleshy self. This was not how she felt normally. Aside from the size of her breasts, she was, if anything, proud of her body. She trained it daily and kept it beautiful. Her muscles were smooth and taut, without the slightest excess flesh. Stared at by this man, however, she could not help but feel that her flesh was a worn-out old bag of meat. As though he had read her thoughts, the man stopped staring at her. She felt the power suddenly go out of his gaze. It was as if someone had been spraying water with a hose when another person behind the building turned off the spigot. "Sorry, but could you open the curtains just a bit?" the man asked softly. "I'm sure you could use some light, too, for your work." Setting the gym bag on the floor, Al-Mame went over to the window and pulled on the cords at the side to open first the thick, heavy curtains, and then the inner white lace curtains. Nighttime Tokyo poured its light into the room. Tokyo Tower's floodlights, the lamps lining the elevated expressway, the moving headlights of cars, the lighted windows of high-rise buildings, the colorful rooftop neon signs, they all combined to illuminate the hotel room with that mixed light unique to the big city. But just barely. Enough so that Al-Mame was now able to make out some of the room's furnishings. Al-Mame saw the light with the pang of familiarity. This was light from the world to which she herself belonged. She suddenly realized how urgently she needed such light. As weak as it was, though, it appeared to be too strong for the man's eyes. Still seated on the bed in the lotus position, he covered his face with his two large hands. "Are you all right?" Al-Mame asked. "Don't worry," he said. "Shall I close the curtains a bit more?" "No, that's fine. I have a problem with my retinas. It takes time for them to adjust to light. I'll be all right in a minute. Have a seat over there." A problem with his retinas? Al-Mame wondered. People with retinal problems are usually on the verge of going blind. But this was of no concern to Al-Mame now. She was not here to deal with this man's sight. While the man was covering his face with his hands and letting his eyes adjust to the light streaming in from the window, Al-Mame sat on a sofa and watched him. Now it was her turn to study him in detail. He was a very large man. Not fat, just large. Tall and broad and powerful looking. She had heard about his large size from the dowager, but she had not expected him to be this big. There was, of course, no reason that a religious guru should not be huge. She imagined 10-year-old girls being raped by this big man and found herself scowling. She imagined him naked and mounted on a tiny girl. There was no way for such girls to resist. Even an adult woman would have a difficult time of it. The man was wearing something like thin sweatpants that narrowed at the ankles with elastic bands, and a solid color long-sleeved shirt that had a slight silk-like sheen. The loose-fitting shirt buttoned up the front, but the man had left the two top buttons open. Both the pants and the shirt appeared to be white or a light cream color. These were not pajamas, but more like comfortable lounging clothes, or an outfit that would look normal under palm trees in southern lands. His bare feet looked big. The broad stone wall of his shoulders brought to mind an experienced martial arts combatant. After waiting for a pause in Al-Mama's observation, the man said, "Thanks for coming today." "It's my job," Al-Mama said in a voice devoid of emotion. "I go where I'm needed." Even as she spoke, however, she felt like a prostitute who had come when called. Perhaps this was due to the way he had undressed her in the darkness with that penetrating gaze. "How much do you know about me?" the man asked Al-Mama, his hand still covering his face. "How much do I know about you?" "That's right." "Almost nothing," Al-Mama said, choosing her words carefully. "I have not even been told your name. All I know is that you are the head of a religious organization in Nagano or Yamanashi, that you have some kind of physical problem, and that I may be able to help you with it." The man gave his head a few quick shakes and took his hands away from his face. Now he and Al-Mama were looking directly at each other. His hair was long. His abundant head of hair hung straight down to his shoulders. It had much gray mixed in. The man was probably somewhere in his late 40s or early 50s. He had a large nose that occupied a good deal of his face. It was admirably straight and brought to mind a calendar photo of the Alps. The mountain had a broad base and great dignity. It was the first thing one noticed when looking at his face, and it contrasted sharply with his eyes, which were set so deeply into his face that it was hard to tell what they were looking at. Like his body, his face was broad and thick. Clean-shaven, it bore no scars or moles. The features worked well together, producing a look of serenity and intelligence, but also something peculiar, out of the ordinary, something that did not inspire easy trust. It was the kind of face that, on first impression, gives people pause. Perhaps it was because the nose was too big. Because of it, the face was missing a certain balance. Perhaps the root of what left the observer feeling unsettled. Or perhaps it was the deep-set eyes that did it. The way they gave off that quiet glow of an ancient glacier. Then again, it might have been the cruel impression created by the thin lips, which looked as if they were ready to spit out unpredictable words at any moment. "And besides that?" he asked. "Besides that, I have heard very little. All I was told was to be prepared to perform stretching exercises. The muscles and joints are my area of expertise. I don't need to know much about my clients' positions or personalities." Just like a whore, Al-Mama thought. "I understand what you are saying," the man said in a deep voice. "But in my case, you might need some explanation." "I would be glad to listen to anything you might wish to share." "People call me leader, but I almost never show my face to anyone. Most of our believers, although they belong to the religion and live in the same compound, have no idea what I look like." Al-Mama nodded. "But here I am, letting you see my face. For one thing, I can hardly ask you to treat me in the dark or blindfolded. And there is also the question of courtesy." "What I do is not a treatment," Al-Mama calmly corrected him. "It is simply the stretching of the muscles. I am not licensed to perform medical procedures. All I do is force people to stretch the muscles they don't normally use, or the ones that are difficult to use, and that way we prevent the deterioration of their physical strength." The man appeared to smile faintly, though it might have been a mere illusion caused by a slight twitching of his facial muscles. I am quite aware of that. I simply used the word treat for convenience's sake. Don't worry. All I was trying to say was that you are now seeing something that most people are not able to see, and I wanted you to be aware of that. I was warned in there not to say anything about this to anyone, Al-Mame said, pointing toward the door to the adjoining room. But none of you need to worry. Nothing that I observe here will find its way outside. I touch many people's bodies in my work. You may be someone in a special position, but to me, you are merely one of many people with muscle problems. The only part of you that concerns me is your muscles. I hear you were a Society of Witnesses believer as a child. It's not as if I chose to become a believer. I was simply raised that way. There is a big difference between the two. Indeed, a very big difference, the man said. But people can never fully divorce themselves from the images implanted during early childhood. For better or worse, Al-Mame said. The Witnesses' doctrines are very different from those of the religion that I belong to. If you ask me, any religion that takes the end of the world as one of its central tenets is more or less bogus. In my view, the only thing that ever ends is the individual. That said, the Society of Witnesses is an amazingly tough religion. Its history is not very long, but it has withstood many tests and has steadily continued to increase the number of its believers. There is a lot that can be learned from that. It probably just shows how close-minded they've been. The smaller and narrower such a group is, the more firmly they can resist outside pressure. You are probably right about that, the man said, pausing for a few moments. In any case, we're not here to discuss religion. Al-Mame said nothing. What I want you to understand is the fact that my body has many special things about it. Al-Mame, still seated, waited for him to go on. As I said before, my eyes can't stand strong light. This symptom appeared some years ago. I had no particular problem until that time, but all at once, at some point it started. This was the main reason I stopped coming into people's presence. I spend practically all my time in dark rooms. I'm afraid I can't do anything for vision problems, Al-Mame said. As I said before, the muscles are my area of expertise. Yes, I'm quite aware of that. And of course I consulted medical specialists. I have been to any number of famous eye doctors and had many tests. But they tell me there is nothing they can do at this point. My retinas have been damaged, but they don't know the cause. The symptoms are slowly progressing. If things go on like this, I will lose my sight before long. As you say, of course, this is a problem that has nothing to do with the muscles. But let me list my physical problems in order, and when I am through, we can think about what you can and cannot do. Al-Mame nodded. The next problem is that my muscles often go stiff, the man said. I quite literally can't move a muscle. They become rock hard and stay that way for hours. All I can do at such times is lie down. I don't feel any pain. All the muscles of my body simply become immobile. I can't even move a finger. The only thing I can manage to move, through sheer willpower, is my eyeballs. This happens once or twice a month. Do you have any sign beforehand that it is about to happen? First, I have spasms. My muscles start twitching all over. That goes on for 10 to 20 minutes. After that, my muscles go dead. as if someone has turned off a switch. During those 10 or 20 minutes after the warning comes, I go to a place where I can stretch out, and I lie down. Like a boat seeking shelter from a storm in a cove, I wait there in hiding for the paralysis to pass over me. And though the paralysis is complete when it comes, my mind remains fully awake. No, if anything, it is awake with a special clarity. You say you have no pain. I lose all sensation. If you jabbed me with the needle, I wouldn't feel it. Have you consulted a doctor about that? I have been to all the best hospitals and any number of doctors, but all they can tell me is that this is an unprecedented affliction for which current medical knowledge can do nothing. I have tried traditional Chinese remedies, osteopathic physicians, acupuncture, moxibustion, massage, hot spring cures, everything I could think of, but have had no results worth talking about. Al-Mame frowned slightly. All my approach does is to stimulate the normal bodily functions. I doubt that it will have much effect on such severe problems. Yes, I am quite aware of that as well. But I am trying to exhaust every possibility. Even if your method has no effect, that is not your responsibility. Just do to me what you always do. I would like to see how my body responds to it. Al-Mame pictured the man's huge body lying motionless in some dark place, like a hibernating animal. When was the last time you experienced the paralysis? 10 days ago, the man said. And, this is a bit difficult to bring up, but there is one more thing I should probably mention. Feel free to tell me anything. All the time my muscles are in that state of suspended animation, I have an erection. Al-Mame's frown deepened. You mean to say that your sex organ remains hard for hours at a time? That is correct. But you have no feeling? None at all, he said. No sexual desire either. I just harden up, like a rock the way my muscles do. Al-Mame gave her head a little shake and did her best to resume a normal expression. I don't believe I can do anything about that either. It's quite far from my area of expertise. This is difficult for me to talk about, and you probably don't want to hear about it either. But may I tell you a bit more? Please do. Your secrets are safe with me. During this interval, it happens that I am physically joined with girls. Girls? I have a number of females around me. Whenever I go into my paralytic state, they take turns mounting me and having sexual relations with me. I have no feeling at all. I feel no sexual pleasure, but I do ejaculate with each of them. Al-Mame kept silent. He continued. Altogether, there are 3 girls, all in their teens. I am sure you must be wondering why I have such young girls around me, and why they must have sex with me. Could it be perhaps part of a religious practice? Still sitting cross-legged on the bed, the man took a deep breath. It is thought that these paralyses of mine are a form of grace bestowed by heaven, a kind of sacred state. Thus, when I am visited by those states, the girls come to me and join their bodies with mine. They are trying to become impregnated with my heir. Al-Mame looked at him, saying nothing. He also fell silent. So, then what you are telling me is that the girl's purpose is to become pregnant? To carry your child? Al-Mame then asked. That is correct. And during this several-hour period while you lie there paralyzed, you have 3 ejaculations with these 3 girls? That is correct. Al-Mame could not help but realize that she had gotten herself into a terribly complicated situation. She was about to murder this man, to send him to the other side. Yet here she was being given the strange secrets of his flesh. I don't quite understand the precise nature of your problem. All the muscles of your body become paralyzed once or twice a month. When that happens, your 3 girlfriends come and have sex with you. True, that is not exactly normal in common sense terms, but they are not my girlfriends, the man said, cutting her short. They serve me as shrine maidens. Joining their bodies with mine is one of their duties. Duties? It is a role that has been assigned to them, to become pregnant with my heir. Assigned by whom? Al-Mame asked. That would be a long story, the man said. The problem is that all of this is steadily leading toward the destruction of my flesh. So then, have they gotten pregnant? No, not yet. And there is little possibility that any of them will. They have not started their periods. Still, they are hoping for a miracle through heavenly grace. None of them have gotten pregnant. They are not menstruating, Al-Mame said. And your flesh is headed for destruction. Little by little, the time of each paralytic episode is growing longer. And the episodes are increasing in number. They started 7 years ago. Back then, I would have 1 episode in 2 or 3 months. Now it is once or twice a month, and after each paralysis ends, my body is racked by excruciating pain and exhaustion. I have to live this way for a week or more each time. I feel as if my whole body is being stabbed by thick needles. I have intense headaches and an overwhelming fatigue. I find it impossible to sleep, and no medicine has done anything to alleviate the pain. The man sighed. Then he continued. The second week after the episode is better than the first, but still the pain never entirely goes away. Intense pain comes over me like a wave several times a day. I can hardly breathe. My organs don't function properly. My joints creak like a machine that needs oiling. My flesh is being devoured and my blood sucked out. I can feel it happening. But what is gnawing away at me is neither cancer nor a parasite. I have had every test they can think of, but they can never find the cause. They tell me I'm the picture of health. Medical science cannot explain my torment. The only conclusion is that this is the price I must pay for the heavenly grace I experience. This man is surely on the road to destruction, Al-Mame thought. But she could find no hint of emaciation about him. He seemed sturdily built in every way, and appeared to have the discipline to withstand intense pain. And yet she could sense that his flesh was headed for destruction. This man is diseased. I don't know what his disease might be, but even if I don't take steps to dispatch him right now, he will suffer intense pain as his flesh is slowly destroyed, and he encounters inevitable death. I can't stop its progress, the man said, as if he had read Al-Mame's thoughts. Every part of me is being eaten away, my body hollowed out, and a horribly painful death awaits me. They'll just throw me away like a useless old car. They? Al-Mame asked. Who are they? I am talking about the ones who are eating away at my flesh like this, the man said. But never mind that. What I am looking for now is some way to have my very real pain eased to some extent. That is what I need more than anything, even if the solution is not complete. This pain is unbearable. At certain times, the pain deepens dramatically, as if it has a direct link to the center of the earth. It is a kind of pain that no one else besides me can grasp. It has robbed me of many things, but in return it has given me much. Deep special pain bestows deep special grace. Not that the grace alleviates the pain, of course, nor can it prevent the coming destruction. A deep silence followed for some moments. Al-Mame finally managed to speak. I know I keep saying the same thing, but I can't help thinking that the techniques at my disposal can do almost nothing for your problem, especially if it is something that has come to you as a payment for heavenly grace. Leader sat up straight and looked at Al-Mame with those small, deep-set glacier-like eyes. Then he opened his long, thin lips. No. I think you can do something for me. Something that only you can do. I hope you're right. I am right. I know it, the man said. I know a lot of things. If you are willing, I would like to have you start now. Do what you always do. I'll try, Al-Mame said, her voice tense and hollow. What I always do, Al-Mame thought.
Chapter 10. Tengo. You have declined our offer. Tengo said goodbye to his father just before 6 p.m. While he waited for the taxi to come, the two of them sat across from each other by the window, saying nothing. Tengo indulged in his own unhurried thoughts while his father stared hard at the view outside the window, frowning. The sun had dropped down, and the sky's pale blue was slowly deepening. He had many more questions he wanted to ask, but he knew that there would be no answers coming back. The sight of his father's tightly clenched lips told him that. His father had obviously decided to say nothing more, so Tengo decided not to ask any more. If you couldn't understand something without an explanation, you couldn't understand it with an explanation, as his father had said. When the time for him to leave drew near, Tengo said, "You told me a lot today. It was indirect and often hard to grasp, but it was probably as honest and open as you could make it." Tengo looked at his father, but there was no change of expression. "I still have some things I'd like to ask you, but I know they would only cause you pain. All I can do is guess the rest from what you've told me. You are probably not my father by blood. That is what I assume. I don't know the details, but I have to think that in general. If I'm wrong, please tell me so." His father made no reply. Tengo continued, "If my assumption is correct, that makes it easier for me. Not because I hate you, but, as I said before, because I no longer need to hate you. You seem to have raised me as your son, even though we had no blood ties. I should be grateful for that. Unfortunately, we were never very good at being father and son, but that's another problem." Still, his father said nothing, his eyes fixed on the outdoor scene like a soldier on guard duty, determined not to miss the next signal flare sent up by the savage tribe on the distant hill. Tengo tried looking out along his father's line of vision, but found nothing resembling a flare. The only things out there were the pine trees tinted with the coming sunset. "I'm sorry to say it, but there is virtually nothing I can do for you, other than to hope that the process forming a vacuum inside you is a painless one. I'm sure you have suffered a lot. You must have loved my mother as deeply as you knew how. I do get that sense. But she went off somewhere. I don't know whether the man she went with was my biological father or not, and you apparently have no intention of telling me. But in any case, she left you. And me too, an infant. Maybe you decided to raise me because you figured she would come back to you if you had me with you. But she never came back, to you or to me. That must have been hard on you, like living in an empty town. Still, you raised me in that empty town, as if to fill in the vacuum. His father's expression did not change. Tengo could not tell whether he was understanding or even hearing what he was saying. My assumption may be wrong, and that might be all for the better, for both of us. But thinking about it that way helps all kinds of things to fit together nicely inside me, and my doubts are more or less resolved. A pack of crows cut across the sky, cawing. Tengo looked at his watch. It was time for him to leave. He stood up, went over to his father, and put his hand on his shoulder. "Goodbye, Father. I'll come again soon." Grasping the doorknob, Tengo turned around one last time and was shocked to see a single tear running down from his father's eye. It shone a dull silver color under the ceiling's fluorescent light. To release that tear, his father must have squeezed every bit of strength from what little emotion he still had left. The tear crept slowly down his father's cheek and fell onto his lap. Tengo opened the door and left the room. He took the cab to the station and boarded the train that had brought him here. The Tokyo-bound express train from Tateyama was more crowded and noisy than the outbound train had been. Most of the passengers were families returning from a stay at the beach. Looking at them, Tengo thought about being in elementary school. He had never once experienced such a family outing or trip. During the Bon Festival or New Year's, his father would do nothing but stretch out at home and sleep, looking like some kind of grubby machine with the electricity switched off. Taking his seat, he thought he might read the rest of his paperback, until he realized he had left it in his father's room. He sighed, but then realized on second thought that this was probably just as well. Anything he might read now would probably not register with him, and Town of Cats was a story that belonged more in his father's room than in Tengo's possession. The scenery moved past the window in the opposite order. The dark, deserted strip of coastline, pressed in upon by mountains, eventually gave way to the more open coastal industrial zone. Most of the factories were still operating, even though it was nighttime. A forest of smokestacks towered in the darkness, spitting fire like snakes sticking out their long tongues. Big trucks' strong headlights flooded the roadway. The ocean beyond looked like thick, black mud. It was nearly 10 o'clock by the time he arrived home. His mailbox was empty. Opening his apartment door, he found the place looking even emptier than usual, the same vacuum he had left behind that morning. The shirt he had thrown on the floor, the switched-off word processor, the swivel chair with the indentation his weight had left in the seat, the eraser crumbs scattered over his desk. He drank 2 glasses of water, undressed, and crawled straight into bed. Sleep came over him immediately, a deep sleep such as he had not had lately. When he woke up after 8 o'clock the next morning, Tengo realized that he was a brand-new person. Waking up felt good. The muscles of his arms and legs felt free of all stiffness and ready to deal with any wholesome stimulus. His physical weariness was gone. He had that feeling he remembered from childhood when he opened a new textbook at the beginning of the term, ignorant of its contents, but sensing the new knowledge to come. He went into the bathroom and shaved. Drying his face and slapping on aftershave lotion, he studied himself in the mirror, confirming that he was, indeed, a new person. Yesterday's events all seemed as if they had happened in a dream, not in reality. While everything was quite vivid, he noticed touches of unreality around the edges. He had boarded a train, visited the Town of Cats, and come back. Fortunately, unlike the hero of the story, he had managed to board the train for the return trip, and his experiences in that town had changed Tengo profoundly. Of course, nothing at all had changed about the actual situation in which he found himself, compelled to walk on dangerous, enigmatic ground. Things had developed in totally unforeseen ways, and he had no idea what was going to happen to him next. Still, Tengo had a strong sense that somehow he would be able to overcome the danger. I finally made it to the starting line, Tengo thought. Not that any decisive facts had come to light, but from the things his father had said and his father's attitude, he had begun to gain some vague understanding of his own origins. That image that had long tormented and confused him was no meaningless hallucination. How much it reflected actuality he could not say with any precision, but it was the single piece of information left by his mother, and for better or worse, it comprised the foundation of his life. With that much now clear, Tengo was able to feel that he had lowered a great burden from his back, and having set it down once and for all, he realized what a heavy load he had been carrying. A strangely quiet and peaceful 2 weeks went by, like a calm sea. He taught 4 days a week at the cram school during summer vacation and allocated the rest of his time to writing his novel. No one contacted him. Tengo knew nothing about how the Fukaeri disappearance case was progressing or whether Air Chrysalis was still selling, nor did he want to know. Let the world move along as it pleased. If it had any business with him, it would be sure to tell him. August ended, and September came. As he made his morning coffee, Tengo found himself silently wishing that this peaceful time could go on forever. If he said it aloud, some keen-eared demon somewhere might overhear him, and so he kept his wish for continued tranquility to himself. But things never go the way you want them to, and this was no exception. The world seemed to have a better sense of how you wanted things not to go. The phone rang just after 10 o'clock that morning. He let it ring 7 times, gave up, reached out, and lifted the receiver. "Can I come over now?" a subdued voice asked. As far as Tengo knew, there was only one person in the world who could ask questions without a question mark like that. In the background, Tengo could hear some kind of announcement and the sound of car exhausts. "Where are you now?" Tengo asked. "At the front door of the Marusho." His apartment was less than 200 yards from that supermarket. She was calling from the payphone out front. Tengo instinctively glanced around his apartment. "Don't you think it's risky? Somebody might be watching my apartment, and you're supposed to be whereabouts unknown." "Somebody might be watching your apartment," she asked, parroting his words. "Right," Tengo said. "All kinds of weird things have been going on around me, probably having to do with Air Chrysalis." "'Cause people are mad?" "Probably. They're mad at you, and I think they're a little mad at me, too, because I rewrote Air Chrysalis." "I don't care," Fukaeri said. "You don't care." Now Tengo was parroting her words. The habit was catching. "About what?" "Your apartment being watched, if it is." He was momentarily at a loss for words. "Well, maybe I do care," he said at last. "We should be together," Fukaeri said. "Join forces." "Sonny and Cher," Tengo said. "The strongest male-female duo." "The strongest what?" "Never mind. My own little joke." "I'm coming over." Tengo was about to say something when he heard the connection cut. Everybody was hanging up on him, like chopping down a rope bridge. Fukaeri showed up 10 minutes later with a plastic supermarket bag in each arm. She wore a blue-striped long-sleeve shirt and slim jeans. The shirt was a men's shirt, unironed, straight from the clothesline. A canvas bag hung from one shoulder. She wore a pair of oversized sunglasses to hide her face, but it didn't look like an effective disguise. If anything, it would attract attention. "I thought we should have lots of food," Fukaeri said, transferring the contents of the plastic bags to the refrigerator. Most of what she had bought was ready-made food that only needed heating in a microwave oven. There were also crackers and cheese, apples, tomatoes, and some canned goods. "Where's the microwave?" she asked, looking around the kitchen. "I don't have one," Tengo said. Fukaeri wrinkled her brow in thought, but had said nothing. She seemed to have trouble imagining a world without a microwave oven. "I want you to put me up," she said, as if conveying an objective fact. "How long?" Tengo asked. Fukaeri shook her head. This meant she didn't know. "What happened to your hiding place?" "I don't want to be alone when something happens." "You think something is going to happen?" Fukaeri did not reply. "I don't mean to keep repeating myself, but this is not a safe place," Tengo said. "Some kind of people seem to be keeping an eye on me. I don't know who they are yet, but—" "There is no such thing as a safe place," Fukaeri said, narrowing her eyes meaningfully and tugging on an earlobe. Tengo could not tell what this body language was supposed to mean. Probably nothing. "So it doesn't matter where you are," Tengo said. There is no such thing as a safe place, Fukaeri repeated. You may be right, Tengo said with resignation. After a certain point, there's no difference in the level of danger. In any case, I have to go to work soon. To the cram school? Right. I'll stay here, Fukaeri said. You'll stay here, Tengo echoed her. You should. Just don't go outside, and don't answer if anybody knocks. Don't answer the phone if it rings. Fukaeri nodded silently. So anyhow, what's happening with Professor Ebisuno? They searched Sakigake yesterday. You mean the police searched the Sakigake compound, looking for you? Tengo asked, surprised. You aren't reading the papers. I'm not reading the papers, Tengo echoed. I just haven't felt like it lately, so I don't know what's happening. But I would think the Sakigake people would be very upset by that. Fukaeri nodded. Tengo released a deep sigh. They must be even angrier than before, like hornets having their nest poked. Fukaeri narrowed her eyes and went into a short silence. She was probably imagining a swarm of furious hornets pouring out of their nest. Probably, Fukaeri said in a tiny voice. So, did they find out anything about your parents? Fukaeri shook her head. They still knew nothing about them. In any case, the organization is angry, Tengo said. And if the police find out that your disappearance was an act, they'll be mad at you too. And mad at me for covering up for you, even though I know the truth. Which is precisely why we have to join forces, Fukaeri said. Did you just say, which is precisely? Fukaeri nodded. Did I say it wrong? She asked. Tengo shook his head. Not at all. The words sounded fresh, that's all. If it's a bother for you, I can go somewhere else, Fukaeri said. I don't mind if you stay here, Tengo said, resigned. I'm sure you don't have any place else in mind, right? Fukaeri answered with a curt nod. Tengo took some cold barley tea from the refrigerator and drank it. Angry hornets would be too much for me, but I'm sure I can manage to look after you. Fukaeri looked hard at Tengo for a few moments. Then she said, You look different. What do you mean? Fukaeri twisted her lips into a strange angle and then returned them to normal. Can't explain. No need to explain, Tengo said. If you can't understand it without an explanation, you can't understand it with an explanation. As he left the apartment, Tengo said, When I call, I'll let it ring 3 times, hang up, and call again. Then you answer, okay? Okay, Fukaeri said. Ring 3 times, hang up, call again, answer. She sounded as if she could be translating aloud from an ancient stone monument. It's important, so don't forget, Tengo said. Fukaeri nodded twice. Tengo finished his 2 classes, went back to the teacher's lounge, and was getting ready to go home. The receptionist came to tell him that the man named Ushikawa was here to see him. She spoke with an apologetic air, like a kind-hearted messenger bearing unwelcome news. Tengo flashed her a bright smile and thanked her. No sense blaming the messenger. Ushikawa was in the cafeteria by the front lobby, drinking a café au lait as he waited for Tengo. Tengo could not imagine a drink less well suited to Ushikawa, whose strange exterior looked all the stranger amid the energetic young students. Only the part of the room where he was sitting seemed to have different gravity and air density and light refractivity. Even from a distance, there was no mistaking that he looked like bad news. The cafeteria was crowded between classes, but not one person shared his 6-person table. The students' natural instincts led them to avoid Ushikawa, just as antelope keep away from wild dogs. Tengo bought a coffee at the counter and carried it over to Ushikawa's table, sitting down opposite him. Ushikawa seemed to have just finished eating a cream-filled pastry. The crumpled wrapper lay atop the table, and crumbs stuck to the corner of his mouth. Cream pastries also seemed totally unsuited to Ushikawa. "It's been quite a while, hasn't it, Mr. Kawana?" Ushikawa said to Tengo, raising himself slightly from his chair. "Sorry to barge in on you again all of a sudden." Tengo dispensed with the polite chatter and got down to business. "I'm sure you're here for my answer. To the offer you made the other day, that is." "Well, yes, that is true," Ushikawa said, in a word. "I wonder, Mr. Ushikawa, if I can get you to speak a little more concretely and directly today. What is it that you people want from me in return for this grant thing?" Ushikawa cast a cautious glance around the room, but there was no one near them, and the cafeteria was so noisy with student voices that there was no danger of their conversations being overheard. "All right, then, let me give you our best deal and lay it all out with total honesty," Ushikawa said, leaning across the table and lowering his voice a notch. "The money is just a pretext. For one thing, the grant is not all that big. The most important thing that my client can offer you is your personal safety. In other words, no harm will come to you. We guarantee it." "In return for which," Tengo said, "in return for which, all they want from you is your silence and forgetting. You participated in this affair, but you didn't know what you were getting yourself into. You were just a foot soldier acting under orders. They won't hold you personally responsible, so all you have to do is forget everything. We can make it as though nothing ever happened. Word will never get out that you ghost wrote Air Chrysalis. You are not and never will be connected with it in any way. That is what they want from you, and it would be to your advantage as well, I'm sure you see. No harm will come to me. In other words, harm will come to the other participants. Is that what you are saying? That would be handled, case by case, as they say in English," Ushikawa said with apparent difficulty. "I am not the one who decides, so I can't say specifically, but some steps will have to be taken, I should think. And your arms are both long and strong." "Exactly. Very long and very strong, as I mentioned before. So then, Mr. Kawana, what kind of answer can we hope for from you? Let me first say that for me to accept money from you people is out of the question." Without speaking, Ushikawa reached for his glasses, took them off, carefully wiped the lenses with a handkerchief he produced from his pocket, and put them back on, as if to say that there might be some sort of connection between his vision and what he had just heard. "Do I understand this to mean that you have rejected our offer?" "That is correct." Ushikawa stared at Tengo through his glasses as if he were looking at an oddly shaped cloud. "And why would that be? In my humble opinion, it is by no means a bad deal for you. In the end, all of us connected with the story are in the same boat. It's out of the question for me to be the only one who runs away." "I'm mystified," Ushikawa said, as if truly mystified. "I can't understand it. I maybe shouldn't say this, but none of the others are the least bit concerned about you. It's true. They throw a little spare change your way and use you any way they like. And for that you get dragged into this mess. If you ask me, you'd be totally justified to tell them all to go to hell. If it were me, I'd be fuming. But you're ready to protect them. It's out of the question for me to be the only one who runs away," he says. "Boat schmote. I don't get it. Why won't you take it?" "One reason has to do with a woman named Kyoko Yasuda." Ushikawa picked up his cold café au lait and winced as he sipped it. "Kyoko Yasuda? You people know something about Kyoko Yasuda," Tengo said. Ushikawa let his mouth hang open as if he had no idea what Tengo was talking about. "No, honestly, I don't know a thing about a woman by that name. I swear, really. Who is she?" Tengo looked at Ushikawa for a while, saying nothing, but he could not read anything on his face. "A woman I know." "Would she by any chance be someone with whom you have a relationship?" Tengo did not reply to that. "What I want to know is whether you people did something to her." "Did something? No way. We haven't done a thing," Ushikawa said. "I'm not lying. I just told you I don't know a thing about her. You can't do anything, to somebody you've never even heard of." "But you said you hired a capable researcher and investigated every last thing about me. He even hit upon the fact that I had rewritten Eriko Fukada's work. He knows a lot about my private life, too. It only makes sense that he should know about Kyoko Yasuda and me. Yes, it's true, we have hired a capable researcher, and he has been finding out about you in great detail. So it could be that he has discovered your relationship with Kyoko Yasuda, as you say, but even assuming he has discovered it, the information has not reached me." "I was seeing Kyoko Yasuda for quite some time," Tengo said. "I used to see her once a week, in secret, because she had a family. But suddenly one day, without saying a word to me, she disappeared." Ushikawa used the handkerchief with which he had wiped his glasses to dab at the sweat on the tip of his nose. "And so, Mr. Kawana, you think that in one way or another we have something to do with the fact that this married woman disappeared, is that it? Maybe you informed her husband that she was seeing me." Ushikawa pursed his lips as if taken aback. "What possible reason could we have for doing such a thing?" Tengo clenched his fists in his lap. "I keep thinking about something you said on the phone the last time we talked. And what could that have been? Once you pass a certain age, life is just a continuous process of losing one thing after another. One after another, things you value slip out of your hands, the way a comb loses teeth. People you love fade away, one after another, that sort of thing. Surely you must remember." "Yes, I remember. I did say something like that the other day, but really, Mr. Kawana, I was just speaking in generalities. I was offering my own humble view of the pain and difficulty of aging. I certainly was not pointing specifically to what's-her-name Yasuda. But to my ears it sounded like a warning." Ushikawa gave his head several vigorous shakes. "Nothing of the sort. It wasn't even remotely meant as a warning. It was simply my personal view. Really, I swear I don't know anything at all about Mrs. Yasuda. She disappeared?" Tengo went on. "And you also said this. If I go on refusing to listen to you people, it might have an undesirable effect on everyone around me. Yes, I did say something like that. Isn't that a warning, too?" Ushikawa stuffed his handkerchief into his jacket pocket and let out a sigh. "True, it might have sounded like a warning, but there, too, I was speaking strictly generally. I'm telling you, Mr. Kawana, I don't know anything about this Mrs. Yasuda. I've never even heard her name. I swear to all the gods and goddesses of heaven and earth." Tengo studied Ushikawa's face again. This man really might not know anything about Kyoko Yasuda. The expression of bewilderment on his face certainly looked like the real thing. But even if he knew nothing, it didn't necessarily mean that they hadn't done anything to her. It could just be that they hadn't told him about it. "It's none of my business, Mr. Kawana, but having an affair with a married woman is a dangerous business. You're a young, healthy, single male. You should be able to have any number of single young girls without doing such dangerous things." Having said this, Ushikawa deftly licked the crumbs from the corner of his mouth. Tengo watched Ushikawa in silence. Ushikawa said, "Of course, male-female relationships don't work by logic and reason. Even monogamous marriage has its own set of contradictions. I'm telling you for your own good, though. If she has left you, it might be best to let the situation stay as it is. What I'm trying to say is this. There are things in this world that are better left as unknowns. The position about the mother, Sam, learning the truth would just hurt you. And once you do learn the truth, you end up having to take on a certain responsibility for it." Tengo scowled, holding his breath for a few seconds. "You know something about my mother?" Ushikawa flicked his tongue over his lips. "Yes, to some extent I do. Our researcher investigated that area very thoroughly. So, if you ever want to learn about that, I can hand you all the materials on your mother, as is. As I understand it, you grew up knowing absolutely nothing about her. However, there might be some not very pleasant information included in the file." "Please leave now, Mr. Ushikawa," Tengo said, pushing his chair back and standing up. "I have no desire to talk to you any more. And please, don't ever show your face to me again. Whatever harm might be coming to me, it would be better than having to deal with you. I don't want that grant of yours or your guarantees of safety. There's only one thing I want, and that is never to see you again." Ushikawa showed no discernible reaction to this. Perhaps he had had worse things said to him any number of times. There was even a hint of a smile gleaming deep in his eyes. "That's fine," Ushikawa said. "I'm glad I got your answer, at least. A definite no. You have declined our offer. Clear and easy to understand. I will convey it to my superiors in that form. I'm just a lowly errand boy. Now, simply because your answer is no, that doesn't mean that harm will come to you right away. It just might, is all I'm saying. It might never happen. That's what I'm hoping for. No, really, with all my heart. Because I like you, Mr. Kawana. I'm sure that's the last thing you want, for me to like you, but that's just the way it is. This nonsensical guy who shows up with nonsensical ideas. Terrible to look at. I've never had the problem of being liked too much. But the simple fact is that I have good feelings toward you, Mr. Kawana, as unwelcome as you may find them, and I hope that you go on to achieve great success in life. Having said this, Ushikawa proceeded to stare at his own fingers. They were short, stubby fingers. He turned them over a few times. Then he stood up. Well, then, I'll be excusing myself. Now that you mention it, this will probably be the last time you see me. Yes, I will do my best to honor your wishes. May things go well for you in the future. Goodbye. Ushikawa picked up the worn-out leather case he had set on the chair and disappeared into the cafeteria's crowd. As he walked, the mass of young male and female students parted naturally to make way for him, like medieval village children trying to avoid a fearsome slave trader. Tengo dialed his own apartment from the public phone in the school lobby. He was planning to hang up after 3 rings, but Fukaeri picked up at the second ring. I was going to let it ring 3 times and then call again. We had an arrangement, Tengo said wearily. I forgot, Fukaeri said with apparent unconcern. I'm sure I asked you not to forget. Want to do it again? Fukaeri asked. No, never mind. We're talking. Has anything unusual happened since I left? No calls? Nobody came? Good. I'm through working. I'll be coming back now. A big crow came and cawed outside the window, Fukaeri said. He comes every evening. Nothing to worry about. It's like a social call. Anyhow, I should be back by 7. Better hurry. Why's that? Tengo asked. The little people are stirring. The little people are stirring, Tengo repeated her words. In my apartment. No, somewhere else. Somewhere else. Way far away. But you can hear them. I can hear them. Does it mean something? Tengo asked. That something extraordinary is starting. It took Tengo a moment to realize she meant extraordinary. And what kind of extraordinary something would that be? I can't tell that much. The little people are going to make this extraordinary thing happen. Fukaeri shook her head. He could feel it through the phone. It meant she didn't know. Better come back before the thunder starts, she said. Thunder? If the train stops running, we'll be apart. Tengo turned and looked out the window. It was a calm late summer evening without a cloud in the sky. It doesn't look like thunder. You can't tell from looks. I'll hurry, Tengo said. Better hurry, Fukaeri said, and hung up. Tengo stepped outside, looked up once again at the clear evening sky, and walked briskly toward Yoyogi Station, Ushikawa's words resounding in his head like a tape on auto-repeat. What I'm trying to say is this. There are things in this world that are better left as unknowns. The business about your mother, for example. Learning the truth would just hurt you, and once you do learn the truth, you end up having to take on a certain responsibility for it. And somewhere the little people are stirring. They apparently have something to do with an extraordinary event that is coming our way. For now, the sky is beautiful and clear, but you can't tell by how things look. Maybe the thunder will roar, the rain will fall, and the trains will stop. Got to hurry back to the apartment. Fukaeri's voice was strangely compelling. We have to join forces, she had said. Those long arms were reaching out from somewhere. We have to join forces, because we'll be the world's strongest male-female duo. The beat goes on.
Chapter 11. Aomame. Balance itself is the good. Aomame spread her blue foam yoga mat on the carpeted bedroom floor. Then she told the man to take off his top. He got down from the bed and pulled off his shirt. He looked even bigger without a shirt on. He was deep-chested with bulging muscles and had no drooping excess flesh. To all appearances, this was a very healthy body. Following Aomame's directions, he lay face down on the mat. Aomame touched his wrist and took his pulse. It was strong and steady. Are you doing some kind of regular exercise? Aomame asked. Not really, he said. Just breathing. Just breathing? It's a little different from ordinary breathing, the man said. Like you were doing before in the dark, I suppose. Deep, repetitive breathing with all the muscles of your body. Face down, he gave a little nod. Al-Mame could not quite grasp it. While his intense style of breathing certainly must take a good deal of physical strength, was it possible for mere breathing to maintain such a tight, powerful body? What I'm about to do now involves a good deal of pain, Al-Mame said, in a voice without inflection. It has to hurt for it to do any good. On the other hand, I can adjust the amount of pain, so if it hurts, don't just bear it, speak up. The man paused for a moment before saying, If there is a pain I've never tasted, I'd like to try it. This sounded mildly sarcastic to her. Pain is not fun for anybody. But a painful technique is more effective. Is that it? I can bear any pain, as long as it has meaning. Al-Mame allowed herself a momentary facial expression in the pale darkness. Then she said, I understand. Let's both see how it goes. As always, Al-Mame started with the stretching of the shoulder blades. The first thing she noticed when she touched his flesh was its suppleness. This was fine, healthy flesh, fundamentally different in composition from the tired, stiff flesh of the urbanites with whom she dealt at the gym. At the same time, however, she had a strong sense that its natural flow was being blocked by something, the way a river's flow can be blocked temporarily by floating timber or other debris. Leaning her weight into her elbow, Al-Mame squeezed the man's shoulder upward, slowly at first, but then with a serious application of strength. She knew he was feeling pain, intense pain that would make any ordinary human being cry out. But he bore it in silence. His breathing remained calm, nor was there any hint of a frown on his face. He tolerates pain well, she thought. She decided to see how much he could stand. She held nothing back from her next push until the shoulder blade joint gave out with a dull snap, and she could tell that the track had been switched. The man's breathing paused momentarily, but immediately resumed its quiet, steady pace. Your shoulder blade was tremendously obstructed, Al-Mame explained, but that took care of it. Now the flow is back to normal. She jammed her fingers in under the shoulder blade up to the second joint. The muscles here were meant to be flexible, and once the obstruction was removed, they would quickly return to normal. That feels much better, the man murmured. It must have hurt quite a bit. Not more than I could stand. I myself have a rather high tolerance for pain, but if someone had done the same thing to me, I'm pretty sure I would have cried out. In most cases, one pain is alleviated or cancelled out by another pain. The senses are, ultimately, relative. Al-Mame placed her hand on his left shoulder blade, felt for the muscles with her fingertips, and determined that they were in about the same condition that the right ones had been. Let's see just how relative this can be. I'll do the left side now. It should hurt about as much as the right side did. Do what you need to. Don't worry about me. Meaning I shouldn't hold back at all? No need for that. Following the same procedure, Al-Mame corrected the joints and the muscles around the left shoulder blade. As instructed, she did not hold back. Once she had decided she would not hold anything back, Al-Mame took the shortest possible route without hesitation. The man reacted even more calmly than he had with the right side. He accepted the pain with complete equanimity, making only one brief swallowing sound in his throat. All right, let's see how much he can stand, Al-Mame thought. She started working on his muscles one after another in order, loosening them up, following her mental checklist. All she had to do was mechanically follow the usual route, like a capable and fearless night watchman making the rounds of his building with a flashlight. All of his muscles were more or less blocked, like a region that has suffered a horrible disaster. Its waterways obstructed, their embankments collapsed. Any ordinary human being in such a condition would probably not be able to stand up or even breathe normally. This man was supported by his sturdy flesh and strong will. However despicable his behavior might have been, Al-Mame could not deny him her professional admiration for his ability to bear such intense pain in silence. She worked on one muscle after another, forcing it to move, bending and stretching it to the limit, and each time the joint would release a dull pop. She was fully aware that this was something close to torture. She had performed this muscle stretching on many athletes, tough men used to living with physical pain, but even the toughest of them at some point couldn't stop themselves from letting out a cry or something close to a cry. Some even wet themselves. But this man never even groaned. He was very impressive. Still, it was possible to guess the pain he was feeling from the sweat oozing on the back of his neck. Al-Mame herself was starting to develop a film of sweat on her body. It took close to 30 minutes for her to loosen up the muscles on the back of his body. When this was finished, she took a moment's break to wipe the sweat from her forehead. This is very odd, Al-Mame thought. I came here to kill this man. In my bag is the superfine ice pick I made. If I hold its point at the right spot on the back of his neck and punch the handle, it will be all over. He would never know what happened to him, as his life came to an instantaneous end and he moved on to another world. That way, in effect, his body would be released from all pain. Instead, I'm spending all my energy to ease the pain that he is feeling in the real world. I am probably doing it because this is the work that I have been given to do, Al-Mame thought. Whenever I have work before me, I have to pour all my strength into getting it done. That is just the way I am. If I'm given the job of curing problem muscles, then I will pour all my strength into that. If I have to kill a person and have a proper reason for doing so, I will do that with all my strength. Obviously, though, I can't do both at the same time. The two jobs have conflicting purposes and call for incompatible methods. I can only do one at a time. At the moment, I'm trying to bring this man's muscles back to as normal a state as possible. I am concentrating my mind on that task and mobilizing all the strength I can muster up. I can think about the other task after this one is finished. At the same time, Al-Mame was unable to suppress her curiosity. The man's far from ordinary illness, the fine, healthy muscles so terribly obstructed by it, the strong will and powerful flesh that enabled him to bear the intense pain he called his payment for heavenly grace, all aroused her curiosity. She wanted to see what she could do for this man, what kind of response his flesh would show. It was a matter of both professional curiosity and personal curiosity. Also, if I killed him now, I would have to leave right away. If the job ends too quickly, the two men in the next room might find it suspicious. I told them that it would take an hour at the very least. I'm halfway done. Now I'll do the second half. Could you please turn over onto your back? The man rolled over slowly, like some large aquatic animal that has been cast up on the shore. The pain is definitely lessening, the man said after releasing a long breath. None of the treatments I have tried thus far have done as much. I am only treating the symptoms, however, not solving the basic problem. Until you identify the cause, the same thing will probably keep happening. I know that. I considered using morphine, but I would rather not use drugs if possible. Long-term use of drugs destroys the function of the brain. I will go on with the rest of the treatment now, Al-Mama said. I gather you are all right with my not holding back. It goes without saying. Al-Mama emptied her mind and worked on the man's muscles with total concentration. The structure of each muscle in the human body was engraved in her professional memory. Its function, the bones to which it was attached, its unique characteristics, its sensitivities. She inspected, shook, and effectively worked on each muscle and joint in order, the way zealous inquisitors used to test every point of pain in their victims' bodies. 30 minutes later, they were bathed in sweat, panting like lovers who have just had miraculously deep sex. The man said nothing for a time, and Al-Mama was at a loss for words. Finally, the man spoke. I don't want to exaggerate, but I feel as if every part of my body has been replaced. Al-Mama said, You might experience something of a backlash tonight. During the night, your muscles might tighten up tremendously and let out a scream, but don't worry. They will be back to normal tomorrow morning. If you have a tomorrow morning, Al-Mama thought. Sitting cross-legged on the yoga mat, the man took several deep breaths, as though testing the condition of his body. Then he said, You really do seem to have a special talent. Al-Mama toweled the sweat from her face as she said, What I do is strictly practical. I studied the structure and function of the muscles in college and have expanded my knowledge through actual practice. I've put together my own system by making tiny adjustments to my technique, just doing things that are obvious and reasonable. Truth here is for the most part observable and provable. It also involves a good deal of pain, of course. The man opened his eyes and looked at Al-Mama as though intrigued. So that is what you believe. What do you mean? Al-Mama asked. That truth is strictly something observable and provable. Al-Mama pursed her lips slightly. I'm not saying it is true for all truths, just that it happens to be the case in my professional field. Of course, if it were true in all fields, things in general would be a lot easier to grasp. Not at all, the man said. Why is that? Most people are not looking for provable truths. As you said, truth is often accompanied by intense pain, and almost no one is looking for painful truths. What people need is beautiful, comforting stories that make them feel as if their lives have some meaning, which is where religion comes from. The man turned his neck several times before continuing. If a certain belief, call it belief A, makes the life of that man or this woman appear to be something of deep meaning, then for them, belief A is the truth. If belief B makes their lives appear to be powerless and puny, then belief B turns out to be a falsehood. The distinction is quite clear. If someone insists that belief B is the truth, people will probably hate him, ignore him, or in some cases, attack him. It means nothing to them that belief B might be logical, or provable. Most people barely manage to preserve their sanity by denying and rejecting images of themselves as powerless and puny. But people's flesh, all flesh, with only minor differences, is a powerless and puny thing. This is self-evident, don't you think? I do, the man said. All flesh, with only minor differences, is a powerless and puny thing, doomed soon to disintegrate and disappear. That is an unmistakable truth. But what, then, of a person's spirit? I try my best not to think about the spirit. And why is that? Because there is no particular need to think about it. Why is there no particular need to think about the spirit? Setting aside the question of whether it has any practical value to do so, thinking about one's own spirit is one of the most indispensable of all human tasks. Is it not? I have love, Al-Mame declared. Oh no, what am I doing? She thought. Talking about love to this man I'm about to kill? As a breeze sends ripples over the surface of a quiet pond, a faint smile spread across the man's face, conveying a natural and even friendly emotion. Do you think that love is all a person needs? He asked. I do. Now, this love of yours, does it have a particular individual as its object? It does, Al-Mame said. It is directed toward a specific man. Powerless, puny flesh, and an absolute love free of shadows, he murmured. Then after a brief pause, he added, You don't seem to have any need for religion. Maybe I don't have any need. Because your attitude is itself, the very essence of religion, as it were. You said before that religion offers not so much truth as beautiful hypotheses. Where does that leave the religion that you had? To tell you the truth, I don't consider what I do to be a religious activity, the man said. What I am doing is listening to the voices and transmitting them to people. I am the only one who can hear the voices. That I can hear them is an unmistakable truth. But I can't prove that their messages are the truth. All I can do is to embody their accompanying traces of heavenly grace. Lightly biting her lip, Al-Mame set down her towel. She wanted to ask what kind of grace he was talking about, but she stopped herself. This could go on forever. She still had an important task she had to complete. Can you lie face down again? I'm going to work on loosening up your neck muscles, Al-Mame said. The man stretched out his huge frame again on the yoga mat and presented the back of his thick neck to Al-Mame. In any case, you have a magic touch, he said, using the English expression. Magic touch? Fingers that give off extraordinary power. An acute sense for locating those special points on the body. A special capacity that is granted to very few individuals. This is not something you can learn through study and practice. I have something, a very different kind of something, that came to me in the same ways. But as with all forms of heavenly grace, people have to pay a price for the gifts they are given. I never thought of it that way, Al-Mame said. I simply developed my techniques through study and a lot of practice. They were not granted to me by anybody. I'm not going to get involved in a debate with you. Just remember this. The gods give, and the gods take away. Even if you are not aware of having been granted what you possess, the gods remember what they gave you. They don't forget a thing. You should use the abilities you have been granted with the utmost care. Al-Mame looked at her 10 fingers. Then she placed them on the back of the man's neck, concentrating all her awareness into her fingertips. The gods give, and the gods take away. I'll be through soon. This is the finishing touch, she announced dryly to the man's back. She seemed to hear thunder in the distance. She raised her face and looked out the window. There was nothing to see but the dark sky. Again the sound came, reverberating hollowly in the quiet room. It is going to rain any time now, the man declared in a voice without feeling. Hands on the back of the man's thick neck, Al-Mame searched for the special spot. This required unusual powers of concentration. She closed her eyes, held her breath, and listened for the flow of his blood there. Her fingertips strained to read detailed information from the elasticity of his skin and the conduction of his body heat. There was only one special spot, and it was exceptionally small. On some people, it was easy to find, but much more difficult on others. This man they called leader was clearly the latter type. This was like trying to find a single coin in a pitch-dark room entirely by feel, while taking care not to make any sound. At last, however, she found it. She placed her fingertip on it and engraved the feel and its precise position into her mind, as though marking a map, a special ability that had been imparted to her. Please stay in that exact position, Al-Mame said to the man as he lay there prone. She reached out for the gym bag lying next to them, and from it took out the hard case holding the little ice pick. One spot is left on the back of your neck where the flow is still blocked, Al-Mame said calmly, and I can't seem to resolve it with only the strength of my fingers. If I can remove the blockage in this one place, it should give you great relief from your pain. I want to place one simple acupuncture needle there. Don't worry, I've done this any number of times. Do you mind? The man released a deep breath. I am leaving it entirely up to you. I will accept anything from you that will erase the pain I am feeling. She took the ice pick from the case and slipped the cork from its tip. The point had its usual deadly sharpness. She held the ice pick in her left hand and used the index finger of her right hand to locate the point she had found earlier. This was the spot, without the slightest doubt. She placed the point against the spot and took a deep breath. Now all she needed to do was bring her right hand down on the handle like a hammer and drive the needle's exceedingly fine point deep into the spot. Then it would be all over. But something held her back. For some reason, she was unable to bring down the fist she was holding aloft. With this, it will be all over, Al-Mame thought. With one stroke, I can send this man to the other side. Then I leave the room looking cool, change my face and name, and take on a new personality. I can do it. Without fear, without pangs of conscience. This man has repeatedly committed loathsome acts that deserve death. There can be no doubt. But for some reason, she could not bring herself to do it. What held her right hand back was an incoherent, yet persistent doubt. This is all happening too easily. Her instincts were warning her. Reason had nothing to do with it. She simply knew. Something was wrong. Something was not natural. All her powers and abilities were clashing inside her, their disparate elements engaged in a fierce struggle. Her face performed deep contortions in the darkness. "What is it?" the man called out. "I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you to finish once and for all." When she heard this, Al-Mame finally realized what was holding her back. This man knows. He knows what I am about to do to him. "There is no need for you to hesitate," the man said calmly. "It's all right. What you want is also what I want." The thunder continued to rumble, but there was no lightning to be seen, just a roar like distant cannons. The battlefield was still far off. The man continued. "If there were ever a perfect treatment, that is it. You did a careful job of stretching out my muscles. I have only the purest respect for your skill. But as you pointed out yourself, it is ultimately nothing but a symptomatic treatment. My pain has advanced to the point where it can only be resolved by severing my life at the roots, by going down to the basement and cutting the main switch. You are about to do that for me." Al-Mame maintained her pose, the left hand holding the needle against the special spot on the back of his neck, the right hand held aloft. She could move neither forward nor back. "If you want to put a stop to what you are about to do, there are any number of ways you can do that. It's simple," he said. "Try bringing your right hand down." As directed, Al-Mame tried to lower her right hand, but it would not budge. It was frozen in mid-air, like the hand of a stone statue. "I have the power to do that. Not that it was something I ever hoped to obtain. All right. You can move your right hand now. Now you are in complete control of my life." Al-Mame became aware that she could now move her right hand freely. She clenched her fist and opened it. It felt entirely normal. He must have employed something like hypnotism. Whatever it was very powerful. "They have granted me these special powers, but in return, they have impressed certain demands upon me. Their desires have become my desires, implacable desires that I have been unable to defy." "They?" Al-Mame asked. "Do you mean the little people?" "So you know about them. Good. That will save time explaining. All I know is that name. I don't know who or what the little people are." "Probably no one knows for sure who the little people are," the man said. "All that people are able to learn is that they exist. Have you read Fraser's The Golden Bough?" "No, I haven't." "It is a very interesting book that has much to teach us. In certain periods of history, in several parts of the world, in ancient times, of course, the king was often killed at the end of his reign, usually after a fixed period of 10 to 12 years. When the term ended, the people would gather together and slaughter him. This was deemed necessary for the community, and the kings themselves willingly accepted it. The killing had to be cruel and bloody, and it was considered a great honor bestowed upon the one who was king. Now, why did the king have to be killed? It was because in those days, the king was the one who listened to the voices as the representative of the people. Such a person would take it upon himself to become the circuit connecting us with them, and slaughtering the one who listened to the voices was the indispensable task of the community in order to maintain a balance between the minds of those who lived on the earth and the power manifested by the little people. In the ancient world, to rule was synonymous with listening to the voices of the gods. Such a system was at some point abandoned, of course. Kings were no longer killed, and kingship became secular and hereditary. In this way, people stopped hearing the voices. Unconsciously opening and closing her elevated right hand, Al-Mame listened to what the man was saying. They have been called by many different names, but in most cases have not been called anything at all. They were simply there. The expression little people is just an expedient. My daughter called them that when she was very young and brought them with her. Then you became a king. The man drew a strong breath in through his nose and held it in his lungs for a time before releasing it slowly. I am no king. I became one who listens to the voices. And now you are seeking to be slaughtered. No, it need not be a slaughter. This is 1984, and we are in the middle of the big city. There is no need for a brutal, bloody killing. All you have to do is take my life. It can be neat and simple. Al-Mame shook her head and relaxed the muscles of her body. The point of the needle was still pressed against the spot on the back of his neck, but she found it impossible to summon the will to kill this man. Al-Mame said, "You have raped many young girls. Girls barely 10 years old, some perhaps even younger." "That is true," the man said. "There are aspects to what I did, I must admit, that can be viewed that way in the light of commonly held concepts. In the eyes of earthly law, I am a criminal. I did have physical relations with girls who had still not reached maturity, even if it was something that I myself did not seek." All that Al-Mame could do was inhale and exhale deeply. She had no idea how to go about quieting the intense emotional currents streaming through her body. Her face was greatly distorted, and her right and left hands seemed to be longing for entirely different things. "I would like you to take my life," the man said. "It makes no sense for me to go on living in this world. I should be obliterated in order to maintain the world's balance." "What would happen after I killed you?" "The little people would lose one who listens to their voices. I still have no successor." How was it possible to believe this? Al-Mame practically spit the words out between her taut lips. "You may just be a sexual pervert trying to justify your despicable actions with convenient rationalizations. There never were any little people, no voices of the gods, no heavenly grace. You may be just another phony claiming to be a prophet or religious leader." "See the clock over there?" the man said without lifting his head. "On the right-hand chest of drawers. Al-Mame looked to the right. There was a rounded, waist-high chest, on top of which sat a clock embedded in a marble frame, obviously a heavy object. Keep your eyes on it. Don't look away. As instructed, Al-Mame kept her neck turned in that direction and fixed her eyes on the clock. Beneath her fingers she could feel every muscle in the man's body turning to stone and filling with an incredibly intense power. As if in response to that power, the marble clock rose slowly from the surface of the chest. She watched it begin to tremble, as if hesitating, come to rest at a point some 3 inches in the air, and stay there for a full 10 seconds. Then the man's muscles lost their strength, and the clock dropped back to the chest with a dull thud, as if it had just remembered the Earth's gravity. The man took a long time to release a deep, exhausted-sounding breath. Even a little thing like that takes a huge amount of energy, he said once he had expelled every last breath in his body. Enough to shorten my life. But I hope you see it now. At least, I am no phony. Al-Mame did not answer him. The man took time bringing his strength back with a series of deep breaths. The clock went on silently displaying the time as though nothing had happened. Only its position on top of the chest had shifted slightly on a diagonal. Al-Mame stared hard at the clock while the second hand made a circuit. You do have special powers, Al-Mame said dryly. As you have now seen. There is an episode involving the devil and Christ in the Brothers Karamazov, I recall. The Christ is undergoing harsh austerities in the wilderness when the devil challenges him to perform a miracle, to change a stone into bread, but the Christ ignores him. Miracles are the devil's temptation. Yes, I know that. I too have read the Brothers Karamazov. And what you say is true. This kind of showing off doesn't solve a thing. But I had to convince you in the limited amount of time we have, so I went ahead and performed for you. Al-Mame remained silent. In this world, there is no absolute good, no absolute evil, the man said. Good and evil are not fixed, stable entities, but are continually trading places. A good may be transformed into an evil in the next second, and vice versa. Such was the way of the world that Dostoevsky depicted in the Brothers Karamazov. The most important thing is to maintain the balance between the constantly moving good and evil. If you lean too much in either direction, it becomes difficult to maintain actual morals. Indeed, balance itself is the good. This is what I mean when I say that I must die in order to keep things in balance. I don't feel any need to kill you at this point, Al-Mame declared. As you probably know, that is what I came here to do. I can't permit a person like you to exist. I was determined to obliterate you from this world, but I no longer feel that determination. You are suffering terribly, I can tell. You deserve to die slowly, going to pieces bit by bit in terrible pain. I can't find it in me to grant you an easy death. Still lying face down, the man responded with a small nod. If you were to kill me, my people would be sure to track you down. They are absolute fanatics, and they are powerful and persistent. With me gone, the religion would lose its centripetal force. But once it is formed, a system takes on a life of its own. Al-Mame listened to him speak as he lay there face down. What I did to your friend was very bad. My friend? Your girlfriend with the handcuffs. Now, what was her name again? A sudden calm filled Al-Mame. The inner conflict was gone. A heavy silence hung over her now. Ayumi Nakano, Al-Mame said. Poor girl. Did you do that? Al-Mame asked coldly. Are you the one who killed Ayumi? No, not at all. I didn't kill her. But for some reason you know that someone killed her. Our researcher found out, the man said. We don't know who killed her. All we know is that your friend, the policewoman, was strangled to death in a hotel. Al-Mame's right hand became tightly clenched again. But you said what I did to your friend was very bad. That I was unable to prevent it. Whoever may have killed her, the fact is that they always go after your weakest point, the way wolves chase down the weakest sheep in the herd. You're saying that Ayumi was a weak point of mine? The man did not answer. Al-Mame closed her eyes. But why did they have to kill her? She was such a good person. She would never hurt anyone. Why? Because I'm involved in this? If so, wouldn't it have been enough just to destroy me? The man said, They can't destroy you. Why not? Al-Mame asked. Why can't they destroy me? Because you have long since become a special being. Special being? Al-Mame asked. In what way special? You will discover that eventually. Eventually. When the time comes. Al-Mame screwed up her face again. I can't understand what you are saying. You will. At some point. Al-Mame shook her head. In any case, they can't attack me for now, and so they aimed at a weak point near me, in order to give me a warning, to keep me from taking your life. The man remained silent. It was a silence of affirmation. It's too terrible, Al-Mame said. She shook her head. What real difference could it possibly have made for them to murder her? No. They are not murderers. They never destroy anyone with their own hands. What killed your friend, surely, was something she had inside of her. The same kind of tragedy would have happened sooner or later. Her life was filled with risk. All they did was to provide the stimulus, like changing the setting on a timer. Setting on a timer? She was no electric oven. She was a living human being. So what if her life was full of risk? She was a dear friend of mine. You people took that from me like nothing at all. Meaninglessly. Callously. Your anger is entirely justified, the man said. You should direct it at me. Al-Mame shook her head. Even if I take your life here, that won't bring Ayumi back. No, but it would provide some degree of retaliation against the little people. You could have your revenge, as it were. They don't want me to die yet. If I die now, it will open up a vacuum. At least a temporary vacuum. Until a successor comes into being. It would be a strike against them. At the same time, it would be a benefit to you. Someone once said that nothing costs more and yields less benefit than revenge. Al-Mame said. Winston Churchill. As I recall it, though, he was making excuses for the British Empire's budget deficits. It has no moral significance. Never mind about morals. You are going to die in agony while some strange thing eats you up, whether I raise a hand against you or not. I have no reason to sympathize with you for that. Even if the world were to lose all morals and go to pieces, it wouldn't be my fault. The man took another deep breath. All right. I see what you are saying. How about this, then? Let's make a deal. If you will take my life, I will spare the life of Tengo Kawana. I still have that much power left. Tengo? Al-Mame said. The strength went out of her body. So you know about that too? I know everything about you. Or perhaps I should say, almost everything. But you can't possibly tell that much. Tengo's name has never taken a step outside my heart. Please, Miss Al-Mame, the man said. Then he released a brief sigh. There is nothing in this world that never takes a step outside a person's heart. And it just so happens, should I say, that Tengo Kawana has become a figure of no little significance to us at the moment. Al-Mame was at a loss for words. The man said, but then again, chance has nothing to do with it. Your two fates did not cross through mere happenstance. The two of you set foot in this world because you were meant to enter it. And now that you have entered it, like it or not, each of you will be assigned your proper role here. Set foot in this world? Yes, in this year of 1Q84. 1Q84? Al-Mame said, her face greatly distorting. I made that word up. True, it is a word you made up, the man said as if reading her mind. I am just borrowing it from you. Al-Mame formed the word 1Q84 in her mouth. There is nothing in this world that never takes a step outside a person's heart, Leader repeated softly.
Chapter 12. Tengo. More than I could count on my fingers. Tengo managed to return to his apartment before the rains came. He hurried on foot from the station to his building. There was not a cloud to be seen in the evening sky, no sign that rain was on its way, no suggestion of coming thunder. None of the people around him was carrying an umbrella. It was the kind of pleasant late summer evening that called for a draft beer at a baseball game. But he had recently entered a new frame of mind, and that was to assume that anything Fukaeri said might be true. Better to believe than not to believe, Tengo thought, basing it not so much on logic as experience. He peeked into his mailbox to find a business envelope with no return address. He tore it open on the spot. Inside was a notice that 1,627,534 yen had been electronically transferred into his bank account. The payer was listed as Office ERI, which was almost certainly Komatsu's fabricated company. Or possibly Professor Ebisuno had made the transfer. Komatsu had informed Tengo that he would be paid a part of the Air Chrysalis royalties as an honorarium, and perhaps this was that part. No doubt the payment had been listed as an assistance fee or research fee. After checking the figure again, Tengo returned the notice to the envelope and stuffed it into his pocket. 1.6 million yen was a lot of money to Tengo. In fact, he had never received such a lump sum in his life. But he felt neither happy nor surprised. Money was not a major problem for him at this point in time. He had his regular income, which enabled him to get by without undue strain, and for the moment at least, he had no anxiety about his future. In spite of that, everyone wanted to give him large chunks of money. It was a strange world. Where the rewriting of Air Chrysalis was concerned, however, Tengo had a sneaking suspicion that 1.6 million yen was not sufficient recompense for his having been drawn into this much trouble. If, on the other hand, someone were to ask him straight out, all right then, how much would be a fair amount? He would have been hard-pressed to come up with a figure. First of all, he did not know if there was such a thing as a fair price for trouble. There must surely be many different kinds of trouble in the world for which there was no way to attach a price, or for which there was no one willing to pay. Air Chrysalis was still selling well, apparently, which meant that there might be further payments into his account. But the more the deposits increased, the more problems they would give rise to. Each increase in compensation only served to increase the extent of Tengo's involvement with Air Chrysalis as an established fact. He thought about sending the money back to Komatsu first thing tomorrow morning. That would enable him to evade some sort of responsibility. It might also provide some psychological relief. In any case, it would establish the fact that he had rejected compensation. Not that it would expunge his moral responsibility or justify the actions he had taken. All it would give him was possible extenuating circumstances, though it might end up doing just the opposite by making his actions appear all the more suspicious, as though he had returned the money because he felt guilty about it. As he went on agonizing about the money, his head started to hurt, so he decided to stop. He could think about it again later, when he had time to spare. Money was not a living thing. It wouldn't run off anywhere if he left it alone. Probably. The problem I have to deal with now is how to give my life a new start, Tengo thought as he climbed the 3 flights of stairs to his apartment. Having gone to see his father at the southern tip of the Boso Peninsula, he had become generally convinced that the man was not his real father. He felt he had also succeeded in reaching a turning point in his life. It might be the perfect opportunity. Now might be a good time to make a break with all his troubles and start his life over again. A new job, a new place, new relationships. Though not yet entirely confident, he had a kind of presentiment that he might be able to lead a somewhat more coherent life than he had so far. Before he could do that, however, there were things he had to take care of. He couldn't simply shrug off Fukaeri and Komatsu and Professor Ebisuno and disappear somewhere. Of course, he had no obligations toward them, no ethical responsibilities. As Ushikawa had said, where this current matter was concerned, Tengo was the one being put upon by them. Still, though he could claim to have been all but dragged into the situation and to have been ignorant of its underlying plot, the fact was that he had still been involved. He couldn't simply announce that he would have nothing more to do with it and that the others could do as they pleased. Wherever he might go from here on out, he wanted first to bring things to some sort of conclusion and clean up his personal affairs. Otherwise, his fresh new life might be tainted from the outset. Tainted reminded Tengo of Ushikawa. Ushikawa, huh? Tengo thought with a sigh. Ushikawa had his hands on some information regarding Tengo's mother, information that he said he could share with Tengo. If you ever want to learn about that, I can hand you all the materials on your mother as is. However, there might be some not very pleasant information included in the file. Tengo had not even bothered to reply to this. He had no wish to hear news about his mother from Ushikawa's mouth. Any kind of information would be sullied the moment it emerged from that orifice. No, Tengo had no desire to hear such information from anyone's mouth. If he was going to be given news about his mother, it had to come not in bits and pieces, but as a comprehensive revelation. It had to be, as it were, a vivid cosmic landscape, the full vast expanse of which could be seen in a split second. Tengo did not know, of course, if he would be granted such a dramatic revelation sometime in the future. It might never come. But what he needed was something so enormous, on such an overwhelming scale, that it could rival and even surpass the striking images of the waking dream that had disoriented and jolted and tormented him over these many years. He needed something that would totally purge him of this image, Fragmentary information would do him no good at all. These were the thoughts that ran through Tengo's mind as he climbed 3 flights of stairs. Tengo stood in front of his apartment door, pulled his key from his pocket, inserted the key in the lock, and turned it. Then, before opening the door, he knocked 3 times, paused, and knocked twice more. Finally, he eased the door open. Fukaeri was sitting at the table drinking tomato juice from a tall glass. She was dressed in the same clothes she had been wearing when she arrived, a striped men's shirt and slim blue jeans. But the impression she made on Tengo was very different from the one she had given him that morning. It took Tengo a while to realize why. She had her hair tied up, revealing her ears and the back of her neck. Those small pink ears of hers looked as though they had been daubed with powder using a soft brush, and had just been made a short time ago for purely aesthetic reasons, not for the practical purpose of hearing sounds. Or at least they looked that way to Tengo. The slim, well-shaped neck below the ears had a lustrous glow, like vegetables raised in abundant sunshine, immaculate and well-suited to morning dew and ladybugs. This was the first time he had seen her with her hair up, and it was a miraculously intimate and beautiful sight. Tengo had closed the door by reaching around behind himself, but he went on standing there in the entrance. Her bared ears and neck disoriented him as much as another woman's total nakedness. Like an explorer who has discovered the secret spring at the source of the Nile, Tengo stared at Fukaeri with narrowed eyes, speechless, hand still clutching the doorknob. "I took a shower," she said to Tengo as he stood there transfixed. She spoke in grave tones, as though she had just recalled a major event. "I used your shampoo and rinse." Tengo nodded. Then, exhaling, he finally wrenched his hand from the doorknob and locked the door. Shampoo and rinse. He stepped forward, away from the door. "Did the phone ring after I called?" Tengo asked. "Not at all," Fukaeri said. She gave her head a little shake. Tengo went to the window, parted the curtains slightly, and looked outside. The view from the 3rd floor had nothing unusual about it. No suspicious people lurking there or suspicious cars parked out front. Just the usual drab expanse of this drab residential neighborhood. The misshapen trees lining the street wore a layer of gray dust. The pedestrian guardrail was full of dents. Rusty bicycles lay abandoned by the side of the road. A wall bore the police slogan, "Driving drunk, a one-way street to a ruined life." Did the police have slogan-writing specialists in their ranks? A nasty-looking old man was walking a stupid-looking mutt. A stupid-looking woman drove by in an ugly subcompact. Nasty-looking wires stretched from one ugly utility pole to another. The scene outside the window suggested that the world had settled in a place somewhere midway between being miserable and lacking in joy, and consisted of an infinite agglomeration of variously shaped microcosms. On the other hand, there also existed in the world such unexceptionably beautiful views as Fukaeri's ears and neck. In which should he place the greater faith? It was not easy for him to decide. Like a big, confused dog, Tengo made a soft growling noise in his throat, closed the curtains, and returned to his own little world. "Does Professor Ebisuno know that you're here?" Tengo asked. Fukaeri shook her head. The professor did not know. "Don't you plan to tell him?" Fukaeri shook her head. "I can't contact him." "Because it would be dangerous to contact him?" "The phone may be tapped. Mail might not get through." "I'm the only one who knows you're here." Fukaeri nodded. "Did you bring a change of clothing and stuff?" "A little," Fukaeri said, glancing at her canvas shoulder bag. Certainly a little was all it could hold. "I don't mind," the girl said. "If you don't mind, of course I don't mind," Tengo said. Tengo went into the kitchen, put the kettle on to boil, and spooned some tea leaves into the teapot. "Does your lady friend come here?" Fukaeri asked. "Not any more," Tengo gave her a short answer. Fukaeri stared at Tengo in silence. "For now," Tengo added. "Is it my fault?" Fukaeri asked. Tengo shook his head. "I don't know whose fault it is, but I don't think it's yours. It's probably my fault, and maybe hers to some extent. But anyhow, she won't come here anymore." "Right, she won't come here anymore. Probably. So it's okay for you to stay." Fukaeri spent a few moments thinking about that. Was she married? She asked. Yes, and she had 2 kids. Not yours? No, of course not. She had them before she met me. Did you love her? Probably, Tengo said. Under certain limited conditions, Tengo added to himself. Did she love you? Probably, to some extent. Were you having intercourse? It took a moment for the word intercourse to register with Tengo. It was hard to imagine that word coming from Fukaeri's mouth. Of course, she wasn't coming here every week to play Monopoly. Monopoly? She asked. Never mind, Tengo said. But she won't come here any more. That's what I was told, at least, that she won't come here any more. She told you that? Fukaeri asked. No, I didn't hear it directly from her. Her husband told me that she was irretrievably lost and couldn't come here any more. Irretrievably lost? I don't know exactly what it means either. I couldn't get him to explain. There were lots of questions, but not many answers, like a trade imbalance. Want some tea? Fukaeri nodded. Tengo poured the boiling water into the teapot, put the lid on, and waited. Oh, well, Fukaeri said. What? The few answers? Or that she was lost? Fukaeri did not reply. Tengo gave up and poured tea into 2 cups. Sugar? A level teaspoonful, Fukaeri said. Lemon or milk? Fukaeri shook her head. Tengo put a spoonful of sugar into the cup, stirred it slowly, and set it in front of the girl. He added nothing to his own tea, picked up the cup, and sat at the table across from her. Did you like having intercourse? Fukaeri asked. Did I like having intercourse with my girlfriend? Tengo rephrased it as an ordinary question. Fukaeri nodded. I think I did, Tengo said. Having intercourse with a member of the opposite sex that you're fond of. Most people enjoy that. To himself, he said, she was very good at it. Just as every village has at least one farmer who is good at irrigation, she was good at sexual intercourse. She liked to try different methods. Are you sad she stopped coming? Fukaeri asked. Probably, Tengo said. Then he drank his tea. Because you can't do intercourse? That's part of it, naturally. Fukaeri stared straight at Tengo again for a time. She seemed to be having some kind of thoughts about intercourse. What she was actually thinking about, no one could say. Hungry? Tengo asked. Fukaeri nodded. I have hardly eaten anything since this morning. I'll make dinner, Tengo said. He himself had hardly eaten anything since the morning, and he was feeling hungry. Also, he could not think of anything to do for the moment aside from making dinner. Tengo washed the rice, put it in the cooker, and turned on the switch. He used the time until the rice was ready to make miso soup with wakame seaweed and green onions, grill a sun-dried mackerel, take some tofu out of the refrigerator and flavor it with ginger, grate a chunk of daikon radish, and reheat some leftover boiled vegetables. To go with the rice, he set out some pickled turnip slices and a few pickled plums. With Tengo moving his big body around inside it, the little kitchen looked especially small. It did not bother him, though. He was long used to making do with what he had there. Sorry, but these simple things are all I can make, Tengo said. Fukaeri studied Tengo's skillful kitchen work in great detail. With apparent fascination, she scrutinized the results of that work, neatly arranged on the table, and said, You know how to cook. I've been living alone for a long time. I prepare my meals alone as quickly as possible, and I eat alone as quickly as possible. It's become a habit. Do you always eat alone? Pretty much. It's very unusual for me to sit down to a meal like this with somebody. I used to eat lunch here once a week with the woman we were talking about. But come to think of it, I haven't eaten dinner with anybody for a very long time. Are you nervous? Tengo shook his head. No, not especially. It's just dinner. It does seem a little strange, though. I used to eat with lots of people. We all lived together when I was little. And I ate with lots of different people after I moved to the professor's. He always had visitors. He had never heard Fukaeri speak so many sentences in a row. But you were eating alone all the time you were in hiding? Tengo asked. Fukaeri nodded. Where were you in hiding? Tengo asked. Far away. The professor arranged it for me. What were you eating alone? Instant stuff. Packaged food, Fukaeri said. I haven't had a meal like this in a long time. Fukaeri put a lot of time into tearing the flesh of the mackerel from the bones with her chopsticks. She brought the pieces of fish to her mouth and put more time into chewing them, as though she were eating some rare new food. Then she took a sip of miso soup, examined the taste, made some kind of judgment, set her chopsticks on the table, and went on thinking. Just before 9 o'clock, Tengo thought he might have caught the sound of thunder in the distance. He parted the curtain slightly and looked outside. The sky was totally dark now, and across it streamed a number of ominously shaped clouds. You were right, Tengo said after closing the curtain. The weather's looking very ugly out there. Because the little people are stirring, Fukaeri said with a somber expression. When the little people begin stirring, it does extraordinary things to the weather. It depends. Weather is a question of how you look at it. A question of how you look at it. Fukaeri shook her head. I don't really get it. Tengo didn't get it either. To him, weather seemed to be an independent, objective condition, but he probably couldn't get anywhere pursuing this question further. He decided to ask another question instead. Do you think the little people are angry about something? Something is about to happen, the girl said. What kind of something? Fukaeri shook her head. We'll see soon. Together they washed and dried the dishes and put them away, after which they sat facing each other across the table, drinking tea. He would have liked a beer, but decided it might be better to refrain from drinking today. He sensed some kind of danger in the air, and thought he should remain as clear-headed as possible in case something happened. It might be better to go to sleep early, Fukaeri said, pressing her hands against her cheeks like the screaming man on the bridge in the Munch picture. Not that she was screaming, she was just sleepy. Okay, you can use my bed, Tengo said. I'll sleep on the sofa like before. Don't worry, I can sleep anywhere. It was true. Tengo could fall asleep anywhere, right away. It was almost a talent. Fukaeri only nodded. She looked straight at Tengo for a while, offering no opinions. Then she briefly touched her freshly made ears, as if to check that they were still there. Can you lend me your pajamas? I didn't bring mine. Tengo took his extra pajamas from the bedroom dresser drawer and handed them to Fukaeri. They were the same pajamas he had lent her the last time she stayed here, plain blue cotton pajamas, washed and folded from that time. Tengo held them to his nose to check for odors, but there were none. Fukaeri took them, went to the bathroom to change, and came back to the dining table. Now her hair was down. The pajama legs and arms were rolled up as before. It's not even 9 o'clock, Tengo said, glancing at the wall clock. Do you always go to bed so early? Fukaeri shook her head. Today is special. Because the little people are stirring outside? I'm not sure. I'm just tired now. You do look sleepy, Tengo admitted. Can you read me a book or tell me a story in bed? Fukaeri asked. Sure, Tengo said. I don't have anything else to do. It was a hot and humid night, but as soon as she got into bed, Fukaeri pulled the quilt up to her chin, as if to form a firm barrier between the outside world and her own world. In bed, somehow, she looked like a little girl no more than 12 years old. The thunder rumbling outside the window was much louder than before, as though the lightning were beginning to strike somewhere quite close by. With each thunderclap, the window panes would rattle. Strangely, though, there were no lightning flashes to be seen, just thunder rolling across the pitch-dark sky. Nor was there any hint of rain. Something was definitely out of balance. They are watching us, Fukaeri said. You mean the little people? Tengo asked. Fukaeri did not answer him. They know we're here, Tengo said. Of course they know, Fukaeri said. What are they trying to do to us? They can't do anything to us. That's good. For now, that is. They can't touch us for now, Tengo repeated feebly. But there's no telling how long that will go on. No one knows, Fukaeri declared with conviction. But even if they can't do anything to us, they can instead do something to the people around us, Tengo asked. Maybe so. Maybe they can make terrible things happen to them. Fukaeri narrowed her eyes for a time with a deadly serious look, like a sailor trying to catch the song of a ship's ghost. Then she said, "In some cases. Maybe the little people used their powers against my girlfriend, to give me a warning." Fukaeri slipped a hand out from beneath the quilt and gave her freshly made ear a scratching. Then she slipped the hand back inside. "What the little people can do is limited." Tengo bit his lip for a moment. Then he said, "Exactly what kinds of things can they do, for example?" Fukaeri started to offer an opinion on the matter, but then had second thoughts and stopped. Her opinion, unvoiced, sank back into the place it had originated from, a deep, dark, unknown place. "You said that the little people have wisdom and power." Fukaeri nodded. "But they have their limits." Fukaeri nodded. "And that's because they are people of the forest. When they leave the forest, they can't unleash their powers so easily. And in this world, there exists something like values that make it possible to resist their wisdom and power. Is that it?" Fukaeri did not answer him. Perhaps the question was too long. "Have you ever met the little people?" Tengo asked. Fukaeri stared at him vaguely, as though she could not grasp the meaning of his question. "Have you ever actually seen them?" Tengo rephrased his question. "Yes," Fukaeri said. "How many of the little people did you see?" "I don't know. More than I could count on my fingers." "But not just one." "Their numbers can sometimes increase and sometimes decrease, but there is never just one." "The way you depicted them in Air Chrysalis." Fukaeri nodded. Tengo took this opportunity to ask Fukaeri a question he had been wanting to ask her for some time. "Tell me," he said, "how much of Air Chrysalis is real? How much of it really happened?" "What does real mean?" Fukaeri asked without a question mark. Tengo had no answer for this, of course. A great clap of thunder echoed through the sky. The window panes rattled, but still there was no lightning, no sound of rain. Tengo recalled an old submarine movie. One depth charge after another would explode, jolting the ship, but everyone was locked inside the dark steel box, unable to see outside. For them, there was only the unbroken sound and the shaking of the sub. "Will you read me a book or tell me a story?" Fukaeri asked. "Sure," Tengo said, "but I can't think of a good book for reading out loud. I don't have the book here, but I can tell you a story called Town of Cats, if you like." "Town of Cats." "It's the story of a town ruled by cats." "I want to hear it." "It might be a little too scary for a bedtime story, though." "That's okay. I can sleep whatever story you tell." Tengo brought a chair next to the bed, sat down, folded his hands in his lap, and started telling Town of Cats, with the thunder as background music. He had read the story twice on the express train and once again aloud to his father in the sanatorium, so he knew the plot pretty well. It was not such a complex or finely delineated story, nor had it been written in a terribly elegant style, so he felt little hesitation in altering it as he pleased, omitting the more tedious parts or adding episodes that occurred to him as he recited the story for Fukaeri. The original story had not been very long, but telling it took a lot longer than he had imagined, because Fukaeri would not hesitate to ask any questions that occurred to her. Tengo would interrupt the story each time and give her careful answers, explaining the details of the town, or the cat's behavior, or the protagonist's character. When they were things not described in the story, which was usually the case, Tengo would make them up, as he had with Air Chrysalis. Fukaeri seemed to be completely drawn in by Town of Cats. She no longer looked tired. She would close her eyes sometimes, imagining scenes of the Town of Cats. Then she would open her eyes and urge Tengo to go on with the story. When he was through telling her the story, Fukaeri opened her eyes wide and stared at Tengo the way a cat widens its pupils to stare at something in the dark. "Did you go to a town of cats?" Fukaeri asked Tengo, as if pressing him to reveal a truth. "Me?" "You went to your town of cats, then came back on a train. Is that what you feel?" With the summer quilt pulled up to her chin, Fukaeri gave him a quick little nod. "You're quite right," Tengo said. "I went to a town of cats and came back on a train." "Did you do a purification afterward?" she asked. "Purification? No, I don't think so. Not yet." "You have to do it." What kind of purification? Instead of answering him, Fukaeri said, "If you go to a town of cats and don't do anything about it afterward, bad stuff can happen." A great thunderclap seemed to crack the heavens in two. The sound was increasing in ferocity. Fukaeri recoiled from it in bed. "Come here and hold me," Fukaeri said. "We have to go to a town of cats together." "Why?" "The little people might find the entrance." "Because I haven't done a purification." "Because the two of us are one," the girl said.
Chapter 13. Al-Mame, Without Your Love. 1Q84, Al-Mame said. "Are you talking about the fact that I am living now in the year called 1Q84? Not the real 1984? What the real world is. That is a very difficult problem," the man called Leader said as he lay on his stomach. "What it is a metaphysical proposition. But this is the real world. There is no doubt about that. The pain one feels in this world is real pain. Deaths caused in this world are real deaths. Bloodshed in this world is real blood. This is no imitation world, no imaginary world, no metaphysical world. I guarantee you that. But this is not the 1984 you know." Like a parallel world. The man's shoulders trembled with laughter. "You've been reading too much science fiction. No, this is no parallel world. You don't have 1984 over there, and 1Q84 branching off over here, and the two worlds running along parallel tracks. The year 1984 no longer exists anywhere. For you and for me, the only time that exists anymore is this year of 1Q84. We have entered into its time flow once and for all. Exactly. We have entered into this place where we are now. Or the time flow has entered us once and for all. And as far as I understand it, the door only opens in one direction. There is no way back. I suppose it happened when I climbed down the Metropolitan Expressway's emergency stairway." "Metropolitan Expressway?" "Near Sangenjaya," Al-Mame said. "The place is irrelevant," the man said. "For you, it was Sangenjaya. But the specific place is not the question. The question here, in the end, is the time. The track, as it were, was switched there, and the world was transformed into 1Q84. Al-Mame imagined a number of little people joining forces to move the device that switches the tracks. In the middle of the night, under the pale light of the moon. And in this year of 1Q84, there are 2 moons in the sky, aren't there? Correct. 2 moons. That is the sign that the track has been switched. That is how you can tell the 2 worlds apart. Not that all of the people here can see 2 moons. In fact, most people are not aware of it. In other words, the number of people who know that this is 1Q84 is quite limited. Most people in this world are not aware that the time flow has been switched? Correct. To most people, this is just the plain old everyday world they've always known. This is what I mean when I say this is the real world. So the track has been switched, Al-Mame said. If it had not been switched, we would not be meeting here like this. Could that be what you are saying? That is the one thing that no one knows. It is a question of probability, but that is probably the case. Is what you are saying an objective fact, or just a hypothesis? Good question. But distinguishing between the two is virtually impossible. Remember how the old song goes. Without your love, it's a honky-tonk parade. He hummed the melody. Do you know it? It's only a paper moon. That's it. 1984 and 1Q84 are fundamentally the same in terms of how they work. If you don't believe in the world, and if there is no love in it, then everything is phony. No matter which world we are talking about, no matter what kind of world we are talking about, the line separating fact from hypothesis is practically invisible to the eye. It can only be seen with the inner eye, the eye of the mind. Who switched the tracks? Who switched the tracks? That is another difficult question. The logic of cause and effect has little power here. In any case, some kind of will transported me into this world of 1Q84, Al-Mame said. A will other than my own. That is true. You were carried into this world when the train you were on had its tracks switched. Do the little people have anything to do with that? In this world, there are the so-called little people, or at least that is what they are called in this world, but they do not always have a shape or a name. Al-Mame bit her lip in thought. Then she said, What you are saying sounds contradictory to me. Let's assume it was these little people who switched the track and carried me into this world of 1Q84. Why would they do such a thing if they don't want me to do what I am about to do to you? It would be far more advantageous to get rid of me. That is not easy to explain, the man said, his voice lacking all intonation. But you are a very quick thinker. You might be able to grasp, however vaguely, what I am trying to tell you. As I said before, the most important thing with regard to this world in which we live is for there to be a balance maintained between good and evil. The so-called little people, or some kind of manifestations of will, certainly do have great power. But the more they use their power, the more another power automatically arises to resist it. In that way, the world maintains a delicate balance. This fundamental principle is the same in any world. Precisely the same thing can be said in this world of 1Q84 that now contains us. When the little people began to manifest their enormous power, a power opposing the little people also automatically came into being. And this opposing momentum must have drawn you into the year 1Q84. Lying like a beached whale on his blue yoga mat, the giant man released a huge breath. To continue with the train analogy, it is possible for them to switch tracks, as a result of which the train has entered its current line, the 1Q84 line. One thing they are not able to do, however, is to distinguish one passenger on the train from another, to choose among them, which means that there may be passengers aboard who, to them, are undesirable. Uninvited passengers. Exactly. Again there was a rumble of thunder. This one was much louder than before. But there was no lightning, just the sound. Strange, Al-Mame thought. The thunder is so close, but the lightning doesn't flash, and no rain is falling. Have I managed to make myself clear thus far? I'm listening, she said, having already moved the needle away from the spot on his neck. Now she had it pointed cautiously toward empty space. She had to concentrate all her attention on what he was saying. Where there is light, there must be shadow. And where there is shadow, there must be light. There is no shadow without light, and no light without shadow. Carl Jung said this about the shadow in one of his books. It is as evil as we are positive. The more desperately we try to be good and wonderful and perfect, the more the shadow develops a definite will to be black and evil and destructive. The fact is that if one tries beyond one's capacity to be perfect, the shadow descends to hell and becomes the devil. For it is just as sinful from the standpoint of nature and of truth to be above oneself as to be below oneself. We do not know if the so-called little people are good or evil. This is, in a sense, something that surpasses our understanding and our definitions. We have lived with them since long, long ago, from a time before good and evil even existed, when people's minds were still benighted. But the important thing is that, whether they are good or evil, light or shadow, whenever they begin to exert their power, a compensatory force comes into being. In my case, when I became an agent of the so-called little people, my daughter became something like an agent for those forces opposed to the little people. In this way, the balance was maintained. Your daughter? Yes. The first one to usher in the so-called little people was my daughter. She was 10 years old at the time. Now she is 17. The little people emerged from the darkness at some point, coming here through her, and they made me their agent. My daughter became a perceiver, and I became a receiver. Apparently, we were suited to such roles by nature. In any case, they found us. We did not find them. And so you raped your own daughter. I had Congress with her, he said. That expression is closer to the truth. And the one I had Congress with was, strictly speaking, my daughter as a concept. To have Congress with is an ambiguous term. The essential point was for us to become one, as perceiver and receiver. Al-Mame shook her head. I can't understand what you are saying. Did you have sex with your daughter or didn't you? The answer to that question is, finally, both yes and no. Is this true of little Tsubasa as well? Yes, in principle. But Tsubasa's uterus was destroyed, not in principle, but in reality. The man shook his head. What you saw was the outward manifestation of a concept, not an actual substance. Almame was unable to follow the swift flow of the conversation. She paused to bring her breathing under control. Then she asked, "Are you saying that a concept took on human shape and ran away on its own 2 feet?" "To put it simply." "The Tsubasa I laid eyes on was not actual substance?" "Which is why she was retrieved." "Retrieved?" Almame said. "She was retrieved and is now being healed. She is receiving the treatment she needs." "I don't believe you," Almame declared. "I can't blame you," the man said without emotion. Almame was at a loss to say anything for a time. Then she asked another question. "By violating your daughter, conceptually and ambiguously, you became an agent of the little people. But simultaneously, your daughter compensated by leaving you and becoming, as it were, an opponent of the little people. Is this what you are asserting?" "That is correct. And in order to do so, she had to leave her own Dota behind," the man said. "That doesn't mean anything to you, though, does it?" "Dota?" Almame asked. "Something like a living shadow. Here another character becomes involved, an old friend of mine, a man I can trust. I put my daughter in his care. Then, not too long ago, yet another character became involved. Someone you know very well by the name of Tengo Kawana. Sheer chance brought Tengo and my daughter together as a team." Time seemed to come to a sudden halt. Almame could find no words to speak. She went stiff from head to toe, waiting for time to begin to move once again. The man continued speaking. Each happened to have qualities that augmented the other. What Tengo lacked, Eriko possessed. And what Eriko lacked, Tengo possessed. They joined forces to complete a single work, and the fruits of their collaboration turned out to have a great impact. That is to say, in the context of establishing an opposition to the little people. They made a team? Not that the two have a romantic or physical relationship. So there is nothing for you to worry about, if that is what you have in mind. Eriko will never have a romantic relationship with anyone. She has transcended such things. What are the fruits of their collaboration exactly? In order to explain that, I must bring up a second analogy. The two have, so to speak, invented an antibody to a virus. If we take the actions of the little people to be a virus, Tengo and Eriko have created and spread the antibody to combat it. This is, of course, a one-sided analogy. From the little people's point of view, Tengo and Eriko are, conversely, the carriers of a virus. All things are arranged as mirrors set face to face. Is this what you call the compensatory function? Exactly. In joining forces, the man you love and my daughter have succeeded in giving rise to such a function, which is to say that, in this world, you and Tengo are literally in step with each other. But that is not simply a matter of chance, according to you. You say I was led into this world by some form of will. Is that it? That is it exactly. You came with a purpose, led by a form of will to this world of 1Q84. that you and Tengo have come to have a relationship here, in whatever form it might take, is by no means a product of chance. What kind of will and what kind of purpose? It has not been given to me to explain that, sorry to say, the man said. Why are you unable to explain it? It is not that the meaning cannot be explained, but there are certain meanings that are lost forever the moment they are explained in words. All right then, let me try another question, Al-Mame said. Why did I have to be the one? You still don't understand why, do you? Al-Mame gave her head several strong shakes. No, I don't understand why, not at all. It is very simple, actually. It is because you and Tengo were so powerfully drawn to each other. Al-Mame maintained a long silence. She sensed a hint of perspiration oozing from the pores of her face. It felt as if her whole face were covered by a thin membrane invisible to the naked eye. Drawn to each other, she said. Yes, to each other, very powerfully. An emotion resembling anger welled up inside her as if from nowhere, accompanied by a vague sense of nausea. I can't believe that. He couldn't possibly remember me. No, Tengo knows very well that you exist in this world, and he wants you. To this day, he has never once loved any woman other than you. Al-Mame was momentarily at a loss for words, during which time the violent thunder continued at short intervals, and rain seemed to have finally begun to fall. Large raindrops began pelting the hotel room window, but the sound barely reached Al-Mame. The man said, You can believe it or not as you wish, but you would do better to believe it, because it is the unmistakable truth. You mean to say that he still remembers me even though 20 years have gone by since we last met? Even though we never really spoke to each other? In that empty classroom, you strongly gripped his hand. When you were 10 years old, you had to summon up every bit of your courage to do it. Al-Mame twisted her face out of shape. How could you possibly know such a thing? The man did not answer her. Tengo never forgot about that. And he has continued to think of you all this time. You would do well to believe it. I know many things. For example, I know that even now you think of Tengo when you masturbate. You picture him. I am right about that, aren't I? Al-Mame let her mouth fall open slightly, but she was at a total loss for words. All she did was take one shallow breath after another. The man went on. It is nothing to be ashamed of. It is a natural human function. Tengo does the same thing. He thinks of you at those times, even now. But how could you possibly? How could I possibly know such things? By listening closely. That is my job. To listen to the voices. She wanted to laugh out loud, and simultaneously she wanted to cry. But she could do neither. She could only stay transfixed, somewhere between the two, inclining her center of gravity in neither direction, at a loss for words. You need not be afraid, the man said. Afraid? You are afraid, just as the people of the Vatican were afraid to accept the Copernican theory. Not even they believed in the infallibility of the Ptolemaic theory. They were afraid of the new situation that would prevail if they accepted the Copernican theory. They were afraid of having to reorder their minds to accept it. Strictly speaking, the Catholic Church has still not publicly accepted the Copernican theory. You are like them. You are afraid of having to shed the armor with which you have long defended yourself. Al-Mame covered her face with her hands and let out several convulsive sobs. This was not what she wanted to do, but she was unable to stop herself. She would have preferred to appear to be laughing, but that was out of the question. You and Tengo were, so to speak, carried into this world on the same train, the man said softly. By teaming up with my daughter, Tengo took steps against the little people. And you are trying to obliterate me for other reasons. In other words, each of you, in your own way, is doing something dangerous in a very dangerous place. And you are saying that some kind of will wanted us to do these things? Perhaps. For what conceivable purpose? No sooner had the question left her mouth than Al-Mame realized it was pointless. There was no hope she would ever receive a reply. The most welcome resolution would be for the two of you to meet somewhere and leave this world hand in hand, the man said without answering her question. But that would not be an easy thing to do. Not be an easy thing to do. Al-Mame repeated his words unconsciously. Not an easy thing to do, and, sad to say, that is putting it as mildly as possible. In fact, it is just about impossible. The adversary that you two are facing, whatever you care to call it, is a fierce power. So then, Al-Mame said, her voice dry. She cleared her throat. By now she had overcome her confusion. This is no time to cry, she thought. So then comes your proposition. Is that it? I give you a painless death in return for which you can give me something, a different choice. You're very quick on the uptake, the man said, still lying face down. That is correct. My proposition is a choice having to do with you and Tengo. It may not be the most pleasant choice, but at least it does give you room to choose. The little people are afraid of losing me, the man said. They still need me. I am useful to them as their human agent. Finding my replacement will not be easy for them, and at this point in time, they have not prepared my successor. Many difficult conditions have to be met in order to become their agent. And I happen to meet all of them, which makes me a rare find. They are afraid of losing me. If that were to happen, it would give rise to a temporary vacuum. This is why they are trying to prevent you from taking my life. They want to keep me alive a little while longer. The thunder you hear outside is a sign of their anger, but they can't raise a hand against you directly. All they can do is warn you of their anger. For the same reason, they drove your friend to her death using possibly devious methods. And if things go on like this, they will almost surely inflict some kind of harm upon Tengo. Inflict harm on Tengo? Tengo wrote a story about the little people and their deeds. Eriko furnished the basic story, and Tengo converted it into an effective piece of writing. It was their collaborative effort, and it acted as an antibody, countering the momentum of the little people. It was published as a book and became a bestseller, as a result of which, if only temporarily, the little people found that many potential avenues had been closed for them, and limits were placed on several of their actions. You have probably heard of the book. It is called Air Chrysalis. Almame nodded. I've seen articles about the book in the newspaper, and the publisher's advertisements. I haven't read the book, though. The one who did the actual writing of Air Chrysalis was Tengo. And now he is writing a new story of his own. In Air Chrysalis, which is to say, in its world with 2 moons, he discovered his own story. A superior perceiver, Eriko inspired the story as an antibody inside him. Tengo seems to have possessed superior ability as a receiver. That ability may be what brought you here. In other words, what put you onto that train. Almame severely distorted her face in the gloom. She had to try her best to follow what this man was saying. Are you telling me that I was transported into this other world of 1Q84 by Tengo's storytelling ability? Or, as you put it, by his power as a receiver? That is, at least, what I surmise, the man said. Almame stared at her hands. Her fingers were wet with tears. If things go on as they are now, Tengo will, in all likelihood, be liquidated. At the moment, he is the #1 threat to the so-called little people. And after all, this is the real world, where real blood is shed and real deaths occur. Death, of course, lasts forever. Almame bit her lip. I would like you to think about it this way, the man said. If you kill me here and eliminate me from this world, the little people will no longer have any reason to harm Tengo. If I cease to exist as a channel, Tengo and my daughter can obstruct that channel all they want, without presenting any threat to them. The little people will just forget about the 2 of them and look for a channel somewhere else. A channel with another origin. That will become their first priority. Do you see what I mean? In theory, at least, Almame said. On the other hand, if I am killed, the organization that I have created will never leave you alone. True, it might take them some time to find you because you will surely change your name, change where you live, and maybe even change your face. Still, they will track you down and punish you severely. That is the kind of system that we have created. Close-knit, violent, and irreversible. That is one choice you have. Almame took time to organize her thoughts about what he had told her. The man waited for his logic to permeate her mind. Then he went on. Conversely, if you do not kill me here and now, what will happen? You will simply withdraw from this place, and I will go on living. So then the little people will use all their powers to eliminate Tengo in order to protect me, their agent. The protective cloak he wears is not yet strong enough. They will find his weak point and do everything they can to destroy him, because they cannot tolerate any further dissemination of the antibody. Meanwhile, you cease to be a threat, and they no longer have any reason to punish you. That is your other choice." "In that case," Al-Mame said, summarizing what the man had told her, "Tengo dies, and I go on living, here, in this world of 1Q84. "Probably," he said. "But there is no point in my living in a world where Tengo no longer exists. All possibility of our meeting would be lost forever." "That may be the case from your point of view." Al-Mame bit down hard on her lip, imagining such a state of affairs. "But all I have to go on is what you are saying," she pointed out. "Why do I have to take you at your word? Is there some basis or backing for that?" The man shook his head. "You are right. There is no basis or backing. It's just what I tell you. But you saw my special powers a little while ago. There are no strings attached to that clock, and it's very heavy. Go look at it yourself. Do you accept what I am saying or don't you? Decide one way or the other. We don't have much time left." Al-Mame looked over at the clock on the chest of drawers. Its hands were showing just before 9. The clock was slightly out of place, facing at an odd angle, having been lifted into the air and dropped back again. The man said, "At this point in this year of 1Q84, there seems to be no way to rescue you both at the same time. You have 2 possibilities to choose from. In one, you probably die and Tengo lives. In the other, he probably dies and you live. As I said before, it is not a pleasant choice. But no other possibilities exist to choose between." The man shook his head. "At this point in time, you can only choose between those 2. Al-Mame filled her lungs with air and slowly exhaled. "It's too bad for you," the man said. "If you had stayed in the year 1984, you would not have been faced with this choice. But at the same time, if you had stayed in 1984, you would almost surely never have learned that Tengo has continued to long for you all this time. It is precisely because you were transported to 1Q84 that you were able to learn this fact. The fact that your hearts are, in a sense, intertwined." Al-Mame closed her eyes. "I will not cry," she thought. "It is not the time to cry yet. Is Tengo really longing for me? Can you swear to that without deception?" "To this day, Tengo has never loved anyone but you with his whole heart. It is a fact. There is not the slightest room for doubt." "But still, he never looked for me." "Well, you never looked for him. Isn't that true?" Al-Mame closed her eyes and in a split second reviewed the long span of years as if standing on the edge of a sheer cliff, surveying an ocean channel far below. She could smell the sea. She could hear the deep sighing of the wind. She said, "We should have had the courage to search for each other long ago, I suppose. Then we could have been united in the original world." "Theoretically, perhaps," the man said. "But you would never have even thought such a thing in the world of 1984. Cause and effect are linked that way in a twisted form. You can pile up all the worlds you like, and the twisting will never be undone." Tears poured from Al-Mame's eyes. She cried for everything she had lost. She cried for everything she was about to lose. And eventually, how long had she been crying? She arrived at a point where she could cry no longer. Her tears dried up, as if her emotions had run into an invisible wall. "All right then," Mama said. "There is no firm basis. Nothing has been proved. I can't understand all the details, but still, it seems I have to accept your offer. In keeping with your wishes, I will obliterate you from this world. I will give you a painless, instantaneous death, so that Tengo can go on living." "This means that you will agree to my bargain, then?" "Yes. We have a bargain. You will probably die as a result, you know," the man said. "You will be chased down and punished. And the punishment may be terrible. They are fanatics. I don't care. Because you have love." Al-Mamin nodded. The man said, "Without your love, it's a honky-tonk parade. Like in the song. You are sure that Tengo will be able to go on living if I kill you?" The man remained silent for a while. Then he said, "Tengo will go on living. You can take me at my word. I can give you that much without fail in exchange for my life." "And my life too," Al-Mame said. "Some things can only be done in exchange for life," the man said. Al-Mame clenched her fists. "To tell the truth, though, I would have preferred to stay alive and be united with Tengo." A short silence came over the room. Even the thunder stopped. Everything was hushed. "I wish I could make that happen," the man said softly. "Unfortunately, however, that is not one of the options. It was not available in 1984, nor is it in 1Q84. In a different sense in each case. Our paths would never have crossed, Tengo's and mine, in 1984? Is that what you are saying?" "Exactly. You would have had no connection whatever, but you likely would have kept on thinking about each other as each of you entered a lonely old age. But in 1Q84, I can at least know that I am going to die for him." The man took a deep breath, saying nothing. "There is one thing I want you to tell me," Al-Mame said. "If I can," the man said, lying on his stomach. "Will Tengo find out in some form or other that I died for him? Or will he never know anything about it?" The man thought about the question for a long time. "That is probably up to you." "Up to me?" Al-Mame asked with a slight frown. "What do you mean by that?" The man quietly shook his head. "You are fated to pass through great hardships and trials. Once you have done that, you should be able to see things as they are supposed to be. That is all I can say. No one knows for certain what it means to die until they actually do it." Al-Mame picked up a towel and carefully dried the tears still clinging to her face. Then she examined the slender ice pick in her hand again to be certain that its fine point had not been broken off. With her right index finger, she searched again for the fatal point on the back of the man's neck, as she had done before. She was able to find it right away, so vividly was it etched into her brain. She pressed the point softly with her fingertip, gauged its resilience, and made sure once again that her intuition was not mistaken. Taking several slow, deep breaths, she calmed the beating of her heart and steadied her heightened nerves. Her head would have to be perfectly clear. She swept away all thoughts of Tengo for the moment. Hatred, anger, confusion, pity, all these she sealed off in a separate space. Error was unacceptable. She had to concentrate her attention on death itself, as if focusing a narrow beam of light. "Let us complete our work," Al-Mame said calmly. "I must remove you from this world. Then I can leave behind all the pain that I have been given. Leave behind all the pain, the little people, a transformed world, those hypotheses, and love. And love. You are right," the man said as if speaking to himself. "I used to have people I loved. All right then. Let each of us finish our work. You are a terribly capable person, Al-Mame. I can tell that." "You too," Al-Mame said. Her voice had taken on the strange transparency of one who will deliver death. "You too are surely a very capable, superior person. I am sure there must have been a world in which there was no need for me to kill you." "That world no longer exists," the man said. These were the last words he spoke. "That world no longer exists." Al-Mame placed the sharp point against that delicate spot on the back of his neck. Concentrating all her attention, she adjusted the angle of the ice pick. Then she raised her right fist in the air. Holding her breath, she waited for a signal. "No more thinking," she said to herself. "Let each of us complete our work. That is all. There is no need to think, no need for explanations. Just wait for the signal." Her fist was as hard as a rock, devoid of feeling. Outside the window, the thunder without lightning rumbled with increased force. Raindrops pelted the glass. The two of them were in an ancient cave, a dark, damp, low-ceilinged cave. Dark beasts and spirits surrounded the entrance. For the briefest instant around her, light and shadow became one. A nameless gust of wind blew through the distant channel. That was the signal. Al-Mame brought her fist down in one short, precise movement. Everything ended in silence. The beasts and spirits heaved a deep breath, broke up their encirclement, and returned to the depths of a forest that had lost its heart.